Welcome in my tired little bunch to a peaceful journey through Christmas Eve in 1873, when the holiday season moved at the gentle pace of candlelight and coal fires. Tonight you'll experience the warmth of a Victorian home as dusk settles over the English countryside, where simple traditions and quiet moments shaped a Christmas celebration that has echoed through generations. So I hope you're snuggled up and ready to snooze to some history. But before we start, I'd love to know how you're doing down below, and where in the world you're listening in from, and what time it is for you. Now while I do my brief little pause, make sure to turn on a fan for some comforting white noise. You stand at the frost-etched window of your modest Victorian home, watching the December sun sink behind bare oak trees that sketch themselves dark against an oyster-coloured sky. The year is 1873, and Christmas Eve has arrived with that peculiar stillness that only comes when snow threatens but hasn't yet fallen. Your breath creates temporary clouds on the glass, each exhalation adding to the delicate ice crystals already forming in the window's corners. The world outside transforms itself in these final minutes of daylight. Fields that stretched brown and stubbled all afternoon now blur into indistinct patches of shadow. The lane leading past your cottage shows the tracks of the baker's cart from earlier today, each wheel rut holding its own small pool of early frost that catches what little light remains. You can just make out the Henderson's chimney 3 houses down, its smoke rising straight as a plumb line in the windless air before dispersing into nothing. Your fingers rest against the window frame, feeling the cold radiating through wood that's known more winters than you've lived. The paint beneath your touch is slightly rough, where moisture has worked its patient damage over the decades. This window has framed countless Christmas Eves before this one, and witnessed sunsets identical to tonight's spectacle, yet somehow always different, always worth watching. The Victorians love their traditions, but they also understand that no two moments are ever quite the same, even when they follow the same comfortable pattern. The garden gate stands slightly ajar, creating a narrow triangle of deeper darkness in the gathering gloom. You've been meaning to fix that latch for weeks now, but somehow the undone task feels appropriate tonight. Everything doesn't need to be perfect. The imperfection itself becomes part of the evening's character, a small reminder that homes are lived in, that people here attend to what matters most, and that the rest can wait for another day. A robin perches on that gate now, its breast catching the last amber light like a tiny coal. Birds always seem to know when weather is changing, and this one fluffs its feathers against the temperature drop you can't quite feel yet but sense approaching. The robin remains motionless for perhaps 20 seconds, then launches itself toward the hedge that borders the Thompsons' property, disappearing into the tangled branches where it will sleep through the holy night ahead. The sky continues its chromatic shift, moving through gradations of colour that no artist could quite capture, no matter how skilled. Pewter gives way to slate, slate deepens toward charcoal, and along the western horizon, a band of pale gold lingers like something reluctant to leave. Stars haven't appeared yet, but you know they're there, waiting for full darkness to reveal them. On clear nights like this, you can see the plough hanging over the meadow, and sometimes even that smudge of light your brother-in-law insists is the Andromeda Nebula, though you suspect he's just pointing at nothing in particular and sounding knowledgeable. Inside the house behind you, the everyday sounds of preparation continue. Your wife's footsteps move across the kitchen floor with that particular rhythm you've learned over 8 years of marriage. 3 quick steps, a pause, then 2 more. She's checking something, probably the mince pies that have been filling the house with their spice sweetness since noon. The scent reaches you even here at the window, a complex mixture of sweat and dried fruit, cinnamon and nutmeg, all bound together with brandy and the mysterious alchemy that transforms separate ingredients into something greater than their sum. The clock in the hall ticks with mechanical steadiness, marking off seconds that feel both infinitely long and distressingly brief on this particular evening. Time behaves strangely on Christmas Eve. Minutes can stretch out luxuriously when you're savouring them, yet the whole day somehow evaporates faster than any ordinary Tuesday. You've noticed this phenomenon since childhood, this temporal elasticity that makes anticipation both delicious and slightly anxious. Your youngest daughter's laughter erupts from somewhere upstairs, followed immediately by her older sister's shushing. They're supposed to be organising their few precious toys, making space for whatever St. Nicholas might bring during the night, but organising has clearly devolved into play. You smile at the familiar pattern. Children can no more resist playing than rivers can resist flowing downhill. The attempt to tidy always becomes another game, which is probably as it should be. The temperature drops noticeably now as full darkness approaches. You feel it through the glass, through the very air in this front room that's furthest from the kitchen fire. Your body registers the change before your mind fully processes it. Soon you'll need to close these curtains and trap what warmth you have inside these walls, but not quite yet. These final moments of visible landscape feel important somehow, worth preserving just a little longer. A lamp flickers to life in the Ashworth's cottage across the way. Then another appears in an upstairs window. All along the lane, windows begin glowing like scattered coals, each one marking a family engaged in their own version of this same evening ritual. You imagine them all, the families you know and those you don't, each household creating its small ceremony of preparation, its private observance of this shared holy day. The wind that's been absent all day finally stirs just barely. The bare branches of the oak respond with the faintest whisper, a sound so subtle you might be imagining it. But no, there it comes again, that slight susurration that means the weather's about to turn. The robin had the right idea, getting to shelter early. Your breath creates another temporary fog on the window pane, and without quite meaning to, you trace a simple star in the condensation. The gesture feels both childish and exactly right. Tomorrow you'll be a respectable householder again, attending to adult responsibilities and social proprieties. Tonight, for a few hours, the calendar permits everyone to indulge in wonder, to believe in magic, and to trace stars on frosted windows without self-consciousness. Behind you, your wife calls softly that everything's ready, but you take one final moment at the window, watching as the last trace of daylight surrenders completely to night. The world outside becomes a place of pure silhouette and shadow, a landscape simplified to its essential forms. In this darkness, your home's warmth and light become even more precious, even more necessary. You let the curtain fall and turn toward the golden glow of your own hearth, carrying with you that image of dusk settling over a Victorian winter landscape, storing it away in memory where it will keep company with all the other Christmas Eves you've witnessed from this same window. The kitchen embraces you with its accumulated warmth as you step across the threshold, leaving the cold front room behind. This is the true centre of your home, especially in winter, especially tonight. The range radiates heat like a benevolent presence, its cast iron surfaces holding and releasing the coal fire's energy in steady, reliable waves. Your wife has been tending this fire since early morning, building it carefully, banking it just right so it neither roars wastefully nor fades to uselessness. The range itself is perhaps 15 years old, a purchase your wife's parents made when such things first became affordable for families of modest means. Before that, they'd cooked over an open hearth, as people had done for centuries. Your wife still remembers that older way, though she doesn't miss it much. The range's enclosed firebox uses less fuel, distributes heat more evenly, and doesn't fill the room with quite so much smoke. Progress, when it comes in genuinely useful forms, deserves its welcome. On the range's smooth top surface, 3 pots sit in careful arrangement. The largest holds water kept perpetually hot for washing up or making tea. The middle one contains tomorrow's broth, simmering so gently that you have to watch carefully to see any movement at all. The smallest pot, right at the back where the heat is gentlest, holds a mixture your wife uses for basting the goose that will be tomorrow's great feast. Each pot has its designated spot, its particular purpose in the kitchen's well-choreographed dance. The wooden table that dominates the room's centre shows signs of this evening's preparations. Flour still dusts one corner where your wife rolled out pastry earlier. A scattering of currants has escaped near the sugar bowl, each tiny dried grape catching the lamplight. 2 mixing bowls wait to be washed, along with the wooden spoons and the pastry cutter, and all the other implements that transform raw ingredients into edible celebration. The clutter isn't messy exactly, just evidence of work in progress. of a household actively engaged in the business of living. Your wife moves past you to check the mince pies one final time, opening the ranger's door with a practiced motion that suggests she could do it blindfolded. Heat billows out, carrying with it an intensified version of that spiced fragrance that's been haunting the house all day. She bends to peer inside, her face illuminated by the fire's red-gold glow, and you're struck by how the light makes her look simultaneously older and younger than her 32 years. The warmth brings colour to her cheeks, but the lines around her eyes, earned from years of genuine laughter, deepen in the dramatic shadows. She pronounces the pies perfect and closes the door with satisfaction. They'll cool on the windowsill overnight, and tomorrow afternoon you'll eat them with thick cream while the children bounce off the walls with excitement. But tonight, they're just something accomplished, checked off the mental list of tasks that make Christmas happen. People often imagine holidays occurring spontaneously, but you know better. Every bit of magic requires someone's hard work behind the scenes. The kettle begins its preparatory murmur, that sound that comes just before a proper whistle. Your wife moves it slightly to the side, not quite ready for full boiling yet. She's timing everything in her head, juggling multiple schedules simultaneously. The bread needs another few minutes. The children should wash before supper, which means calling them down soon but not immediately. The table needs setting, but not before she's wiped away the flour and stray currants. You offer to help, and she accepts with the easy partnership of a long marriage. Together you clear the table's evidence of baking, shake the cloth out the back door into the cold night air, and begin arranging the simple dishes for your evening meal. The plates are plain white earthenware, not the fine china some families display but never use. These plates have held thousands of meals, acquired small chips and faint stains that soap can't quite remove, and become so familiar that eating from any other dish would feel wrong somehow. The cutlery draws from your small collection of mismatched pieces. These 2 forks came from your wife's family home. That knife was a wedding gift from your uncle. The spoons accumulated one by one over the years, purchased at market when the budget allowed. None of it matches, but all of it works. Function matters more than appearance in a household where money stays perpetually tight, and practical concerns trump aesthetic ones. Your wife slices the bread with sure strokes, each piece coming away even and thick. This morning's loaf has had all day to settle, and it cuts beautifully now, revealing that perfect interior texture that makes good bread so satisfying. She's been baking your family's bread twice weekly for years now, and her skill shows in every loaf. There's something deeply comforting about bread made by familiar hands, shaped by someone who knows exactly how you like it. The butter sits in its covered dish, softened slightly from sitting in the warm kitchen. Your wife's sister gave you this butter dish 3 Christmases ago, and it's proven to be one of the most useful gifts you've ever received. Such small objects make up the texture of daily life, the humble tools that serve without fanfare year after year. Upstairs, the children's voices rise in what sounds like disagreement. You move toward the stairs to investigate, but your wife catches your arm gently. "Let them sort it out," she says quietly. "They need to practice working things through." She's right, of course. The argument subsides after a moment anyway, resolved through whatever mysterious negotiations children conduct among themselves. Soon their footsteps sound on the stairs, descending with that particular thunderous quality only young people seem to achieve when using steps. They tumble into the kitchen with slightly dishevelled hair and suspiciously bright eyes, looking both innocent and guilty in that quintessentially childlike way. Your eldest is 10 now, balanced on that cusp between childhood and something else. Still young enough to believe in Christmas magic, but old enough to have started asking questions she doesn't quite voice aloud. Your youngest just turned 6, and her belief remains pure and uncomplicated, a bright flame of certainty that no doubts have yet troubled. They've washed their hands, you notice, though perhaps not as thoroughly as their mother would prefer. The compromise between perfect cleanliness and practical reality characterises much of parenting, you've discovered. You pick your battles, decide what really matters, and let the rest slide into that category of imperfections you'll address tomorrow, or next week, or never. Your wife ladles soup into bowls, the same vegetable soup you've been eating variations of all winter. Carrots and turnips from your garden, onions from the market, and barley to give it substance, all simmered together into something nourishing, if not particularly exciting. Working families don't eat elaborate meals on ordinary evenings. You save the goose and the pudding and the special treats for tomorrow, when Christmas justifies extravagance. Tonight calls for simple sustenance, though the atmosphere makes even plain soup taste special. The kitchen fills with the particular quality of togetherness that comes from a family gathered in warm lamplight, while darkness presses against the windows outside. This room, these people, this moment, they form a complete world sufficient unto itself. Whatever exists beyond these walls can wait. Right now, everything you need sits within arm's reach. The transition from kitchen to dining room requires only a few steps, but it marks a subtle shift in the evening's character. The dining room serves multiple purposes in your modest home, functioning as a parlour, workroom and formal eating space depending on the day's needs. Tonight, it transforms into something special through the simplest of means: 3 candles and good intention. Your wife has set the candles in the centre of the table, using the brass candlesticks that belonged to her grandmother. These particular candlesticks have witnessed perhaps 60 Christmas Eves, maybe more, passing from generation to generation with that quiet persistence of useful objects. The brass needs polishing more than it gets, showing dark patches where tarnish has established its permanent hold, but the imperfection adds character rather than shame. Perfection is for people with servants and leisure time. Your family makes do with adequacy and good humour. The candle flames waver slightly as you enter, responding to the air movement your bodies create. They cast that particular quality of light that electricity will someday replace but never quite duplicate. A warm golden glow that softens edges and makes everything look both smaller and more intimate. Shadows dance along the walls, performing their nightly ritual of appearing and disappearing based on the flame's movements and your own shifting positions. The table itself shows its age and history. Your father built this table shortly after his marriage, shaping each leg on a borrowed lathe, fitting the joints with the obsessive care of a young man building furniture for the home he'd just established. That was 43 years ago, and the table has served faithfully through 4 decades of family meals. Various children, including yourself, have scratched their initials underneath when they thought no one was looking. Generations of spills have left their faint marks despite repeated scrubbings. The wood has darkened with age and use, achieving that deep patina that only time can create. Your daughters take their customary places without being told, slipping into their chairs with the automatic precision of established habit. Your eldest sits on the left, nearest the window where she can gaze outside during particularly boring meals. Your youngest claims the chair facing the fireplace, positioning herself where she can watch the flames while pretending to pay attention to adult conversation. These unassigned yet permanent positions demonstrate how families create structure through repetition, and how routine becomes ritual without anyone officially declaring it so. Your wife carries in the soup tureen, and you follow with the bread basket and butter dish. The meal's simplicity would embarrass you if guests were present, but among family, such concerns evaporate. You know tomorrow will bring abundance. Today's restraint makes tomorrow's feast more meaningful. The Victorians understand this rhythm of anticipation and fulfillment, this careful building towards celebration rather than constant indulgence. Steam rises from the soup bowls as your wife ladles out portions, creating temporary ghosts in the candlelight. The soup smells earthy and wholesome, nothing fancy but honestly itself. You learned long ago that the best meals don't necessarily involve complicated preparations or exotic ingredients. Sometimes the best meals are simply warm food shared with people you love in a comfortable space. Your youngest daughter attacks her bread with butter, spreading it with the excessive enthusiasm only children bring to such tasks. She manages to get butter on her fingers, her chin, and somehow on her elbow, while getting comparatively little on the bread itself. Your wife reaches over with a napkin to perform damage control, and your daughter submits to the cleaning with patient resignation. This same scene has played out hundreds of times, and will play out hundreds more, until suddenly one day your daughter will be grown and handling her own butter with perfect adult competence. And you'll miss these messy moments more than you can currently imagine. The soup requires careful eating, It is hot enough to burn tongues, but too good to wait for proper cooling. Everyone performs that peculiar manoeuvre of blowing across the spoon, then sipping cautiously, testing the temperature before committing to a full mouthful. Your eldest has learned to wait, demonstrating the patience that comes with age and burned mouths. Your youngest still tries to eat too quickly and still hasn't internalised the lesson that eagerness causes discomfort. Conversation flows in the relaxed way of families who spend every evening together. Your wife mentions that Mrs. Davenport stopped by this afternoon with a small jar of her special plum preserves, a Christmas tradition between your families that stretches back several years. Your eldest reports that the cat caught another mouse, displaying it proudly on the doorstep like a trophy hunter. Your youngest wonders aloud whether St. Nicholas might bring the rag doll she's been hoping for, voicing the question with steady casualness that doesn't quite hide her desperate hope. You exchange glances with your wife over this last comment, communicating silently in that shorthand language married couples develop. The doll waits upstairs, purchased last month and hidden in the wardrobe behind your winter clothes. Your youngest will wake tomorrow to find exactly what she's wished for, experiencing that particular joy of having desires fulfilled. Childhood offers few enough opportunities for pure, uncomplicated happiness. You'll provide this one gladly. The bread disappears quickly, requiring a second trip to the kitchen for more. Breaking bread together forms the oldest ritual of human fellowship, predating Christianity by millennia, predating probably even written language. Something about sharing food from a common loaf connects people at a fundamental level that transcends culture and era. Tonight, eating bread together, your small family participates in that ancient communion, linking yourselves to countless other families across time and space who've performed this same simple act. Your eldest daughter asks about tomorrow's schedule, wanting to know precise timing for the various Christmas rituals your family observes. She's reached that age where structure provides comfort, where knowing what comes next feels important. You outline the day gently: church in the morning, the big meal in the early afternoon, the exchange of small gifts afterward, then a quiet evening by the fire. The simplicity of it sounds almost disappointing when stated so plainly, but you know the lived experience will feel rich and full, packed with small, perfect moments that don't show up in any summary. The candles burn steadily lower, marking time's passage in the gradual way of all analogue measurements. You'll need to replace them before they gutter out completely, but not yet. They have perhaps another hour of life left, enough to see you through this meal and into the evening's next phase. Watching them diminish reminds you that nothing lasts forever, that every moment exists only briefly before becoming memory. The thought isn't sad exactly, just truthful in the way observations about reality often are. Your wife rises to clear the soup bowls, refusing your help this time. She works efficiently, stacking dishes with practiced economy of motion, leaving the bread basket and butter dish for second helpings anyone might want. The brief absence of her presence at the table creates a small hollow that fills again the moment she returns. From somewhere outside comes the sound of a late carolers, voices carrying across the cold night air with surprising clarity. They're singing The Holly and the Ivy, and though the distance makes words indistinct, the melody comes through perfectly. Your youngest daughter's eyes light up, and she begins humming along unconsciously, her voice a thin, sweet thread weaving through the adult voices outside. The carolers pass slowly, their song gradually fading as they progress down the lane toward other homes. You imagine them huddled together against the cold, sharing this music as a gift to their neighbours, expecting nothing in return except perhaps a cup of cider or a slice of cake from generous households. The tradition of wassailing has persisted through generations, adapting but not disappearing, proving more resilient than anyone might expect. The dining room settles back into its own quiet after the carolers pass. The candles flicker slightly, casting new patterns of shadow. Your family sits together in companionable silence, needing neither entertainment nor conversation to feel content. Sometimes the best moments are these, the ones where nothing particular happens except shared presence in warm lamplight on a cold winter evening. Your youngest daughter can no longer contain herself. The question that's been building pressure all evening finally bursts forth. Will he really come tonight? Will he really? Her eyes search your face for reassurance, for confirmation that the magic she believes in won't disappoint her. You provide the required promise, speaking with the solemn authority that adult voices can summon when children need certainty. Yes, St. Nicholas will make his rounds tonight. Yes, he'll visit good children who've prepared for his arrival. Yes, the morning will bring surprises. These comfortable lies that every generation tells the next form part of childhood's essential magic. That brief period when the impossible remains possible, when wonder hasn't yet been strangled by logic and experience. Your eldest daughter listens to this exchange with an expression you can't quite read. She's old enough now to have heard schoolyard rumours and to have encountered children who claim superior knowledge and who've announced confidently that parents provide the gifts attributed to magical visitors. But she hasn't voiced these doubts aloud, hasn't yet forced the conversation that will shatter pleasant illusions. Perhaps she's consciously preserving her own belief a little longer. Perhaps she's protecting her younger sister's innocence. Or perhaps she's simply playing the game, understanding that belief and pretense can coexist in that strange liminal space where children live. The anticipation that fills your daughters radiates outward like heat, affecting the whole room's atmosphere. Adults forget this feeling, or at least its intensity diminishes over decades until special occasions become simply calendar dates, rather than sources of almost unbearable excitement. Watching your children vibrate with expectation returns you briefly to your own childhood, when Christmas Eve stretched endlessly and sleeping felt impossible because morning held such promise. Your youngest begins cataloguing her preparations, listing them like a ritual incantation. I cleaned my room mostly. I shared my bread with Sarah when she dropped hers. I helped Mama with the dishes twice. I've been good, haven't I, Mama? Each item receives careful consideration, as if goodness can be quantified, as if a sufficient accumulation of proper behaviour will guarantee the desired outcome. Your wife confirms that yes, both daughters have been good this year, acceptably good at least, good enough for St. Nicholas's purposes. The standard isn't perfection, thank goodness. Children aren't meant to be perfect, and a childhood spent in anxious pursuit of impossible standards would be no childhood at all. It's better to teach that reasonable effort counts, that small kindnesses matter, and that occasional mistakes don't disqualify you from love or generosity. Your eldest asks what you used to receive for Christmas when you were small, and you find yourself reaching back through decades to memories that have grown somewhat hazy with time. You remember a wooden soldier one year, carved by your uncle and painted in cheerful primary colours. Another Christmas brought an orange, rare and precious in your rural village, so special that you made it last a week, parcelling out sections with disciplined pleasure. Once you received a book, a wonderful thing in a household where printed material was scarce. You read that book until its pages fell out, memorised whole passages, and lived inside its story whenever your actual circumstances felt too small or difficult. These memories feel both personal and archetypal. Generations of children have received simple gifts and treasured them completely. Modern abundance hasn't existed long enough to have fundamentally changed childhood's essential nature. Your daughter's excitement over a rag doll and whatever else tomorrow morning reveals differs little from your own anticipation years ago, despite the different circumstances. Your youngest announces her intention to stay awake all night to catch St. Nicholas in the act of gift delivery. You and your wife exchange amused glances. This declaration appears every Christmas Eve, delivered with complete sincerity, and every Christmas morning finds her having fallen asleep hours earlier. Children lack the capacity to maintain vigilance against their own exhaustion. The intention itself matters more than the execution, demonstrating hope and determination even if biology ultimately wins. The evening grows later, though exactly how late remains unclear. Your household doesn't own enough clocks to mark each hour's passing with any precision. Time feels fluid tonight anyway, stretched and compressed simultaneously by anticipation and activity. The candles have burned down to stubs, requiring replacement soon. The fire needs tending. The regular rhythms of household maintenance continue regardless of the date's significance. Your wife rises to check various preparations and your eldest follows to help, leaving you alone with your youngest daughter. She climbs into your lap unbidden, settling against your chest with the complete trust that small children demonstrate toward their parents. You're her entire world still, though soon enough that will change. Soon enough she'll grow independent, developing her own life separate from yours. But tonight she's still young enough to want her father's lap, still certain that your arms represent perfect safety. She asks you to tell her about Christmas when you were small, and you oblige, spinning out memories both real and embellished. You describe the cottage where you grew up, smaller even than this house, where 8 people shared 4 rooms and considered themselves fortunate. You recall the church service on Christmas morning, walking through snow that came up past your knees, arriving half frozen to sing hymns in a building barely warmer than outdoors. You remember your mother's cooking, how she could make ordinary ingredients taste festive through some mysterious combination of spice and skill and love. Your daughter listens with that intense focus children bring to stories, asking occasional questions that reveal how carefully she's tracking every detail. She wants to know if you had a Christmas tree, and you explain that such things weren't common in your village then, that German customs were only beginning to spread through English households. She asks if you hung stockings, and you describe the single large sock you'd hang on Christmas Eve, and how impossibly full it seemed on Christmas morning, despite containing only an apple, some nuts, and perhaps a small sweet. The comparing of Christmases past and present leads naturally to wondering about Christmas's future, what her own children might experience someday. You paint possibilities. Perhaps indoor plumbing will become universal, sparing her daughters the morning trip to the privy in freezing weather. Perhaps gas lighting will replace candles in even modest homes, making evenings brighter and safer. Perhaps the telegraph system will expand until people can send messages across vast distances instantly, connecting families separated by geography. These speculations feel both exciting and slightly melancholy. Progress brings genuine improvements to daily life, yet something valuable disappears with each advance. Your daughter won't know the particular quality of candlelight the same way you do. Her children might never understand the satisfaction of water drawn from a well and heated over a fire. Each generation trades one set of experiences for another, gains some things and loses others, and no one can say definitively whether the exchange represents net improvement or just difference. Your wife returns with your eldest in tow, both carrying additional candles to replace those nearly spent. The fresh candles bring renewed brightness, pushing back shadows that have been gradually advancing. Light and dark engage in their eternal negotiation, reaching temporary accommodation that will shift again as flames consume wax and night deepens toward midnight. Your youngest yawns. Despite her stated intention to remain awake, the yawn is so enormous it seems impossible her small face could accommodate it. She catches you watching and tries to disguise the yawn as something else, stretching elaborately and claiming she's just exercising. The transparent fiction makes you smile. Children's lies carry such innocence, such obvious construction, that they charm rather than deceive. The moment approaches when you'll need to guide your daughters toward bed, but you let it linger just slightly longer. These hours feel precious, partly because they're finite, because tomorrow will bring different pleasures but not these exact circumstances. You're learning slowly to inhabit moments fully, rather than always rushing toward whatever comes next. The fire in the sitting room has been waiting patiently all evening, maintaining itself through careful initial construction. You built it this afternoon using the method your grandfather taught you decades ago. Kindling arranged in a careful lattice, coal placed strategically to catch and hold heat, and the whole structure designed to burn steadily for hours with minimal tending. A good fire reflects both knowledge and attention, understanding of how air flows and heat radiates. Your family settles into familiar positions around this fire, each person claiming their customary spot with automatic precision. You take the chair nearest the coal scuttle, positioned where you can easily add fuel when needed. Your wife sits opposite in the chair that was her mother's, a sturdy piece with arms worn smooth by years of hands resting on them. Your daughters claim the hearthrug, sitting cross-legged on the rug's faded pattern, close enough to the fire that their faces flush pink from the heat. The sitting room contains your household's small collection of treasures, the objects too valuable or fragile for daily use. A china shepherdess stands on the mantel, one arm chipped off years ago, but still lovely in her pastoral pose. 3 books occupy pride of place on the shelf, their leather bindings cracked but their contents intact. A framed silhouette portrait of your wife's grandmother gazes out from the wall with that stern expression people assumed for photographs and portraits, as if smiling might constitute frivolity. Tonight calls for the tradition of story sharing, the oral history that binds families across generations. Your wife begins, as she often does, with the story of her great-aunt who supposedly danced with a minor prince at some long-ago Christmas ball. The tale has grown more elaborate with each retelling, accruing details that may or may not reflect actual events. Truth matters less than meaning in such stories. The point isn't historical accuracy, but rather the demonstration that your family has connections to romance and grandeur, however tenuous. Your eldest daughter has heard this story before, but listens attentively anyway, understanding that family tales require proper respect regardless of repetition. Your youngest interrupts with questions, wanting clarification about what exactly makes someone a prince, whether the great-aunt wore a fancy dress, and if there was music. Each question receives patient answers that expand the story further, adding layers that will become permanent parts of its structure. You contribute your own family story about the Christmas when your uncle won a goose in a card game, brought it home alive and proceeded to chase it around the cottage while everyone shouted contradictory advice. The goose eventually escaped through an open window, taking flight with apparent relief and leaving the family to make do with a small ham for their Christmas feast. This story gets reliable laughs, particularly when you act out the goose chase with appropriate sound effects and dramatic gestures. The fire crackles and pops, providing percussion for your stories. Occasionally a coal shifts position, sending up sparks that die before reaching the chimney's opening. The flames create hypnotic patterns, never repeating, always changing, and you find your gaze drawn to their dance even while speaking or listening. Your wife tells about the winter when snow fell so heavily that houses disappeared up to their windows, when her father had to tunnel through drifts to reach the barn and milk the cow. She describes the strange quality of light when you're surrounded by snow walls, how sounds become muffled and distorted, and how the world shrinks to whatever small space you can keep clear. These stories serve multiple purposes beyond simple entertainment. They teach your daughters about persistence and humour, about how people cope with difficulty and celebrate joy. They establish your family's place in a longer narrative that predates their births and will presumably continue after your deaths. They create a sense of belonging, of being part of something larger than just these 4 people in this small house on this particular Christmas Eve. Your eldest daughter asks about your wedding, wanting details you haven't shared before. You and your wife trade the storytelling back and forth, describing the modest church ceremony, the simple breakfast afterward, and how rain threatened but held off until evening. You mention the yellow dress your wife wore, and she corrects you, insisting it was cream-coloured, and you argue amicably about this for a moment before agreeing that perhaps it was cream-coloured yellow, whatever that might mean. The wedding stories lead naturally to courting stories, and you describe the elaborate charades you performed to encounter your future wife accidentally at the market, at church, and at the village well. Your daughters find these tales simultaneously romantic and embarrassing, unable to quite imagine their parents as young people, navigating attraction and uncertainty. To them, you've always existed as parents, fully formed and ancient, not as individuals who once felt nervous and hopeful and desperately wanted to impress someone special. Your youngest asks how people know they're in love, posing the question with genuine curiosity rather than any personal application. You and your wife both attempt answers, talking about feeling comfortable together, wanting to share experiences, and thinking about someone constantly when they're absent. Your explanations sound inadequate even as you offer them. Love defies complete articulation, operating in spaces language can't quite reach. The fire burns lower, requiring attention. You add coal carefully, placing each piece where it will catch most effectively. The coal hisses slightly as it begins heating, releasing trapped moisture. New flames spring up, licking around the fresh fuel, finding purchase on surfaces that will feed them for the next several hours. Your wife remembers the Christmas her grandmother made candy, boiling sugar until it reached that precise temperature where it would harden properly, but not burn. The whole family watched the process with anxious attention, knowing how easily expensive sugar could be ruined. When the candy finally cooled and cracked into amber fragments, They rationed it out over the entire 12 days of Christmas, making it last as long as possible. These stories of scarcity and making do might sound sad to wealthier families, but you don't experience them that way. They're honest accounts of how most people live and have always lived, making the best of limited resources and finding joy anyway. Abundance brings its own pleasures, certainly, but you sometimes suspect that constant plenty might diminish appreciation. When treats come rarely, they taste sweeter. Your daughters absorb these stories like soil absorbing rain, soaking them deep into whatever internal reservoir holds family knowledge. Someday they'll tell their own children these same tales, probably embellished further, probably combining elements in new ways. The stories will outlive everyone currently in this room, taking on independent existence in the same way that folk tales persist across centuries. The clock strikes 9, and the sound briefly interrupts your storytelling. 9 o'clock on Christmas Eve. The evening has progressed exactly as planned, moving through its established sequence without surprise or deviation. This predictability feels comforting rather than boring. Traditions work precisely because they repeat, creating reliable patterns in an unpredictable world. Your wife suggests one final story before the girls go to bed, and your eldest immediately requests the tale of the Christmas ghost, the one story that's slightly scary but not terrifying. You tell it slowly, building suspense with calculated pauses, describing how a selfish man encounters a spectre on Christmas Eve who shows him visions of past, present and future. Your youngest huddles closer to her sister during the frightening parts, while simultaneously refusing to stop listening. The ghost story resolves in redemption, the selfish man transforming into a generous soul who spreads joy throughout his community. The moral lands with appropriate weight. Christmas calls people toward their better natures, toward charity and compassion and connection. You could simply tell your daughters to be kind, but stories convey lessons more effectively than direct instruction ever could. The fire has achieved that ideal state where it requires minimal attention, burning steadily without smoking or sputtering. The room's temperature has reached perfect equilibrium, warm enough for comfort but not so hot as to cause drowsiness. Outside, the wind has picked up slightly, making the windows rattle occasionally in their frames. The contrast between interior warmth and exterior cold heightens your appreciation of shelter, of walls and roof and fire. Your youngest yawns again, less able this time to disguise it as something else. The evening's events have accumulated their inevitable effect. Soon you'll guide both daughters upstairs, help them through bedtime preparations and listen to their prayers. But not quite yet. A few more minutes of firelight and family closeness won't hurt anything. The transition toward bedtime begins with gentle inevitability, like night following day. Your wife rises first, smoothing her skirt in that automatic gesture women seem to learn universally. She announces without fanfare that the hour has come, that tomorrow will arrive only after tonight's proper sleep. Your daughters accept this pronouncement with resignation rather than protest, understanding that some boundaries admit no negotiation. The stairs creak under your combined weight as the family procession moves upward. The particular sounds of your home have become so familiar that you barely register them consciously, yet you'd notice immediately if any creaking change pitch or location. These acoustic signatures define the space as much as its physical dimensions. Years from now, decades from now, you'll remember exactly how these stairs sound under footsteps, how the third step from the bottom complains more loudly than its neighbours. The upstairs bedchamber your daughters share remains cold despite the fire burning below. Heat rises, certainly, but only so much warmth makes it through the old floorboards and up the narrow stairwell. Your breath shows faintly in the air up here, and you can feel the temperature difference immediately. Your daughters will sleep under heavy quilts tonight, burrow deep into bedding that traps body heat and keeps the cold at bay. A single candle illuminates this room, casting more shadow than light. Your wife has already placed warming stones wrapped in flannel at the foot of each bed, heated by the fire and carried up during your fireside storytelling. These small preparations demonstrate the constant attention required to make a Victorian household function, the endless small tasks that ensure basic comfort and safety. Your daughters change into their nightgowns with the efficiency of long practice, helping each other with buttons and ties that awkward angles make difficult to manage alone. The nightgowns themselves are heavy cotton, somewhat worn but still serviceable, passed down and patched, and expected to last several more years. Nothing in this household gets discarded while it still serves its purpose, and clothing often serves long past the point where wealthier families would replace it. Your youngest insists on keeping her window curtains open despite the cold air that leaks through imperfect seals. She wants to watch for St. Nicholas, still convinced she'll manage to stay awake despite all evidence to the contrary. You allow this small rebellion, knowing the curtains can be closed later, after sleep has claimed her completely. The bedtime prayers follow their customary form, spoken kneeling beside the beds with hands folded and heads bowed. Your eldest leads tonight, her voice clear and steady as she recites the familiar words asking God's blessing on family members living and dead, on friends and neighbours, and on all those who suffer or struggle. The prayers your daughters speak are the same ones you spoke as a child, inherited from previous generations and presumably destined to continue forward into future ones. Your youngest adds her own personal prayer, asking St. Nicholas for safe travels and thanking God for her family and for the promise of tomorrow. Her voice holds that complete sincerity children bring to prayer, that absolute conviction that someone is listening and cares about their concerns. You remember possessing that certainty yourself once, before age and experience complicated everything. You add your own silent prayers to theirs, asking for health and safety and sufficient income to meet your family's modest needs. You pray that tomorrow will bring your daughters the joy they anticipate, that the careful preparations will translate into lasting happy memories. You pray generally for peace and prosperity, for wisdom to guide your children properly, and for strength to meet whatever challenges arise. The prayers conclude with a collective Amen, the word hanging briefly in the cold air before dissolving into silence. Your wife tucks each daughter in carefully, smoothing blankets and adjusting pillows, performing the bedtime ritual with the same attention she's brought to it every night for years. These small, consistent acts of care accumulate into love's daily demonstration, proving through repetition what words alone can't adequately convey. Your daughters settle into their beds, and you can see sleep already reaching for them despite earlier promises to remain alert. Your youngest eyes blink slower with each passing second, a determined expression gradually softening into involuntary relaxation. Your eldest lasts slightly longer, but even she can't resist exhaustion's patient pull. You stand in the doorway with your wife, watching your daughters surrender to sleep. The scene possesses that particular poignancy parents recognise, that bittersweet awareness that childhood is fleeting, that these exact moments will never recur. Tomorrow your daughters will be incrementally older, infinitesimally changed, and the accumulation of such changes will eventually transform them into adults who've forgotten most of what you remember so clearly. Your wife squeezes your hand briefly, sharing the moment's emotion without need for words. After 8 years of marriage, you've developed fluency in the language of gesture and glance, the silent communication that happens between people who've learned each other thoroughly. You leave the candle burning, its flame standing guard while your daughters sleep. The light provides comfort should you wake during the night, and it will burn out naturally in an hour or so, extinguishing itself when the wax runs out. The symbolic protection it offers matters more than any practical illumination. Downstairs, the house seems different with the children asleep. A particular quiet settles over the rooms, not quite silence, but rather the absence of young voices and footsteps. You and your wife move through final preparations for tomorrow, setting out the small gifts that will transform into Christmas magic by morning. The rag doll emerges from its hiding place, along with a small wooden horse for your eldest and a few other modest treasures. You arrange them carefully where your daughters will see them immediately upon waking. These humble presents represent sacrifice and planning, money carefully saved and spent with great deliberation. The joy they'll produce tomorrow outweighs their modest monetary value by orders of magnitude. Your wife adds a small portion of the mince pies to the arrangement, the traditional offering left for St. Nicholas. By morning these will have been consumed, the crumbs carefully disposed of to maintain the fiction. Such small deceptions in service of wonder cause no harm, and create memories that will last far longer than the temporary belief that produces them. The house settles around you, various materials contracting slightly in the cooling night air, Old buildings speak their own language through creaks and sighs, through settling sounds and wind-caused rattles. You've learned to distinguish normal house noises from those requiring investigation, and can identify by sound alone which floorboard complains or which window fits imperfectly in its frame. The fire in the sitting room has burned down to glowing coals, radiating steady heat without visible flame. You bank it carefully for the night, ensuring it will maintain some warmth until morning when you'll rebuild it. The art of fire management, like so many household skills, requires more knowledge than people who've never done it might imagine. Your wife extinguishes candles throughout the house, leaving only one burning in your bedroom. The darkness that follows isn't complete, as moonlight enters through uncurtained windows, painting everything in shades of silver and shadow. The familiar rooms take on a mysterious character in this light, becoming simultaneously strange and known. You check the door locks, confirming that your home is secure for the night. Not that you fear robbery particularly, living as you do in a village where everyone knows everyone and theft remains relatively uncommon. But habits persist, and the act of checking locks provides psychological comfort regardless of actual necessity. The sacred calm of Christmas Eve settles over everything like snow, muffling edges and softening boundaries. Tomorrow will bring excitement and activity, but tonight offers this perfect peaceful moment, this suspended space between anticipation and fulfillment. You stand at the bottom of the stairs listening to the house breathe around you, feeling grateful for this home, this family, and this particular life you're living. Your own bed feels especially welcoming tonight, the quilts heaped high, promising warmth against the cold that's steadily intensifying outside. You and your wife settle under the covers with that small sigh of relief that comes after long days, that moment when horizontal finally becomes possible again, and tired bodies can stop holding themselves upright. The bedroom remains cold despite the warming stone your wife placed earlier between the sheets. These stones, heated by the fire and wrapped carefully in flannel, provide temporary warmth that will dissipate over the next few hours. By morning the bed will be cold again, but for now this pocket of warmth feels luxurious, a small daily comfort that never quite loses its appeal. Through the window, moonlight illuminates the winter landscape with surprising clarity. The frost that's been threatening all evening has finally arrived in earnest, coating every surface with delicate crystalline structures, too fine to see individually but collectively creating that distinctive shimmer. The world outside looks enchanted, transformed by ice into something otherworldly and beautiful. The church bell tolls 10 times, its sound carrying across the frozen air with bell-like clarity. That's a joke, obviously, but the point stands. Cold air transmits sound differently than warm air, making distant noises seem closer and clearer. The bell resonates in your chest even from this distance, its bronze voice marking another hour's passage with mechanical precision. Night sounds begin their familiar concert. An owl calls from somewhere in the direction of the Thompsons' barn, its hunting cry both eerie and oddly comforting. You've heard that particular owl many nights over the years, and its presence has become part of the expected soundscape. Somewhere a dog barks and is answered by another dog further away, and then silence returns. Your wife shifts position beside you, adjusting her pillow and pulling the quilts higher around her shoulders. She murmurs something about hoping the girls are warm enough, then settles into that particular stillness that precedes sleep. You listen to her breathing gradually slow and deepen, following its rhythm without conscious intention. Your own sleep doesn't arrive immediately. Your mind continues processing the day, reviewing moments and conversations and planning tomorrow's activities. This is typical for you. This delay before sleep finally comes. Your wife has learned to fall asleep almost instantly, while you require this transition period, this gradual quieting of thoughts and concerns. A log shifts somewhere in the house, probably in the kitchen range, where coals will remain hot until morning. The sound seems unnaturally loud in the nighttime quiet, a sharp crack followed by smaller settling noises. Then silence returns, deeper than before. From your daughter's room comes a small sound, perhaps one of them turning over in bed or making some small noise in their sleep. You listen intently for a moment, ready to investigate if needed, but no further sounds follow. They're deeply asleep now, lost in whatever dreams children dream on Christmas Eve. The wind picks up slightly, testing the house's defences, finding every gap and crack where cold air might infiltrate. The window panes rattle gently in their frames, and you make a mental note to check the putty come spring. Always something needing attention, always some small repair waiting its turn. Houses require constant maintenance and constant vigilance against the entropy that works steadily to undo all human construction. You think about Christmas mornings from your own childhood, remembering that electric excitement of waking while it was still dark outside, wondering if the day had finally arrived. You remember your parents' patience with children too excited to sleep properly, and their willingness to wake early and begin celebrations even when they must have wanted more rest. Now you're the parent maintaining traditions, creating the magic your children will remember decades hence. The responsibility feels both weighty and precious. These moments you're constructing so carefully will become your daughter's foundational memories, the standard against which they'll measure all future Christmases. A mouse scratches somewhere in the walls, its tiny claws surprisingly audible in the silence. Mice are inevitable in old country houses, and you've mostly made peace with their presence. The cat keeps their population somewhat controlled, and you've learned to store food where small thieves can't reach it. These accommodations with other species characterise rural life, teaching acceptance of what can't be completely controlled. Moonlight shifts slightly as clouds cross its face, causing shadows in the room to dance briefly before settling again. The quality of darkness changes, becoming more absolute for a few moments before the moon re-emerges and restores its silvery illumination. These natural fluctuations in light and shadow would go unnoticed if you were asleep, but awake, you register each subtle change. Your wife's breathing has achieved that deep, regular rhythm of true sleep. You're careful not to move much, not wanting to disturb her rest. She works hard every day, and these hours of sleep represent her body's chance to recover and prepare for tomorrow's demands. The least you can do is remain still and let her rest peacefully. Sleep begins approaching you finally, bringing that pleasant heaviness to your limbs, that gentle fogging of thought that marks the transition from waking to dreaming. Your eyes close, open briefly, and close again for longer. The sounds of night continue their subtle symphony around you, but they're becoming more distant, less immediate. You think drowsily about tomorrow, imagining your daughter's faces when they discover what St. Nicholas has brought. That moment of pure joy, that complete delight, makes all the year's struggles worthwhile. Everything you do, every day you work, and every challenge you meet ultimately serves the purpose of creating such moments for your children. The house settles into its deepest nighttime quiet. Even the wind has calmed, leaving behind a stillness so profound it seems almost alive, a presence rather than an absence. This particular quality of silence only exists late at night in winter, when cold has stilled everything, when even the usual small sounds pause as if resting. Your breathing synchronizes with your wife's without conscious decision, both of you inhaling and exhaling in the same rhythm. This happens sometimes after years of sleeping beside the same person, bodies finding harmony without trying. The synchronization feels peaceful, connecting you even in sleep. Christmas Eve is ending, sliding inevitably toward Christmas Day. Midnight approaches, that mystical moment when one day becomes another, when celebration can officially begin, but you won't be awake to mark it. Sleep is claiming you finally, pulling you down into that warm darkness where consciousness dissolves and dreams begin. Your last waking thought is gratitude, simple and uncomplicated. Gratitude for warmth and shelter, for family and health, for the accumulated small blessings that constitute a good life. Then sleep takes you completely, and Christmas Eve surrenders to Christmas morning. Something wakes you, though you can't immediately identify what. The room remains dark, the kind of complete darkness that suggests very early morning, hours yet before sunrise. You lie still, listening, trying to determine what disturbed your sleep. Then you hear it. Soft footsteps overhead, small feet moving with exaggerated care in an attempt at stealth. Your daughters are awake, discovering their gifts, trying simultaneously to explore and remain quiet. The contradiction produces results that are endearing rather than successful. Every few seconds comes some small sound, a suppressed giggle or a whispered conversation, or the creak of a floorboard despite careful placement of feet. Your wife stirs beside you, also awakened by the sounds above. You exchange glances in the darkness, sharing amusement at your daughter's predictable behaviour. Every Christmas morning follows this same pattern, and every year you pretend surprise when the girls eventually burst into your room to announce St. Nicholas's visit. The waiting game continues for perhaps 10 minutes, the sounds overhead gradually increasing in volume as excitement overcomes caution. Finally, as expected, your daughter's restraint collapses completely. Footsteps thunder on the stairs, and both girls burst through your bedroom door with news delivered at maximum volume. He came. He really came. St. Nicholas was here. You respond with appropriate amazement, allowing yourself to be pulled from your warm bed into the cold room, following your daughters downstairs to admire properly what they've already discovered. Your youngest clutches the ragdoll to her chest with fierce possession, her eyes shining with joy so pure it makes your throat tighten. Your eldest examines her wooden horse with careful appreciation, running her fingers over its carved details with the beginning of that adult awareness that recognises craftsmanship and effort. The house gradually warms as you rebuild fires and light candles. Christmas morning unfolds according to its traditional schedule: simple breakfast, church service, the major meal in the early afternoon, then a quiet evening by the fire. Each phase brings its own pleasures, its particular character and meaning. At church, the familiar hymns sound especially beautiful, dozens of voices joining in celebration of the holy day. Your youngest daughter sings enthusiastically, if not quite accurately, while your eldest has developed sufficient musical ear to carry the melody properly. The church building itself looks festive, decorated with evergreen boughs and holly that someone cut and arranged yesterday. The Christmas goose, prepared according to your wife's careful recipe, turns out perfect. The meat falls tender from the bone, and the skin achieves that ideal combination of crispy and golden. Alongside the goose, your wife has prepared all the traditional accompaniments: potatoes roasted in goose fat, parsnips glazed with butter and honey, and Brussels sprouts done simply but well. The Christmas pudding that follows, made weeks ago and aged properly, flames spectacularly when your wife douses it with brandy and sets it alight. This meal represents the year's culinary pinnacle, the one occasion when you eat truly extravagantly. The contrast with your usual plain fare makes the feast taste even better. Scarcity and abundance, restraint and indulgence, they create meaning through their interplay. Constant luxury would cease to feel luxurious. But this annual celebration retains its special character precisely because it comes only once a year. Afternoon slips into evening as the winter day hurries toward its early darkness. You gather again by the fire, your daughters playing with their new treasures, while you and your wife relax into that pleasant exhaustion that follows successful celebration. The day has met all expectations, delivered on all its promises, and provided exactly what it should. Your youngest daughter eventually abandons her play and climbs into your lap, bringing her doll with her. She's tired now, the day's excitement having burned through her energy reserves, but she fights sleep stubbornly. "Tell me about next Christmas," she requests, wanting to know that this won't be the last celebration, that another awaits 12 months hence. You describe next year in general terms, painting a picture very similar to today's events because tradition depends on repetition. Same church service, same family gathering, same essential activities performed in the same essential order. The predictability provides comfort rather than boredom and creates structure and meaning through its reliable recurrence. But even as you describe next Christmas, you're aware that nothing truly repeats exactly. Your daughters will be older next year, changed in ways both obvious and subtle. Your eldest will be 11, possibly past the age of believing in St. Nicholas, and possibly ready to help maintain the fiction for her younger sister. Your youngest will have shed some of her current innocence, taken another step along that inevitable path toward adulthood. You yourself will be older, carrying another year's worth of experiences and changes. Your parents continue aging, moving steadily toward the end of their lives. New babies will be born in the village, elderly people will die, young couples will marry, and families will move away or move in. The community that celebrates next Christmas will differ from the one celebrating today, even if the differences seem minor individually. This is life's essential nature, you reflect. This constant flow of change occurring within frameworks of continuity. Traditions persist across generations while the people observing those traditions continuously change. The Christmas celebration itself predates your birth by centuries and will presumably continue centuries after your death. Yet each Christmas exists only once, unrepeatable, precious in its ephemeral specificity. Your youngest daughter has fallen asleep in your arms, her doll clutched against her chest. You hold still, unwilling to disturb her rest, content to serve as human furniture for a while longer. These moments won't last much longer. Soon she'll be too big to comfortably sit in your lap and too independent to want such close physical contact. But tonight she's still your small daughter, still young enough to need her father's arms. Your wife catches your eye across the room, and something passes between you, some shared understanding that requires no articulation. You're both aware that you're living through your children's childhood, that these years will someday seem simultaneously endless and heartbreakingly brief. The paradox of parenting is that you simultaneously wish time would slow down and speed up, wanting to preserve perfect moments while also being curious about who your children will become. Your eldest daughter looks up from her wooden horse and asks suddenly, "Will you tell your grandchildren about tonight?" The question surprises you with its sophistication, its awareness of future generations and the passage of time. You consider carefully before answering. "I'll tell them about all of this," you say finally. About the goose and the mince pies, about church and singing hymns, about you and your sister and this house and this fire. I'll tell them about a Christmas Eve in 1873 when everything was exactly as it should be. She nods, satisfied with this answer, and returns to her play. But the question lingers in your mind. What stories will you tell future generations? What will you remember as essential, as worth preserving and passing forward? You'll remember this warmth, certainly. This feeling of family gathered together in safety and comfort. You'll remember your daughters' faces in firelight, young and unburdened by the complications that adult life brings. You'll remember your wife's patience and skill in creating this celebration, her quiet competence in managing all the details that make magic possible. But more than specific memories, you'll try to convey a feeling, an atmosphere, a quality of life that's difficult to capture in words. You'll want future generations to understand that happiness doesn't require wealth or luxury, that simple pleasures suffice when approached with proper appreciation. You'll want them to know that people have always loved their children, always gathered together to mark significant occasions, and always found reasons for celebration even during difficult times. The fire burns lower, requiring attention. You carefully transfer your sleeping daughter to your wife, who settles her gently on the hearthrug with a cushion beneath her head. You add coal to the fire, performing this familiar task with the automatic precision of long practice. The fresh coal catches quickly, flames springing up to embrace the new fuel. Outside, night has fallen completely. Stars populate the clear sky in numbers you never see in summer. Winter's cold air providing crystalline clarity that makes celestial bodies seem close enough to touch. The plough hangs in its customary position, that reliable constellation that's guided travellers and marked seasons for millennia. Your eldest daughter asks if you can go outside to see the stars, and you agree despite the cold. The three of you who are awake bundle into coats and step out into the frigid night air. Your breath creates clouds that dissipate immediately, carried away by the slight breeze. The cold bites at exposed skin, sharp and immediate, but bearable for short exposure. The stars overwhelm with their number and brightness, scattered across the sky with such abundance that identifying individual constellations becomes challenging. The Milky Way stretches like scattered flour, that great river of stars that you now know consists of countless individual suns, too distant to distinguish separately. Are there people on other stars, your daughter asks, and you answer honestly that no one knows. Perhaps there are other worlds, other families looking up at their own skies on their own special evenings. Perhaps you're completely alone in the universe. Either possibility seems equally extraordinary, equally humbling. You stand together in the cold, looking upward, 3 generations of your family connected by blood and history and this shared moment of wonder. The stars shine without regard for human concerns, blazing through space at distances the mind can barely comprehend. Yet somehow their cold, distant light feels comforting, suggesting that beauty and mystery persist beyond human understanding or control. After a few minutes, the cold drives you back inside to the fire's warmth. You settle back into your chair, and your daughter resumes her position beside her sleeping sister. The house feels even more comfortable after the sharp cold outside, the contrast heightening your appreciation for shelter and warmth. The evening winds toward its conclusion naturally, without rush or forced transition. Your wife carefully lifts your youngest daughter and carries her upstairs to bed. Your eldest follows after a brief protest, accepting that even Christmas Day must eventually end. You remain by the fire a while longer, watching flames consume coal, thinking about the day and the years and the generations that stretch behind and ahead. This Christmas Eve in 1873 will fade into memory, details blurring over time until only impressions remain, but something of it will persist and will be carried forward through stories and traditions, through the lessons you teach your daughters and the values they absorb through observation rather than instruction. The lasting legacy isn't any single moment, but rather the accumulation of all moments, the total texture of a life lived with attention and care. You're not creating anything grand or historically significant. You're simply trying to live well, to love your family properly, and to appreciate what you have while working toward gradual improvement. The fire burns low, and you don't rebuild it. Tomorrow will bring its own fires, its own warmth, and its own demands and pleasures. Tonight has served its purpose, delivered what it promised, and given you and your family exactly what you needed. You climb the stairs one final time, checking on your daughters before retiring to your own bed. They sleep peacefully, their faces relaxed in that complete surrender only children achieve. Whatever dreams occupy them remain private, playing out behind closed eyes in that mysterious theatre of the sleeping mind. In your own bed, wrapped in quilts with your wife warm beside you, you review the day with satisfaction. Nothing remarkable happened, no great dramas or surprises, just a Victorian family observing Christmas in the modest way available to people of limited means and simple tastes. Just another Christmas Eve that will blend eventually with all the others, distinguished only by the fact that you lived it fully, attended to it properly, and appreciated it while it was happening. The house settles into nighttime silence. Outside, the stars continue their ancient vigil, indifferent and eternal. Inside, your family sleeps secure and warm, gathered under one roof, protected by walls and love from whatever darkness waits beyond. Tomorrow the ordinary world will reassert itself, demanding attention and effort. But tonight belongs to celebration, to tradition, and to the quiet satisfaction of having marked another Christmas properly. Tonight affirms that some things endure despite all changes, that family and home and simple pleasures remain constant even as everything else transforms. You close your eyes and welcome sleep, carrying with you into dreams the day's accumulated warmth, the echo of your daughter's laughter, and the feeling of being exactly where you belong. Christmas Eve in 1873 slides into history, taking its place among countless other celebrations, ordinary and extraordinary, forgotten and remembered, each one precious in its own way. The legacy continues forward, generation following generation, each Christmas building on all the Christmases that came before while creating a foundation for all those yet to come. This is how traditions persist, how meaning accumulates, and how simple moments transform into lasting significance. And somewhere in the future, perhaps your grandchildren will indeed ask about tonight, about this Christmas Eve when you were young and your daughters were small, and the world moved at candlelight pace. You'll tell them everything you can remember, painting this picture of a Victorian Christmas as accurately as memory allows. You'll try to convey not just facts but feelings, not just events but atmosphere. But more importantly, they'll carry forward something intangible that you've passed to them through these celebrations, through your careful observance of traditions, and through the love and attention you've invested in creating meaningful moments. They'll understand, perhaps without fully articulating it, that celebration matters, that family matters, that taking time to mark special occasions enriches life in ways that practical concerns alone never could. Sleep claims you finally, and Christmas Eve becomes Christmas past, stored away in memory where it will keep company with all your other treasured moments. Outside, the night continues its cold vigil. Inside, your family rests secure, held safe by walls and warmth, and the invisible bonds that make four separate people into one unified family. The fire in the sitting room burns to ash, its heat gradually dissipating into the surrounding air. By morning it will be cold again, requiring fresh building and careful tending. But that's tomorrow's concern. Tonight, at this moment, everything is exactly as it should be. And that ultimately is the greatest gift any Christmas can offer. The simple satisfaction of knowing that you're living well, loving properly, and creating meaning through attention and care. The Victorian Christmas you've celebrated tonight embodies these values perfectly, demonstrating through humble means what truly matters in life. The legacy persists, generation after generation, each Christmas echoing all the others while remaining uniquely itself. And somewhere in that continuity, in that persistent returning to ritual and tradition, lies something profound about human nature, about our need for pattern and meaning, and about our desire to connect past and present and future through shared celebration. Sleep well then, on this Christmas Eve in 1873. Sleep well knowing that you've done your part, maintained your traditions, and created memories that will outlast your own life. Sleep well, secure in the knowledge that love and family and simple pleasures remain constant even as everything else changes. Tomorrow awaits with its own promises and demands, but tonight belongs to rest, to satisfaction, to the gentle closing of another Christmas Eve. The stars shine overhead, the house stands solid against the cold, and your family sleeps in peace beneath your protective roof. All is calm, all is bright, all is exactly as it should be. Born in 69 BCE, Cleopatra, the seventh Philopator came from a family that had controlled Egypt for over 3 centuries. These were the Ptolemies, who were descended from a general under Alexander the Great. The Ptolemaic Empire was a peculiar hybrid by the time Cleopatra was born, a Greek-speaking monarchy situated atop a deeply Egyptian terrain. The dynasty itself was plagued by family feuds, political assassinations, and tense truces with growing Roman authority, despite the capital, Alexandria, being a global centre of scholarship. Tradition frequently portrays Cleopatra as a captivating queen who captivated influential men. However, that portrayal disregards her extensive education, linguistic proficiency, and strategic savvy. She pursued studies in philosophy, astronomy, medicine, and mathematics in the renowned Library of Alexandria. Cleopatra was raised in society that demanded royals demonstrate their abilities, as each prospective heir faced the risk of being outwitted by cunning family members. In a court notorious for backstabbing, mental acuity was just as important to survival as birthright. For a large portion of his rule, her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, had to balance local unrest with Roman favour. Despite the Ptolemies' claims to divine heritage, Roman power actually loomed big. To gain Roman political support, athletes paid hefty prices, which put Egypt's finances in jeopardy. As she observed these discussions, Cleopatra learned early on that money could purchase allies but could never ensure true respect. She also saw how quickly a monarch may lose their position of authority if they made a mistake that alienated those in charge. When Cleopatra was a little girl, she travelled to Rome with Auletes on diplomatic missions and saw a civilization on the verge of enormous growth. She watched the Senate's operations there as well as the moves of powerful people like Julius Caesar and Pompey. She had a first-hand insight from these experiences that few Egyptian royals had ever experienced. Cleopatra's route to the Egyptian throne was uncertain. To maintain the unity of the bloodline, Ptolemaic law encouraged sibling marriage partnerships, and her father had other children. An ancient Macedonian custom that the Ptolemies had taken to extremes, this behaviour was startling to modern ears. As a result, Cleopatra's destiny was intertwined with her brothers, one of whom would, at least in theory, share power with her. Everyone knew that a puppet sibling could be used to overthrow a more ambitious relative, and the tension in the royal family was evident. History frequently reduces Cleopatra to an exotic character who courted Roman rulers, but she was developing her diplomatic abilities from an early age. She acquired multilingual skills, in addition to Greek. She reportedly knew Aramaic, Ethiopian, and probably Hebrew well as an Egyptian, which most of her Ptolemaic predecessors never tried to master. She was able to avoid having her comments misinterpreted by interpreters by speaking to courtiers, merchants, and foreign envoys in their own tongues. Her ability to communicate directly became one of her most powerful assets, enabling her to bridge cultural gaps. The domestic politics of Egypt were very complicated. As they had done for thousands of years, priesthoods held considerable power. Careful supervision was required of the irrigation system. Grain shipments fueled the kingdom's economy by feeding both Egyptians and international markets. Cleopatra was aware of the fragility underlying the opulence of the court's spectacles. In ancient times, grain was valuable, and managing the Nile's resources meant managing the money needed to survive. To keep the Roman bankers happy, the priests placated, and the crop steady, a wise ruler was required. However, when her father passed away in 51 BCE, Cleopatra was still a young woman. She and her younger brother, Ptolemy XIII, were designated as joint rulers in the will. This arrangement was less about true balance and more about ceremonial tradition. Groups in the court tried to influence the young boy king against his sister very immediately. Cleopatra had to decide whether to submit to these power struggles or to stand up for herself at the risk of starting a civil war. Cleopatra's early life prepared her for her eventual decisive actions, even though most people only recall her later involvements with Mark Antony and Julius Caesar. Her background, learning at the library, observing Roman politics, and negotiating a contentious court, formed the foundation of her strategic perspective. She was adamant that ambitious Romans should not use Egypt as a prize or a province. Although the road ahead was dangerous, Cleopatra had been well prepared by her upbringing. She wasn't a passive character. She was already planning ahead and prepared to play a political chess game that would decide her kingdom's destiny. Cleopatra, who was 18 at the time of Ptolemy XII's death, found herself sharing the kingdom with her brother, Ptolemy XIII, who was only 10 or 11 years old at the time. Although they were classified as equals in their official titles, Cleopatra was aware of the covert power structures in the royal court. The young king's advisors saw an opportunity to marginalise her by portraying her as an intrusive sister who posed a danger to the boy's legitimate authority. Political scheming by a flurry of courtiers, including the powerful regent Pothinus and a general by the name of Achilles, soon compelled Cleopatra to leave Alexandria. Cleopatra was sent into exile because she would not concede defeat. Instead of disappearing into obscurity, she gathered a small troop and set up camp east of the Nile Delta to wait. She made appeals to border troops who were devoted to her father's legacy, merchants who were upset over the mayhem in Alexandria, and local allies. Cleopatra closely monitored Rome's internal conflicts during this period. Caesar's previous ally, the Roman general Gnaeus Pompey, was now losing a civil war against his erstwhile comrade. The Alexandrian court made the tragic choice to have Pompey killed when he landed in Egypt in search of resources and safety. The killing was likely done to appease Julius Caesar, who was pursuing Pompey. However, the results of this heinous deed were not what they had hoped for. Caesar personally landed in Alexandria in the fall of 48 BCE. A stable monarchy, or at least a compliant administration that would pay for his wartime expenses, was what he hoped to discover. Instead, he found himself in a country that was embroiled in a fraternal war, with Ptolemy XIII's camp fighting for control of the city and Cleopatra in exile. Caesar was apparently horrified to learn of Pompey's assassination, since he had planned to capture Pompey rather than have him killed by outsiders. Seeing her chance, Cleopatra came up with a bold scheme to meet Caesar in private and make her case. According to legend, to get past Ptolemy's guards, Cleopatra planned to be smuggled into the palace rolled up in a carpet or bag. Although some historians disagree with the precise approach, everyone agrees that Cleopatra's first-hand meeting with Caesar was a persuasive masterstroke. She portrayed herself as a legitimate queen whose brother's court had turned treacherous, rather than as a defenceless exile. She knew Latin well enough to communicate directly with Caesar. He was said to be as fascinated by her intelligence and humour as he was by her royal demeanour. Caesar, a master strategist, believed that Cleopatra was a better ally than her younger brother in ensuring Egypt's stability. The siblings must get back together and rule together again, he said. The councillors to Ptolemy XIII refused to obey because they felt their authority was in jeopardy. As tensions increased, the Alexandrian War broke out. Alexandria's streets and docks became battlefields when Caesar's army engaged in combat with Ptolemy XIII's supporters. Although reports differ on the extent and timing of the destruction, the renowned library itself may have sustained some damage during this fight. Cleopatra remained calm in the face of chaos. She collaborated closely with Caesar, providing local intelligence and resources. She understood that while she required Caesar's help, she also possessed power, because Caesar wanted a stable monarchy, and control over Egypt's grain supply was vital to Rome. They eventually routed Ptolemy XIII's army. While attempting to escape, he himself perished in the Nile. To maintain the illusion of a dynastic tradition, Cleopatra's younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, was appointed as a nominal co-ruler. However, Cleopatra held the real power. After the civil war was done, Cleopatra sided with Caesar and, according to many, fell in love with him. Caesarion, the child they would eventually have, symbolized the marriage of Egyptian ancestry with Roman ambition. Nevertheless, Cleopatra never saw herself as a simple consort. Her goal was to bring her kingdom back to life while juggling Roman interests and preserving some degree of autonomy. She lavished Caesar with hospitality, throwing lavish feasts that could only be supported by the Nile's wealth. Beneath these extravagant outbursts, however, she engaged in painstaking negotiations to secure her rule's continuation after Caesar's inevitable departure. Alexandria had been returned to Cleopatra at the end of this turbulent time. She was no longer the helpless fugitive. Instead, she had become Egypt's undisputed monarch, albeit one who was closely associated with Roman authority. She had forged a complicated alliance with the most powerful man in the Mediterranean by navigating war and conspiracies. There were new obstacles in the way, primarily how to balance Egypt's sovereignty with Rome's demands. However, Cleopatra had demonstrated that she was more than capable of skillfully navigating through situations that would shatter a less powerful ruler. Following the Alexandrian War, Cleopatra oversaw a court that combined Roman and Hellenistic elements with old Egyptian customs. She reclaimed trade routes vital to Egypt's growth and dispatched envoys to negotiate border accords to regain control over areas lost during previous crises. Beyond politics, Cleopatra prioritized cultural patronage. She provided financial support for academic pursuits, sponsored building projects, and made sure that Egypt's temples, particularly those honoring the goddess Isis, whom she came to identify increasingly with, received royal backing. She and Julius Caesar's relationship kept changing. Caesar, attracted by Cleopatra's companionship as well as political motives, stayed in Egypt longer than many Roman senators thought was wise. Their well-known Nile cruise, which was later romanticized, served two strategic purposes. Caesar learned about the area's resources and fortifications firsthand, while Cleopatra demonstrated the size of her dominion. Though some Alexandrians questioned the expenditure, Cleopatra recognized the importance of spectacle and heard tales of sumptuous feasts on royal boats. She wanted the Egyptians and Romans to understand that the Ptolemaic throne had not lost its majesty in a time when the ability to dazzle was frequently used to gauge one's level of authority. Caesar and Cleopatra, however, were unable to deny Rome's restlessness. After defeating Pompey's allies, Caesar solidified his hold on power, and his status as dictator was both admirable and vulnerable. He brought Cleopatra back to Rome in 46 BCE, but not as a simple concubine. She successfully positioned herself on the Roman stage by arriving with her retinue, which included the baby Caesarion. Conservative Romans, who disapproved of her alien status and her alleged aspirations, were scandalized by this. Caesar gave Cleopatra a privileged position that no other foreign ruler had, however, by letting her remain at a villa across the Tiber. Within the city's political circles, rumours circulated that Caesar may declare himself king and Cleopatra his queen, a notion that was unappealing to Romans who had vivid memories of overthrowing monarchs centuries before. Both xenophobic animosity and curiosity were stoked by Cleopatra's appearance, her attire, and her entourage of Egyptian courtiers. In the meantime, she researched the tribunes, the Senate, and the network of patronage that connected aristocratic families in Rome. She realized how shaky Rome's acceptance of her was. Nevertheless, she engaged in diplomatic outreach, establishing connections with powerful senators and their spouses, giving presents and organizing cultural events that showcased Alexandria's refinement. But Cleopatra's primary goal was to ensure the future of her dynasty. From the Egyptian perspective, she desired Caesarion's recognition as his heir, even if it wasn't official. Caesar gave Caesarion preferential treatment even though he never legally declared him his son under Roman law. Caesar's continuous success appeared to be the key to the future. However, the tide of Roman politics was shifting, and many were disturbed by Caesar's acquisition of awards and display of monarchical accoutrements. Caesar was assassinated on the Ides of March in 44 BCE as a result of a conspiracy. Cleopatra, shocked and exposed, was in a dangerous situation in Rome. She swiftly retreated amid the confusion, returning to Alexandria with Caesarion and her entourage. According to some accounts, she thought about siding with Mark Antony or other groups in the ensuing power war. Cleopatra, however, was realistic. She understood that Romans would fight for the Republic once more, and before making any dangerous agreements, she needed to know who would win. Securely established in Egypt, she concentrated on bolstering the economy and defences of her realm, while she awaited the next Roman ruler to initiate contact. She made a deliberate decision to stay out of Rome during this rough time. If she had stayed, one side or the other might have exploited her as a pawn. Rather, she withdrew to a world in which she was truly in charge. She developed an image of herself at home as a conventional pharaoh in addition to being a Hellenistic queen. Her picture with a diadem, occasionally with subtle references to Egyptian iconography, was featured on coins bearing her name. To guarantee that the priesthood acknowledged her son Caesarion as a prince descended from God, she funded religious ceremonies. Cleopatra cemented her position among her subjects by fusing traditional Egyptian devotion with classical Greek elegance. Though she was aware that Egypt's destiny would unavoidably be shaped by the next wave of Rome's civil war, she never cut off contact with Roman politicians. Cleopatra's top objective amid the chaos that followed Caesar's murder was to maintain her independence to the greatest extent feasible. Although she had already navigated the maze, the Roman stage was about to change again, bringing new performers who would test her wits. She would have to carefully consider her options now that she could no longer rely on Caesar's favour, forming alliances and battling for time in a game where the outcome could affect the Mediterranean's future. After Caesar's death, Rome fell into civil war, creating a power vacuum. On one side were the assassins, led by Brutus and Cassius, advocating for a return to republican ideals. The second triumvirate brought together three important figures: Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and heir; Mark Antony, a seasoned general and close ally of Caesar; and Lepidus, whose influence quickly diminished. In the following 2 years, these factions fought for dominance. From Alexandria, Cleopatra observed, knowing Egypt's wealth could become a bargaining chip again. Mark Antony had previously been kind to Cleopatra. He visited Alexandria during Caesar's time and enjoyed the court's hospitality. As the triumvirate faced Brutus and Cassius, Antony required resources, grain, ships and money, to strengthen his position. He called Cleopatra to Tarsus, Asia Minor, to negotiate terms. The summons was not just a polite request. Ignoring it could provoke Roman anger. Cleopatra recognized an opportunity. Negotiating from a strong position could help her gain recognition for Caesarion and assert her autonomy. Her arrival in Tarsus turned into a legendary tale. Rather than seeming like a beggar, she glided up the river Cydnus on an ornate barge, adorned with luxurious fabrics and fragrant sails. Musicians played as Cleopatra, adorned as the goddess Aphrodite or Isis based on the source, invited Antony to witness a display of opulence akin to a royal festival. Cleopatra recognized the significance of spectacle. Her dramatic entrance overshadowed rumors of Egyptian subservience. Antony realized he was not in charge of a subordinate, but was instead welcoming a king in full splendor. He was impressed and accepted her invitation to dine on her vessel, where her wit and cultural sophistication captivated him as much as the luxuries. An alliance began, political and romantic, that would shape the Eastern Mediterranean's fate. Their relationship was complex. Antony aimed to gain Cleopatra's loyalty and resources to tackle the ongoing challenges to the triumvirate. Cleopatra demanded the return of Egyptian territories lost under previous Ptolemaic rulers. She urged for formal Roman recognition of Caesarion's significance, at least in Egypt. What started as a tactical partnership evolved into a personal bond. Antony spent the winter in Alexandria, enjoying the city's lively culture. He took part in festivals, enjoyed hunts along the Nile, and even created a drinking society with Cleopatra, humorously called the Inimitable Livers. Cleopatra remained focused on her political goals despite the distractions of revelry. She manoeuvred through court intrigues, handled the Egyptian bureaucracy, and protected her throne despite rumours that Antony was succumbing to her spell. These rumours extended beyond mere gossip. In Rome, Octavian eyed Antony's actions warily. Octavian ruled the West, while Antony managed the East as co-rulers of the Roman world. Antony's extravagant gestures toward Cleopatra reinforced the idea that he was abandoning Roman values for Eastern excess. Cleopatra understood the gravity of Octavian's propaganda. She had encountered Roman disdain previously. Now the risks were greater. Loss of Antony's favour in Rome could jeopardize Cleopatra's position. Antony's early campaigns in the East had some success. He reaffirmed Roman authority in rebellious areas and granted Cleopatra land in Phoenicia, Cyprus, and parts of Crete and Syria. These grants enhanced Egypt's power and filled Cleopatra's treasury. At the same time, the triumvirate unravelled. Lepidus was sidelined, intensifying the rivalry between Antony and Octavian. Cleopatra and Antony had children, starting with twins and then another son whom Antony acknowledged publicly. Children were given territories, culminating in the notable Donations of Alexandria ceremony, where Cleopatra and her children donned regalia representing their rule over vast regions of the Near East. Roman observers were shocked. The event resembled the establishment of a new Hellenistic empire at the cost of Rome. Cleopatra understood that her fate depended on Antony's military achievements. Antony found himself increasingly conflicted between the East, where Cleopatra held sway, and the Roman heartland, where Octavian was turning public sentiment against him. Cleopatra employed her diplomatic skills to secure local alliances, ensuring that if war arose, she could gather sufficient Egyptian manpower and naval power to be taken seriously. She noticed the cracks appearing. As Antony embraced his Eastern identity by adopting Greek customs and granting grand titles to Cleopatra, hostility in Rome intensified. Octavian waited patiently, gathering proof to label Antony a traitor influenced by an Oriental queen. This delicate balance endured for years, lending Cleopatra's reign a sense of renewed grandeur alongside looming storm clouds. She had journeyed from uncertain exile to commanding queen, but the horizon suggested a final confrontation that could overshadow all her previous struggles. By the mid-30s BCE, tensions between Antony and Octavian nearly ensured another Roman civil war. To mend the divide, Antony wed Octavian's first sister, Octavia, while still maintaining his affair with Cleopatra. He attempted to balance these conflicting responsibilities. However, the political alliances proved too weak, and Octavian exploited Antony's ongoing stay in Egypt as proof of treachery. In 32 BCE, after Antony divorced Octavia, Octavian claimed that Antony had turned into Cleopatra's puppet, labelling her as the master manipulator. Cleopatra, sensing Rome's growing animosity, prepared for battle. She strengthened the Egyptian coast, gathered grain, and grew her navy. Despite the strength of Egyptian forces, facing Rome's legionary machine was intimidating. Cleopatra thought that victory relied on Antony's skill in maintaining the loyalty of his legions and uniting Eastern client states under his leadership. As war approached, his support started to weaken. Several allied kings hesitated. Roman senators who once supported Antony switched their allegiance to Octavian. Driven by fear or political strategy, the propaganda war intensified. Octavian depicted Cleopatra as a foreign seductress aiming to enslave Rome, stoking xenophobia among the Roman people. In 31 BCE, the decisive confrontation occurred off Greece's western coast, near Actium. Antony and Cleopatra gathered a significant fleet, but Agrippa, Octavian's admiral outsmarted them. Historians may argue over specifics, but the result is evident. Antony's navy became desperate, lacking supplies and troubled by Agrippa's better naval strategies. In the climactic battle, Cleopatra, leading her squadron, suddenly broke away and fled to Egypt. Antony, realizing she was leaving, gave up the fight to pursue her. The fleet's fate was sealed. Lacking unified leadership, Antony's naval forces fell apart, allowing Octavian to achieve a decisive victory. Rumours about Cleopatra's escape circulated. Was it panic, strategy, or a prearranged plan if the situation worsened? Some accuse her of betrayal, while others believe she realised the battle was lost and tried to salvage what she could. Actium dealt a severe blow to Antony's cause. Afterward, Cleopatra hurried to strengthen Egypt, hoping to rebuild defences and negotiate a diplomatic deal. Octavian had the momentum on his side. He waited patiently, systematically restructuring his forces, rejecting Cleopatra's negotiation proposals unless they met his conditions. Antony and Cleopatra's relationship, once adorned with splendour, faltered under the burden of their loss. Antony experienced shame in front of his troops, many of whom abandoned him. Cleopatra confronted the truth that her meticulously built Eastern Empire was falling apart. She attempted to negotiate once more. Would Octavian allow Caesarion to rule as co-regent if she surrendered Antony? Historical records indicate Cleopatra considered various escape options, yet Octavian remained ruthless. He viewed Cleopatra as a danger and aimed to remove her from power. Caesarion, being Caesar's biological son, complicated his claim to Rome's legacy. Removing both mother and child would pave the way for Octavian's unchallenged dominance. In the summer of 30 BCE, Octavian launched an invasion of Egypt. Antony's efforts to organise a defence crumbled due to desertions and a superior Roman force. According to legend, upon hearing a false report of Cleopatra's death, Antony took his own life by stabbing himself. Mortally wounded, he discovered the queen was still alive and was brought to her. Their last meeting marked a sad end to a once glamorous partnership. Antony passed away in her embrace, forcing Cleopatra to face Octavian by herself. Octavian's victory was certain. Cleopatra's final hope was to maintain a trace of her dynasty or escape the shame of being displayed in Rome. She locked herself inside a mausoleum she had constructed, filled with her treasures and said to hold concealed toxins. Octavian aimed to capture her alive, likely planning to showcase her in his triumph as a trophy representing Rome's victory over the East. Understanding the futility of resistance, Cleopatra readied herself for a final act that would echo through history. Various accounts of her death exist, but the most well-known is the tale of an asp sneaked into her hideout, biting her arm and bringing a quick, though painful, demise. Some say she took poison. She made the decision to face death on her own terms rather than accepting it as the living conquest. Cleopatra's death marked the end of the Ptolemaic dynasty, leading to Egypt becoming a Roman province. Caesarion was captured and executed on Octavian's orders, removing any threat to his rise as Rome's first emperor, Augustus. Cleopatra's reign ended, but her legend was just beginning, destined to be recounted in ways that often masked the woman behind the myth. After Cleopatra's death, Roman accounts depicted her as a cunning temptress whose ambitions led Antony astray from Roman virtue. Poets and historians aligned with Octavian, who would become Augustus, reflected the official narrative that Cleopatra represented the corrupt East. Her final stand, the gilded mausoleum, and the tale of the asp became material for moralizing treatises and sensational storytelling. Despite the Romans' vilification, they could not deny her importance. She was the final monarch of a once mighty dynasty, and her fall signified Rome's clear dominance in the Mediterranean. Egypt transformed under Roman control. Cleopatra's administrative frameworks, such as tax systems, land management, and temple support, remained intact, with Roman officials now at the helm. Alexandria remained a significant cultural hub, despite no longer being a royal capital. Cleopatra's memory in Egypt became intertwined with the local folklore over time. Some viewed her as a tragic figure aiming to safeguard the land from foreign control. Some, swayed by Roman propaganda, held her responsible for leading the nation into war. The temples showcased images of Ptolemaic rulers in pharaonic attire, reflecting the hybrid world Cleopatra once ruled. Rome gained a vast province and a compelling narrative. The victory over Cleopatra symbolized the triumph of Roman discipline over Eastern luxury. Augustus leveraged this narrative to consolidate his power. He erected monuments to commemorate his conquest of Egypt, minted coins declaring peace restored, and influenced the Roman mindset to see Cleopatra's downfall as unavoidable. Behind the propaganda was an acknowledgement that Cleopatra was an extraordinary opponent. She matched Roman statesmen in diplomacy, commanded resources, and nearly forged a new political reality. If Actium had unfolded differently, the narrative of Rome could have changed significantly. Over the centuries, Cleopatra's reputation changed numerous times. Roman playwrights depicted her as a witch, captivating Antony with his potions and spells. Early Christian writers used her as a cautionary tale about the dangers of lust and power, emphasizing moral lessons. However, There were also more understanding perspectives. Chroniclers, particularly of Greek descent, lauded her intelligence, multilingual abilities, and cultural refinement. Alternative accounts reveal her negotiations with local elites, philanthropic gestures to the Alexandrian poor, and efforts to maintain Egyptian autonomy. These insights provided an alternative to the prevailing Roman story. In the medieval period, much classical literature remained in monasteries. Cleopatra appeared occasionally in moral tales or collections of notable women, frequently overshadowed by biblical figures. The Renaissance revival of classical learning sparked new curiosity. Scholars found Greek and Roman texts, revealing Cleopatra as a multifaceted figure. Artists drew inspiration from her dramatic life, creating paintings, plays, and poems. Shakespeare's Antony and Cleopatra portrays her with a tragic grandeur. Shakespeare partly followed Roman biases, portraying her as theatrical and manipulative, yet he also revealed her depth, showcasing the fiery intelligence that fueled her allure. Subsequent centuries witnessed additional reinterpretations. Enlightenment thinkers debated if Cleopatra was an enlightened ruler or a reckless tyrant. The Romantics saw her as a symbol of passionate defiance against a cold, practical empire. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, European Orientalist views transformed Cleopatra into the symbol of exotic allure. Painters depicted her in extravagant settings, focusing on her beauty and wealth, while overlooking her administrative skills and political acumen. Hollywood embraced this image, creating epic films that highlighted spectacle, grand sets, intricate costumes, and a Cleopatra who captivated famous Romans with alluring glances. However, beneath these depictions, historical research dismantled the stereotypes. In the 20th and 21st centuries, scholars refocused on Cleopatra's intelligence, linguistic skills, her role as a living goddess in Egyptian tradition, and her adept rule during challenging times. Recent archaeological discoveries and fresh interpretations of primary sources portray her not just as a femme fatale, but as a stateswoman facing the mightiest empire of her time. This change in viewpoint highlighted the conflict between Cleopatra's real governance, managing taxes, suppressing uprisings, directing foreign policy, and the narrative crafted by those who aimed to rationalize her defeat. Cleopatra's reputation changed with Rouge era's agendas, reflecting cultural fantasies and fears. Her true legacy, her efforts to preserve a sovereign Egypt against Rome's expansion, endures as a testament to her strategic prowess, even if overshadowed by the highlights of her personal liaisons. Cleopatra is a figure that urges us to see beyond stereotypes, highlighting that the true complexity of history is often lost in the propaganda and entertainment of the era. Cleopatra's story still captivates in our modern age. She has become an icon that transcends her time, symbolizing female power, political skill, cultural fusion, and the tragedy of lost sovereignty. To truly appreciate Cleopatra, one must view her not as an exotic siren or a mere footnote in Rome's story, but as the pinnacle of a unique dynasty navigating a rapidly changing world. Her importance stems from the careful balance she maintained from the moment she assumed power. Cleopatra forged alliances with Caesar and negotiated with Mark Antony, expanded her kingdom's territories, and maintained the reverence of Egypt's priesthoods, orchestrating a precarious dance. She encountered a Rome shifting from republic to autocracy, a superpower in transition, uncertain of its future. Cleopatra understood that to protect Egypt, she needed to navigate Roman politics while embodying the role of pharaoh, merging Greek and Egyptian traditions more effectively than her predecessors. Cleopatra's intellectual interests deserve greater focus. Growing up in Alexandria's vibrant intellectual atmosphere, she gained both scholarly and practical knowledge. She authored works on medicine, cosmetics, and possibly linguistics, but these writings have now vanished. She communicated with the subject peoples in their languages, an ability that granted real legitimacy in the eyes of those unfamiliar with Greek-speaking Ptolemaic rulers. Cleopatra engages with Roman elites in Greek or Latin and leads Egyptian ceremonies in the local language, showcasing her cultural fluency as a political asset. Her story highlights how quickly propaganda can distort a legacy. Roman accounts depicted Cleopatra as a seductive foreign queen, overshadowing her contributions as a stateswoman. The caricature persisted over the centuries, influencing art and theatre while reducing her complexity. By piecing together scattered evidence, from coins with her profile to Greek historians' descriptions, we glimpse the real Cleopatra, a determined monarch making monumental decisions in a time of colliding global powers. Their ultimate demise highlights the weaknesses of a smaller state trapped among Roman factions. Cleopatra's relationship with Antony was both personal and practical, yet in the competitive realm of Roman politics, it served as a tool for Octavian's ambitions. The empire needed new conquests to solidify its political transformations, and the idea of Cleopatra's conspiracy with Antony gave Octavian the moral pretext to march on Egypt. However, Cleopatra managed to outsmart him, engaging in covert negotiations until Actium irreversibly shifted the balance. Even Cleopatra's death, often recounted with melodramatic flair, reflects her refusal to be paraded as a captive in Rome. By choosing to die on her terms, she denied Octavian a triumphant display, ensuring her final image was one of defiance instead of submission. This act, dramatized in art and theatre, embodies a political strategy. Cleopatra ensured she was remembered as a queen, not a captive. After that final act, Egypt turned into Rome's breadbasket, supporting an empire that would rule Europe, North Africa, and the Near East for centuries. Alexandria continued to be a centre of scholarship and trade, maintaining Greek and Egyptian cultural influences even during Roman rule. Cleopatra's children with Antony were taken to Rome and largely disappeared from history, except for one daughter, Cleopatra Selene, who married into another African kingdom and preserved a fragment of her mother's legacy. Caesarion, the son of Julius Caesar, was executed to eradicate any rival claim to Rome. Thus, the direct line of Cleopatra ended brutally, a testament to how Roman realpolitik disdained potential threats, however young or innocent. Interest in Cleopatra continues over 2,000 years later. Historians discuss her strategies, archaeologists search the Egyptian coast for her burial site, and filmmakers recreate her life in grand productions. Every retelling reveals as much about the storyteller as it does about Cleopatra. Her character reveals the complexities of power, the dynamics of gender and politics, and the resilience of a dynasty facing extinction. She bridges worlds, Greek and Egyptian, a female leader and Roman ally, a scholar and politician. Cleopatra emerged as a leader who would not allow her kingdom to be a mere pawn in Rome's strategy. She engaged in high-stakes gameplay, experiencing both spectacular victories and devastating losses. She transcended the caricatures that defined her posthumous image. The final Queen of the Nile remains an enigma who challenges us to look deeper than the simple myths, reminding us that history is often shaped by those who wield the pen, and that a life as momentous as hers deserves constant re-examination. You stand in the cloister garden as November's first serious frost transforms everything into crystal. The herb beds you tended all summer now wear blankets of straw, tucked in like sleeping children. Your breath makes clouds in the air, and somewhere beyond the monastery walls, a raven calls out with that scratchy voice ravens have, as if it smoked too many cigarettes in a previous life. The sun sets absurdly early these days, pulling darkness over the world like a heavy quilt before you've even finished your afternoon tasks. You're a monk in a Cistercian monastery, somewhere in northern England, and winter is arriving with the subtlety of a drunk uncle at a wedding. The year is 1243, and you've lived through 32 winters in this place, which means you know exactly what's coming. Your abbot, a practical man named Brother Thomas, has spent weeks preparing. The granary bulges with grain harvested before the October rains turned the fields to soup. The root cellar contains turnips, onions and carrots buried in sand, waiting out winter like bears in hibernation. Barrels of salted fish line the storage room walls, their contents pressed down under weighted boards to keep everything preserved until spring remembers how to arrive. The woodshed represents months of labour. Oak and ash logs stand stacked in careful rows, cut to identical lengths with the precision your order brings to everything. Some of the younger monks complained during the autumn cutting season, their hands blistering, their backs protesting. You remember being young enough to complain about manual labour. Now you just appreciate having all your teeth and the ability to bend over without your spine making sounds like a wet log in a fire. Inside the monastery's thick stone walls, preparations have a different character. The infirmarian, Brother William, has hung bunches of dried herbs from the ceiling beams until the room looks like an upside-down garden. Thyme, sage, rosemary and mint dangle above your head, their summer scents fading but not quite gone. In clay pots sealed with wax, he's stored salves made from goose grease and various mysterious ingredients he refuses to discuss, as if revealing his recipes might somehow diminish their power. The wool merchant arrived last month with his cart, and now every monk in the community has a slightly thicker habit, the wool scratchy against your skin in that special way that makes you constantly aware you're wearing clothing. Your sandals have been replaced with boots stuffed with straw for insulation, which works surprisingly well until the straw gets damp, at which point you might as well be wearing buckets of ice water on your feet. The monastery sits on a slight hill overlooking a valley where a village huddles against the landscape. Smoke rises from cottage chimneys in thin grey lines, and you sometimes wonder what those families do during winter evenings. Probably not much different from what you do, really, except they have children running around and arguments about whose turn it is to fetch more firewood, while you have silence and arguments conducted entirely through meaningful glances during meals. The church dominates the monastery complex, its stone walls 2 feet thick in places. When you run your hand along the interior surface, you can feel how cold the stones stay even in summer, and now in late autumn they've achieved a kind of profound chill that seems to emanate from somewhere beyond this world. The windows, those narrow slits designed more for defence than illumination, now let in drafts that could strip paint off furniture if you had any painted furniture, which you don't, because this is a monastery and decoration means vanity, which means sin, which means extra prayers. Your sleeping cell measures 8 feet by 6 feet, containing a straw mattress on a wooden platform, a small table, a stool, and a wooden cross on the wall. No hearth, no brazier, no source of heat whatsoever, because apparently when St. Benedict wrote his rule for monastic living, he lived somewhere warm and didn't think through the whole Northern Europe in January situation. Or maybe he did think it through, and decided suffering builds character, which is the sort of thing people say when they're not the ones doing the suffering. The chapter house, where the community gathers for meetings and readings, has the monastery's only real fireplace. And you've noticed how brothers suddenly develop urgent spiritual questions, requiring chapter house consultations whenever the temperature drops below freezing. Brother Martin claims he needs to discuss theological implications of transubstantiation. Brother John has questions about psalms. You all know they just want to stand near the fire for 10 minutes, but nobody says anything because next week you'll be the one with sudden theological concerns. Outside, the landscape transforms daily. Frost creeps further up the grass stems each morning. The fish pond develops a skin of ice around its edges, which Brother Peter breaks each day with a stick, muttering about fish needing to breathe, which is technically true even though you're pretty sure fish don't breathe in the conventional sense. The Dovecote, that round stone tower where pigeons roost, becomes a place of strange acoustics as winter approaches, their cooing echoing differently through cold air. The orchard stands skeletal against grey skies, apple trees naked and vulnerable looking. You prune these trees in late autumn, and now they wait for spring with the patience of elderly saints. A few apples still cling to high branches, missed during harvest, slowly mummifying in the cold air. Birds will eat them eventually, drunk on fermented sugars, wobbling through the air afterward in a way that would be concerning if birds had anyone to report their alcohol consumption to. November slides into December like someone pushing a heavy door closed. The days shorten until you're waking in darkness and going to bed in darkness, with only a brief intermission of grey daylight in between. Your body wants to hibernate. Your mind grows sluggish. But the rule of St. Benedict makes no provisions for seasonal adjustment, so you maintain the same schedule year-round, which feels approximately as sensible as wearing a swimsuit to a blizzard. The first real snow arrives on December 3rd, falling through the night while you sleep your cold, dreamless sleep. You wake to a transformed world, everything white and silent and impossibly bright when the sun finally rises. The cloister garden has vanished under 8 inches of powder. The path to the church requires shovelling before Lauds, and you join the other monks in this task, your breath visible, your fingers going numb inside your gloves, which aren't really gloves so much as bags with thumbs. Winter has arrived, and it will stay for 4 months at minimum, possibly 5 if God is testing your patience, which God often seems to enjoy doing. You've entered the long, dark, the cold time, the season when every day requires conscious effort just to maintain basic existence. But you're not afraid. You've done this before. The monastery has done this for 200 years. You know how to survive winter. You might even know how to do more than survive. The bell rings for none, pulling you from your thoughts, time to pray. The monastery's stones hold temperature the way grudges hold anger, deeply and for an unreasonable length of time. In summer, these walls stay cool when outside air shimmers with heat. Now, in December, they've absorbed autumn's chill and radiate cold like malevolent ice sculptures. You've tried explaining thermal mass to Brother Martin, but he just looks at you blankly and says something about God's will, which is his standard response to anything involving basic physics. The church interior achieves temperatures that would make a meat locker feel tropical. When you enter for vigils at 2 a.m, the cold hits your lungs like swallowing crushed glass. Your breath doesn't just become visible, it becomes substantial, hanging in clouds that drift upward toward the vaulted ceiling where they probably accumulate and form some kind of airborne ice. The stone floor beneath your feet feels solid enough, but you've developed a theory that it's actually frozen monk breath from previous winters, compressed over decades into a new geological layer. Brother Paul, who joined the monastery last spring, makes small whimpering sounds during winter vigils. You remember being that young and optimistic, believing your faith would somehow insulate you from physical discomfort. Now you know better. Faith is excellent for many things: salvation, moral guidance, a sense of purpose. But warmth isn't on the list. Faith will not prevent your toes from going numb. Faith will not stop your nose from running like a mountain stream in spring thaw. Faith is magnificent, but wool socks are practical. The warming room, called the calefactory, represents the monastery's single concession to human weakness regarding temperature. A large fireplace dominates one wall, and from November through March, a fire burns there continuously. The room measures 20 feet by 15 feet, with benches along the walls where monks can sit and thaw. The rule permits 2 hours daily in the calefactory, though enforcement of this limit becomes flexible when Brother Thomas, the abbot himself, can be found there reading scripture with suspicious frequency. You've learned to time your calefactory visits strategically. Too early, and the room fills with a desperate crowd fleeing prime. Too late, and the younger monks have claimed all the good spots near the fire. You aim for mid-morning, after terce, when most brothers have returned to their work and you can secure a position close enough to feel actual warmth, without being so close that your habit starts smelling like singed wool, which happens more often than you'd think. The scriptorium maintains slightly higher temperatures because parchment and freezing conditions don't mix well. A small brazier glows in the corner, carefully positioned away from any flammable materials, which means away from literally everything, since medieval manuscripts and furniture are essentially kindling waiting for an opportunity. Brother Edmund, who illuminates manuscripts with gold leaf and mineral pigments, sits closest to the brazier. His breath is still visible, but at least his ink doesn't freeze in its horn. You've noticed how monks drift toward the scriptorium even when they have no business there. Brother Peter suddenly needs to consult a particular gospel passage. Brother John requires verification of a psalm translation. Brother Martin wants to discuss whether the snake in Eden was actually a snake or some kind of metaphorical representation of temptation, which is the sort of question that has no answer but takes a long time to debate, preferably while standing near the brazier. The kitchen maintains actual warmth through simple necessity. The ovens burn daily, baking the dark bread that constitutes most of your diet. The hearth hosts a constant rotation of pots: vegetable pottage, bean stew, and the occasional fish soup when the pond hasn't frozen solid. Brother Geoffrey, the kitchener, rules this domain with the authority of someone who controls food distribution. Nobody argues with Brother Geoffrey. Even the abbot treats him with diplomatic respect, understanding that a monastery runs on prayers and bread in that order, and angering the person who controls bread would be strategically foolish. The dormitory, where most monks sleep in cells along a corridor, achieves temperatures that make the church feel subtropical by comparison. Your cell's stone walls sweat with condensation when your breath meets their frozen surfaces. The straw mattress provides minimal insulation from the wooden platform beneath it, which in turn provides no insulation from the stone floor below that. You sleep in your habit, covered by a wool blanket that weighs approximately the same as a small horse, and provides about the same amount of warmth, which is to say some but not enough. Some monks, the practical ones, fill ceramic bottles with hot water and tuck them into their beds before sleep. This works brilliantly for about an hour, after which the bottles become room temperature, then cold, then actually colder than the surrounding air through some perverse thermodynamic principle. You've woken in the night to find your hot water bottle has become an ice pack, which defeats its entire purpose, but does provide entertainment when you remember the hopeful optimism with which you prepared it. The cloister, that covered walkway surrounding the garden, offers protection from snow and rain, but not from wind, which whips through the open arches like it's personally offended by architectural design. Walking the cloister between offices, you lean into the wind, your habit flapping, your hands tucked into your sleeves. The stone columns stand impassive, having weathered worse than your complaints. Gargoyles on the roof edges stare down with expressions that might be protective or might be mocking. It's hard to tell with gargoyles. Brother William, the infirmarian, has developed a winter routine of treating chilblains, those painful swellings that develop on fingers and toes from cold exposure. His salve contains goose grease, something herbal that smells like sadness, and probably wishful thinking. It helps, though not as much as just staying warm would help, but staying warm isn't really an option. You've all got chilblains by January. Some monks display their swollen fingers with a weird pride, as if suffering proves devotion, which maybe it does, though you suspect God would be equally impressed by devotion expressed through activities that don't involve painful medical conditions. The stones gradually release their cold throughout winter, becoming progressively colder until February, when they reach maximum chill and stay there for weeks. By March, you've forgotten what warmth feels like. Your body adapts, or at least stops complaining, which isn't the same thing but feels similar. You move through your days in a constant state of just barely not freezing, which medieval people would call normal, and modern people would call hypothermia requiring immediate medical attention. But here's the strange part. You adapt. Human bodies are remarkably good at tolerating unpleasant circumstances when there's no alternative. Your circulation improves, your shivering becomes efficient, you learn which positions lose less body heat, which paths through the monastery encounter fewer drafts, and which times of day offer brief temperature increases. You become an expert in cold, a scholar of discomfort, a monk who has achieved oneness with being perpetually chilled, and occasionally, rarely, the sun breaks through winter clouds and shines directly through the church's east window at a particular angle that illuminates the altar in gold light. The stones, those same stones that have tortured you with cold for months, suddenly glow warm-looking, if not actually warm. Dust motes dance in the light beam. Everything becomes beautiful in a way that makes the suffering almost worthwhile. Though let's be honest, mostly you just want to be warm, and beauty is a nice bonus but doesn't prevent frostbite. The bell rings for Vespers. You leave the calefactory, your brief warmth already fading. Time to pray. Darkness arrives at 4 o'clock in December, which feels personally insulting, as if winter isn't satisfied with being cold but needs to be gloomy as well. You finish Vespers as daylight drains from the windows, and evening stretches ahead like an endless tunnel with Compline at the far end, and sleep somewhere beyond that, assuming you can generate enough body heat to actually achieve sleep, rather than just lying rigid in your frozen cell counting the hours until vigils. The church fills with shadows during evening prayers. Candles fight losing battles against darkness, their flames barely denting the gloom. The vaulted ceiling disappears entirely, becoming an invisible presence above your head, and sometimes you imagine the roof has vanished and you're praying directly to the night sky, which would be terrible in winter but creates an interesting theological image. Compline begins at 8 o'clock with bell tones that echo through stone corridors like ripples through water. You file into the choir stalls, wooden seats worn smooth by generations of monastic posteriors, and assume the position. Kneeling, hands clasped, eyes down. Your knees protest this arrangement, having been knees for 32 years and having opinions about kneeling on stone floors in freezing temperatures. You ignore your knees. They'll adjust eventually. They always do. The abbot leads prayers in Latin, the words familiar enough that your mind can wander slightly while your mouth continues making appropriate sounds. You're not proud of this inattention during prayer, but you're also realistic about human attention spans when your body feels like an ice sculpture slowly achieving consciousness. You drift through the Psalms, the rhythm of Latin washing over you like cold water, which is an unfortunate metaphor but accurate. Brother Peter's stomach growls during a moment of silence. In the quiet church it sounds like distant thunder, and several monks shake slightly with suppressed laughter. Even the abbot's lips twitch, though he maintains his serious expression and continues with prayers as if nothing happened. You've been hungry before, you're frequently hungry actually, since the rule limits food intake to what's necessary rather than what's pleasant. But winter hunger has a particular edge to it, a sharpness that comes from your body burning extra fuel, just maintaining basic warmth. The prayers follow patterns established over centuries. These exact words in this exact order were spoken by monks long dead, in this same building, during winters that were probably just as unpleasant as this one. There's comfort in that continuity, knowing your suffering has historical precedent. Or maybe there isn't comfort. Maybe it's just depressing that humans have been cold and uncomfortable for so long and haven't figured out better solutions. Theology is complicated. After the formal prayers end, the abbot adds evening announcements. Brother John is to check the dovecote's roof, where ice might be damaging the tiles. Brother Martin needs to inventory the grain supply and report findings at chapter. Brother Geoffrey will reduce bread portions slightly to ensure winter stores last until spring. This last announcement generates quiet resignation. Everyone knew it was coming, but hearing it confirmed still disappoints. The great silence begins after Compline. From now until prime tomorrow morning, no speaking unless it's an absolute emergency. This silence is supposed to promote reflection and spiritual growth, but mainly it promotes trying not to cough during night prayers because coughing breaks the silence and makes everyone turn and stare at you with identical expressions of mild irritation. You process out of the church in order of seniority, oldest monks first, youngest last. This hierarchy extends to everything: seating at meals, sleeping cell locations, and order of receiving bread portions. You're mid-range in seniority, which is perfect. Old enough to deserve respect, young enough to avoid the responsibilities that come with being ancient and supposedly wise, which mostly means other monks asking your opinion about things you don't understand any better than they do. The walk from church to dormitory crosses the cloister's western side, where wind funnels through with enthusiasm. Your candle flame flickers but doesn't quite extinguish, casting wild shadows on the stone walls. Other monks' shadows join yours, creating a strange procession of darkness moving along the covered walkway. Someone's shadow has an enormous nose. You suspect it's Brother Martin, who has the sort of nose that casts impressive shadows, though you can't turn and check because that would be acknowledging vanity, and vanity is sin, and sin requires confession. Your cell waits exactly as you left it this morning. Nothing has changed. Nothing will change. The same wooden cross on the wall, the same straw mattress, the same small table with its ceramic water jug that's currently frozen solid because you forgot to bring it to the kitchen for refilling, and now it's a jug-shaped block of ice, which is useless for drinking but makes an excellent paperweight if you had papers, which you don't, because you're a monk, not a scribe. You kneel beside your bed for personal prayers, adding requests for people you know in the village below, the miller whose wife is pregnant, the baker who broke his arm, and the little girl who had that terrible cough last month. You pray for your fellow monks, especially Brother Paul, who still looks miserable about winter and probably needs encouragement. You pray for the abbot, who bears responsibility for everyone's welfare. You pray for yourself, asking for patience and warmth, in that order, though you'd accept them in either order, honestly. Sleep preparation involves climbing into bed while wearing your complete habit, because removing clothing would be insane given the temperature. The wool blanket goes over you, heavy and scratchy, and possessing the unique ability to feel simultaneously too warm and too cold, which shouldn't be possible but is. You curl on your side, tucking your hands under your arms, pulling your knees up toward your chest, assuming the position humans have probably used for sleeping in cold conditions since caves were considered luxury housing. The darkness in your cell is absolute. No windows, no candles. The rule forbids private light sources as wasteful. You lie there, aware of your breath, aware of your heartbeat, and aware of how your toes feel like they might not be attached to your feet anymore. Awareness is a big part of monastic life. Sometimes you wish for less awareness. Unconsciousness would be nice. Unconsciousness would be warm, or at least you wouldn't notice being cold, which amounts to the same thing. Somewhere in the building, Brother Peter snores. The sound carries through stone walls and wooden doors like a foghorn, rhythmic and unstoppable. You've gotten used to it over years, the way you get used to any constant background noise, but tonight it seems particularly loud. Or maybe you're particularly awake. Hard to tell. Your mind wanders through the day's events. Did you remember to secure the garden shed? Is the pottage pot properly cleaned? Did you complete all your assigned psalms? Mental checklist items parade through your thoughts, refusing to be dismissed, insisting on review. This is what happens when you're too cold to sleep. Your brain, having nothing better to do, obsesses over minutiae that don't matter but suddenly seem critically important at 9 o'clock at night in a freezing stone cell. Eventually, somehow, sleep arrives. Not the deep, refreshing sleep of summer nights, but winter sleep. A light dozing that maintains awareness of cold while providing minimal rest. You'll wake multiple times during the night, adjust your position, notice your feet have gone numb, curl tighter, and drift off again. This fragmented sleep is normal. Everyone does it. Spring and its long, warm nights are months away. But before true sleep, in that fuzzy border state between waking and dreaming, you think about prayers, about all the monks throughout this building saying private prayers before sleep, about all the monasteries across Europe where other monks are doing the same thing right now, and about the network of faith that spans the continent like an invisible web connecting everyone who's chosen this difficult, strange, cold life. And just for a moment, you feel warm. The scriptorium smells like ink, parchment and cold stone with occasional notes of fish glue, which sounds disgusting and is disgusting, but somehow becomes tolerable after you've worked there for a few years. This room represents the monastery's intellectual heart, where knowledge gets copied, preserved, and occasionally improved upon by monks who believe that writing tiny letters in straight lines constitutes a holy activity, which it does, though it's also tedious beyond description. Brother Edmund sits at his desk, positioned near the window to catch maximum daylight, which in December means approximately 15 minutes of weak grey light that requires squinting to perceive. His current project is a gospel manuscript, the text already copied in black ink by Brother Robert, who has beautiful handwriting but no artistic ability whatsoever. Edmund's job is illumination, adding decorated capitals, margin drawings, and gold leaf accents that transform plain text into art. You're not an illuminator. Your role is more basic, copying texts from old manuscripts to new parchment, letter by letter, word by word, hour by hour, day by day, until your hand cramps and your eyes blur, and you seriously question the life choices that led to sitting in a freezing room making chicken scratches on dead animal skin. But then you remember this work preserves knowledge for future generations, and pride overcomes discomfort, at least temporarily, until your hand cramps again and you're back to questioning everything. The parchment comes from the monastery's own sheep, slaughtered in autumn and processed through a series of steps involving lime soaking, scraping, stretching and more scraping, until the skin becomes a smooth writing surface. This process takes weeks and smells terrible, which is why it happens in a building far from the main monastery, downwind when possible. Nobody wants to pray while smelling dead sheep in various stages of becoming stationary. Ink preparation falls to Brother Lucas, who guards his recipes like they contain secrets of salvation. He mixes oak gall, iron sulfate, gum arabic, and water, in proportions he claims were revealed to him in a dream, which you strongly suspect is nonsense because Brother Lucas is not the kind of person who receives divine revelations. He's the kind of person who methodically experiments until finding combinations that work, then claims divine inspiration to avoid sharing credit. Still, his ink is excellent, black, permanent, and flowing smoothly without feathering on parchment. The quills come from geese, their feathers plucked, their shafts cut and shaped into points. You go through quills rapidly, especially in winter when cold makes everything brittle. A good quill lasts perhaps 3 hours of continuous writing before needing resharpening or replacement. Brother Matthew maintains the quill supply, sitting in the corner with his knife, carefully cutting new nibs, testing each one on scrap parchment, and cursing quietly when they split wrong, which happens often enough to make cursing a regular feature of his work routine. Today you're copying a medical text, translating from Arabic to Latin, and working from a manuscript borrowed from another monastery, whose name you've forgotten but whose handwriting you'd recognise anywhere, because the scribe had this habit of making his letter G look like a deformed fish. The content discusses treatments for winter ailments, chest congestion, joint pain, chilblains, and the various miseries that afflict humans when temperatures drop. You pause occasionally to wonder if the author ever tried these treatments, or if he just wrote down ideas that sounded plausible, which is how a lot of medieval medicine works, based on theory rather than evidence. Brother Edmund adds gold leaf to a decorated capital letter, his breath held, his hand steady. Gold leaf is expensive, imported from distant lands, and thin enough that breathing wrong will scatter it across the room where it can't be recovered. He uses a special adhesive made from egg whites and something else he won't specify. Everyone has their secret recipes. And carefully presses the gold leaf onto the wet adhesive, smoothing it with a polished stone until it gleams. The result is spectacular, catching candlelight, making the plain text suddenly magical. The candles are tallow made from sheep fat, burning with yellow flames that flicker constantly and produce surprising amounts of smoke. Your eyes water, your throat tickles. After a few hours in the scriptorium, you smell like burning mutton, which doesn't wash out easily and makes the other monks give you strange looks during meals. Beeswax candles exist. The church uses them, but they're expensive, reserved for important occasions, not for everyday work like keeping scribes able to see well enough to avoid writing complete nonsense. You work in silence except for occasional scraping sounds as quills cross parchment, quiet sighs when mistakes happen, and the soft scritch of Brother Matthew's knife shaping new quills. The great silence technically ended at prime, but scriptorium etiquette encourages quietness anyway. Concentration requires peace. Writing requires focus. Talking would disturb both, and disturbing scribes is a quick way to make enemies of people who know how to hold grudges and have access to very sharp knives. Brother Robert, the head scribe, moves between desks checking work. He's ancient, maybe 60 years old, which is approximately 1,000 in medieval monk years. His standards are impossibly high. He'll reject an entire page for a single malformed letter, demand complete rewrites for spacing issues, and hover over your shoulder, making tiny disapproving sounds that somehow feel worse than actual criticism. You've learned not to take it personally. Brother Robert treats everyone with equal disdain, which is almost democratic in its fairness. The parchment before you is almost finished. Just a few more lines remain. Your hand aches, your back aches, your eyes hurt from strain. But the work is good. You know it's good. Better than what you could have done years ago, and that improvement matters. You've copied 17 books since joining the monastery. Thousands of pages, hundreds of thousands of words, preserving knowledge that might otherwise be lost. That counts for something. That counts for a lot, actually. Even if right now your primary feeling is wishing you could feel your fingers properly. Brother Edmund finishes his illuminated capital and sits back, satisfied. The letter has become a miniature masterpiece. Gold leaf border, tiny angels in the corners, and decorative vines curling through the vertical shaft. You lean over to look, offering appreciation through a nod since speaking would break concentration. He grins, which makes him look about 12 years old despite being middle-aged, and returns to work on the next letter. The afternoon light fades quickly, as it always does in winter. Brother Matthew lights additional candles, placing them carefully around the room where they'll provide maximum illumination without casting shadows on work surfaces. The temperature drops as darkness comes and you pull your habit tighter, tuck your feet under your seat and blow on your fingers to warm them. Just a bit more writing. Then Vespers. Then the evening routine starting again. Your current page is medical advice about treating frozen toes. The irony is not lost on you. You're copying instructions for curing a condition you currently have, sitting in a freezing room, writing about warmth while experiencing none. Medieval life is full of these contradictions, these gaps between theory and practice, between what should be and what is. You've learned to find humour in the disconnection, because otherwise you'd just be cold and angry, and cold and angry isn't a sustainable state of being. The bell rings for Vespers. You carefully set down your quill, sprinkle sand over the wet ink to dry it faster, and cover your inkhorn. Brother Robert inspects your day's work, his expression neutral, which from him counts as high praise. He nods once and moves to the next desk. You've passed. The work will stand. Tomorrow you'll start a new page, but tonight you've done enough. The refectory measures 40 feet by 30 feet, with long tables arranged in rows and a raised platform at one end where the abbot and senior monks sit. The room is freezing, obviously, because every room is freezing, but it also smells fantastic. Bread, vegetable stew, wood smoke from the kitchen next door, and that indefinable scent of communal dining that's part food, part humanity, and part hope that whatever's being served is edible. You sit in your assigned place, determined by seniority, surrounded by the same monks who surround you at every meal, 3 times daily year after year. To your left is Brother John, who chews very slowly and makes thoughtful expressions as if contemplating deep theological questions, but is probably just wondering why the turnips taste like dirt, which they do, because they're turnips, and that's how turnips taste. To your right is Brother Martin, who eats quickly and efficiently, finishing his portion while you're still deciding whether the brown chunks in your stew are meat, or possibly mushrooms, or perhaps just very determined vegetables. Winter meals follow a pattern established by necessity and tradition. Breakfast doesn't exist. The rule considers morning food unnecessary, and centuries of monks have somehow survived this logic, even though everyone's stomach growls during prime. Dinner arrives at noon, a main meal of bread and pottage, occasionally supplemented with cheese or fish if the monastery's fortunes are good. Supper comes at 6, a smaller meal, often just bread and ale, because apparently one inadequate meal per day isn't enough suffering, and 2 inadequate meals are required for proper spiritual development. Today's dinner is pottage, that medieval staple that exists somewhere between soup and stew, containing whatever vegetables survive storage, some grains, herbs, and the eternal hope that quantity might compensate for limited variety. You recognise onions, turnips, cabbage, and something that might be parsnips. The liquid is thick and greyish-brown, with an oily sheen that comes from whatever fat was available. Probably mutton fat, because the monastery has sheep, and uses every part of them, including parts that shouldn't become food but do anyway. The bread is dense, dark, and heavy enough to be used as a weapon if weaponizing bread were necessary. It's made from mixed grains: wheat, rye, barley, whatever was harvested and whatever proportions made sense. The crust is thick and chewy. The interior is slightly sour from fermentation, which is intentional and improves the flavour, or at least makes you think the flavour is intentional rather than accidental. You break off a chunk, dip it in your pottage, and the bread soaks up liquid like a sponge, becoming soft enough to eat without risking broken teeth. The ale is weak, which is good because you're drinking it for hydration rather than entertainment. Water from the well is unsafe without boiling, but ale's fermentation process kills whatever tiny demons cause sickness, so ale becomes the standard beverage. It tastes like bread water, which makes sense because that's essentially what it is: fermented grain liquid with minimal alcohol content, dark brown, slightly sweet, and consumed in quantities that would alarm modern doctors, but just represent normal medieval fluid intake. Brother Paul, the young monk who still seems perpetually surprised by monastic life, stares at his pottage with an expression suggesting internal debate about whether eating it constitutes nourishment or punishment. You remember feeling that way during your first winter, looking at turnip stew and thinking, this cannot possibly be dinner. This is what dinner would look like after some terrible accident involving all the worst vegetables. But you adapted. Everyone adapts. He will too, or he'll leave, and either outcome is fine because monastic life requires commitment, and commitment requires accepting turnip stew as valid food. The reading during meals is from scripture, with Brother Richard standing at a lectern projecting his voice across the refectory. Today it's psalms, which are pretty but not particularly exciting, and your attention drifts while your mouth continues mechanically eating. You've heard these psalms hundreds of times. You could probably recite them from memory. But the rule requires reading during meals to prevent idle conversation, and idle conversation leads to gossip, and gossip is sin, so instead you listen to verses about God being your shepherd while eating vegetables that taste like they were shepherded through dirt. Silence during meals is mandatory except for the reader's voice. You communicate through gestures, pointing at the bread basket if you want more bread, holding up your cup if you need more ale, and making eye contact with the server when you're finished. This silent system works surprisingly well, eliminating the chaos that would come from everyone talking at once, and also eliminating the opportunity to complain about food, which probably saves considerable tension, because everyone has opinions about the pottage, and most of those opinions would not be constructive. Brother Geoffrey, the kitchener, moves through the refectory, checking that everyone has adequate portions, adding more stew here, more bread there. He's a large man, which seems unfair given that he controls food distribution and could theoretically eat whatever he wants. But actually he's large because he worked as a labourer before joining the monastery, and muscles don't disappear just because you start praying instead of ploughing. He spots Brother Paul's barely touched bowl and makes a stern gesture meaning, "Eat your food, young man. People are starving and you're being wasteful." Brother Paul reluctantly spoons pottage into his mouth, his expression suggesting he's eating punishment. The portions are smaller than they were in autumn. Nobody comments on this officially, but everyone notices. Brother Geoffrey is stretching supplies to last until spring harvest, which is months away, and spring harvest is theoretical. It depends on weather, on successful planting, and on nothing going catastrophically wrong with crops. Medieval food security is precarious at best. You've lived through lean springs when winter stores ran out early, and everyone survived on increasingly meagre rations until finally something edible grew. Those memories make current portions seem generous by comparison. After dinner comes a brief period of digestion before none, the afternoon prayers. You sit quietly, feeling the warm weight of food in your stomach, which is pleasant despite the food's shortcomings. Being full, even temporarily, even on turnip pottage, represents success. Your body relaxes, your mind settles. This is comfort medieval style, not luxury, not indulgence, just basic satisfaction of hunger, which shouldn't be remarkable but somehow is. Supper is simpler: bread, hard cheese and more ale. The cheese comes from the monastery's dairy, made last summer from sheep milk, aged in the cellar, and now hard enough to require sawing rather than cutting. It tastes sharp and salty, with crystalline bits that crunch between your teeth. You nibble slowly, making it last, because this is your final food until tomorrow's dinner, unless the abbot declares a feast day, which he won't because winter offers no reasonable feast occasions. Sometimes, when you're feeling philosophical, you think about how food connects everything. The sheep whose milk made cheese, whose meat becomes stew, whose wool makes your habit. The grain planted last spring, harvested in autumn, is now feeding you through winter. The monk who baked bread, who stirred pottage, and who maintained the stores. Nothing exists in isolation. Every meal represents countless connections, and maybe that's what the rule means when it talks about communal living, about being part of something larger than yourself. Or maybe you're just hungry enough to romanticize turnips, which is probably a sign that you should finish eating and stop thinking so much. The bell rings for Vespers, time to pray. Your cell is exactly as you left it, which would be surprising, except nothing in a monastery ever changes unless it breaks or someone dies. And even then, changes happen slowly because tradition weighs heavily, and innovation looks suspiciously like pride. The straw mattress has compressed slightly from your body weight over years, creating a U-shaped depression that would be comfortable, except straw isn't comfortable under any circumstances, just less uncomfortable than sleeping directly on wood, which you know from experience because your first year here you were too proud to complain when your mattress needed replacing, and spent 6 months sleeping on the wooden platform before finally admitting that suffering stupidly differs from suffering for spiritual growth. The wool blanket is where you left it this morning, folded at the foot of the bed, waiting to resume its nightly role of being simultaneously too heavy and insufficiently warm. You've had this same blanket for 8 years, and it's developed a personality. There's a patch near the corner where moths got adventurous and left holes shaped like tiny conspiracy theories, and the weave has stretched unevenly so one edge is longer than the other, and when you shake it out, dust motes dance in the candlelight like they're celebrating their freedom. The wooden cross on the wall is simple and undecorated, the kind of thing someone carved centuries ago and decided was adequate for reminding monks about crucifixion without being so elaborate that it became a distraction through artistry. You've stared at this cross for thousands of hours across thousands of nights, and sometimes you find it comforting and sometimes you find it accusatory, as if it's asking why you're not suffering more efficiently, which is probably your own guilt projecting onto inanimate objects. But late at night, alone in your cell, that cross definitely has opinions. The ceramic water jug on your table is currently empty because you drank it all yesterday and forgot to refill it, which means you'll be thirsty during the night and will have to choose between staying in your cold bed being thirsty or getting up and walking to the well in freezing temperatures while wearing sandals and a habit, neither of which protects against winter wind. This is what philosophers call a dilemma. This is what you call poor planning. Brother Thomas has the cell next to yours, and his snoring starts around 10 o'clock and continues until dawn, varying in volume but never disappearing entirely, like someone trying to saw through a tree using only their nose. You've gotten used to it the way you get used to all constant irritations. Not acceptance exactly, but a kind of resigned tolerance that looks similar from outside. Sometimes you lie awake thinking about how monks are supposed to be charitable and understanding, and you're supposed to love your brother as yourself. And you do love Brother Thomas generally, but his snoring makes you understand why some desert hermits chose total solitude over community living. The night prayers are simple, just you and God and the darkness. You kneel beside your bed because kneeling is traditional and tradition matters, even though your knees are middle-aged knees with opinions about stone floors. You pray for family members in the village, for the monastery, for successful completion of tomorrow's work, and for warmth, always for warmth. Because while you know that prayer isn't a magic wish-granting system, you also know that God is theoretically omnipotent and could definitely make your cell warmer if God wanted to, and it doesn't hurt to ask, right? Getting into bed requires strategy. You blow out your candle first because leaving it burning would be wasteful and dangerous and stupid, so darkness becomes complete. Then you climb onto the bed while still wearing your habit because removing clothing would be insane. The wool makes contact with your legs, and you flinch because wool is scratchy and your legs were not prepared for this assault. You pull the blanket over yourself, using your feet to tuck the edges around your body, creating a cocoon that should theoretically trap body heat but actually just traps cold air and makes you feel like you're sleeping inside a cave. Your pillow is a cloth sack stuffed with straw, and it makes crinkly sounds when you move your head, like someone walking on autumn leaves, except it's winter and there are no leaves and you're just trying to sleep. The pillow smells like dust and old straw and the general mustiness that accumulates when things are neither fully dry nor actively wet, but exist in some unfortunate middle state. You've thought about asking for a new pillow, but that would require admitting your current pillow is inadequate, which feels like complaining, and complaining undermines the whole suffering builds character philosophy that underpins monastic life. Brother Paul, in the cell on your other side, is having difficulty sleeping. You can hear small sounds, shifting position, sighing, the rustling of his straw mattress. He's still adjusting to winter conditions, and adjustment takes time. You remember your first winter, lying awake for hours, shocked that humans could survive these temperatures, convinced you'd made a terrible mistake choosing monastic life. But you did survive, and you made it to spring, and eventually you stopped thinking about cold as unusual, and started thinking about it as normal, which is either growth or surrender. You're still not entirely sure which. The darkness is absolute. No moon tonight, no stars visible even if your cell had a window, which it doesn't. You exist in a black void with only your thoughts for company, which isn't necessarily pleasant because your thoughts at night tend toward worry. Did you properly secure the garden tools? Is the grain store adequate? Will Brother Martin remember to check the dovecote roof? These concerns are probably unnecessary, but they occupy your mind anyway, cycling through on repeat like someone's prayer routine, except less spiritual and more anxious. Your feet are cold. This is not news. Your feet are always cold in winter, but right now they're particularly cold, as if they're staging some kind of protest about being attached to your body and would prefer to be somewhere tropical. You curl tighter, trying to trap any possible warmth, but your body's producing minimal heat because you haven't eaten enough calories to fuel significant heat production. And this is a problem that prayer alone won't solve, but there's nothing you can do about it at midnight in a freezing cell except accept it and hope morning comes quickly. Sleep arrives eventually, though not the restful sleep of summer. Winter sleep is fragmented. You drift in and out, and sometimes you're not sure if you're sleeping or just resting with your eyes closed. You dream about being warm, which seems cruel, and you wake several times to adjust position because lying still for too long makes everything hurt. Brother Thomas's snoring provides a kind of rhythm to the night, a soundtrack to your semi-consciousness that's almost comforting in its predictability. Round 2 o'clock the bell rings for vigils. You surface from whatever shallow sleep you achieved, momentarily confused about where you are, why it's dark, and why you're so cold. Then reality reasserts itself. You're a monk, it's winter, and it's time for night prayers. You sit up, feel around for your sandals in the darkness, locate them eventually, and prepare to start the entire cycle again. This is your life. This is what you chose. Tomorrow night will be the same, and the night after that, and every night until spring. The great silence between Compline and Prime creates a particular quality in the monastery, a thickness to the darkness that goes beyond simple absence of speech. You move through this silence like moving through water, aware of its resistance, conscious of how your footsteps echo, and careful not to disturb the peace that's both holy and fragile. Other monks become shadows passing in corridors, their presence acknowledged through brief nods, their identity sometimes uncertain in the darkness because you're all wearing identical habits and moving with identical careful silence. The church during vigils is a study in quiet motion. 30 monks enter, process to their choir stalls, kneel on stone floors and pray, all without speaking, all synchronized through years of practice, all maintaining a silence that feels substantial enough to touch. When the abbot begins the Latin prayers, his voice sounds startling despite being expected, breaking the quiet with words that immediately become part of it, prayers absorbing into silence rather than displacing it. You've learned to hear things you never noticed before silence became constant. The wind outside, obviously, but also the building's creaks as temperature changes affect wood and stone, the scuttling sounds that might be mice or might be your imagination, and the distant cough from Brother Peter that he tries to muffle but can't quite suppress. These small sounds become significant when speech is forbidden, taking on meanings they wouldn't have during daylight when conversation makes everything ordinary. Communication happens through gestures refined over decades of silent practice. A pointed finger means come here. 2 fingers walking through air means go there. Hand over stomach means hungry. Hand to mouth means thirsty. Hand waving means urgent. And hand on shoulder means wait. You've developed entire vocabularies of touch and motion, able to convey complex ideas without words, though sometimes the gestures become comically elaborate as you try to express something specific and end up looking like you're conducting an invisible orchestra while having a mild seizure. Brother John has mastered the art of silent reproach. He can communicate disappointment through eyebrow position alone, making you feel guilty about transgressions you haven't even committed yet. His particular specialty is the look, that combination of raised eyebrows, pursed lips and head tilt that somehow means you've done something wrong and should know what it is and should fix it immediately. You've tried explaining to him that silent communication shouldn't include judgment, but you explained this during great silence using gestures, and he just gave you the look in response which proved his point. The practical challenges of silence are considerable. When Brother Martin discovered mice in the grain storage, he couldn't announce this verbally during great silence, so he caught a mouse, carried it to the chapter house, and placed it on the table during the morning meeting, which effectively communicated the problem, but also caused several monks to jump and Brother Paul to make a sound somewhere between a squeak and a gasp. This method of reporting issues is memorable, but not recommended. Sometimes silence becomes oppressive rather than peaceful, particularly during long winter nights when you're cold and uncomfortable and would really like to complain but can't. The frustration builds inside you like pressure in a sealed container, and you understand why some monks occasionally have emotional outbursts, suddenly shouting about turnips or weather, or the unfairness of wool blankets before remembering themselves and returning to sheepish silence. You've never had such an outburst, but you've thought about it. Detailed fantasies about standing in the refectory and delivering lengthy speeches about reasonable expectations regarding winter comfort. The infirmary is technically exempt from silence rules when medical necessity requires communication, but Brother William interprets medical necessity very narrowly. You once developed a terrible cough during great silence, went to the infirmary seeking medicine, and had to communicate your symptoms entirely through gestures while Brother William watched with increasing confusion until you finally mimed coughing so dramatically that he understood and provided syrup, though he also gave you a stern look suggesting you were exaggerating for attention, which you weren't. Though the dramatic coughing mime might have been slightly over the top, the scriptorium maintains silence even during speaking hours because concentration requires quiet. This creates weird situations where you're allowed to talk but choose not to, and the silence becomes voluntary rather than mandatory, which feels different somehow. Brother Edmund claims he prefers working in silence because it lets him focus, but you've noticed he's also the first person to start conversations when speaking is permitted, suggesting his love of silence might be more theoretical than practical. Walking through the cloister during great silence, you become aware of your body's sounds, breath, heartbeat, joints cracking, stomach gurgling. These noises that disappear into normal daily chaos become prominent in quiet, making you self-conscious about biological functions you can't control. Brother Thomas's knees sound like breaking branches when he kneels, and during silent prayers, everyone can hear them, and you can sense his embarrassment through his rigid posture, though nobody acknowledges it because acknowledging would require speaking or gesturing, and both would be rude. The monastery's cats maintain their own counsel regarding silence. They vocalize whenever they want, meowing for food, hissing at mice, and making strange sounds during mating season that wake everyone and generate the next day's only breakfast conversation because apparently cat sounds don't count as breaking silence when discussing them. Brother Geoffrey feeds the cats kitchen scraps and claims they earn their keep catching rodents, though you've observed more sleeping than rodent catching, suggesting the cats understand they've achieved an excellent arrangement. Snow falling during great silence creates particular beauty, the complete absence of sound as flakes accumulate, white appearing from darkness, covering everything in soft blankets that muffle even normal quiet sounds. You stand in the cloister watching snow fall, breath visible in cold air, and feel connected to every other person who's ever watched snow fall in silence, which is probably everyone throughout history, making this moment both personal and universal, both isolated and shared. The bell that ends. Great silence at prime sounds like liberation, though nobody immediately starts talking because you're all in church, and church requires relative quiet anyway. But the permission to speak changes everything. The air feels less dense, your posture relaxes, and the world reopens. And then you process out of church and someone says, "Cold this morning," and someone else responds, "Indeed." And these minimal words feel profound after hours of silence. Human connection restored through the simple exchange of obvious observations about weather. Midwinter brings a particular kind of contemplation that's different from other seasons' introspection. When you're cold and uncomfortable and spending long hours in darkness, your mind turns inward because outward offers little that's pleasant. You think about your life, the decisions that led here, the path you've walked, the person you've become through years of prayer and cold and turnip stew. You chose this life at 23 years old, young enough to be idealistic, old enough to know you were making a real commitment. The world outside offered other paths: marriage, trade work, farming, city life. But you felt called to monastic life, drawn to the combination of community and solitude, prayer and work, and the structure that makes sense of an otherwise chaotic existence. Your family didn't understand. Your friends thought you were crazy. Maybe they were right, but you chose anyway, and here you are 32 winters later, still choosing this life daily even when it's difficult, especially when it's difficult. The monastery has shaped you in ways you couldn't have predicted. Your handwriting improved from years of copying manuscripts. Your patience increased from years of dealing with Brother Thomas's snoring, Brother Martin's opinions, and Brother Peter's constant questions. Your body adapted to cold, learned to sleep on straw, and adjusted to limited food. You became different than who you were, changed by repetition and ritual, and the slow grinding of daily life against personality's rough edges. Some changes were losses. You've forgotten what it feels like to have privacy, to make your own decisions about your daily schedule, and to eat whenever you're hungry rather than when bells permit. You've lost the spontaneity that makes secular life interesting. You can't suddenly decide to visit a friend, take a day off, or sleep late. Every hour is planned, every day follows a pattern, and while this structure provides comfort, it also restricts freedom in ways you sometimes miss. But other changes were gains. You've learned skills you'd never have learned otherwise: Latin, manuscript copying, herbal medicine from Brother William, and basic carpentry from Brother Stephen. You've read books most people never access, theological texts, philosophical works and classical literature. Your education exceeds what any normal person receives, which is strange considering you chose a life defined by poverty, chastity and obedience. The monastery gave you intellectual wealth while requiring material poverty. The community became your family, though not the way families usually work. You're not related by blood, you didn't choose these specific people, and you wouldn't necessarily be friends in other circumstances. But you share life in ways that transcend normal friendship. You know Brother John's breathing pattern when he sleeps, you recognise Brother Martin's footsteps in corridors, and you can predict Brother Peter's reactions to various situations. This intimate knowledge creates bonds stronger than friendship but different from family, something unique to communal living. You think about God more than you did as a young man, which seems obvious given that you're a monk and thinking about God is basically your job. But it's not just quantity. The quality changed too. Your understanding deepened and became more complex. You became less certain about details but more confident about essentials. You've stopped worrying about theological minutiae that consumed your youth and started focusing on practical spirituality, how to actually live faithfully rather than how to perfectly explain faith. Prayer changed from words to presence. When you were young, you prayed verbally, asking for things, reciting memorized prayers, and speaking constantly to God like God might forget you existed if you stopped talking. Now prayer is mostly silence, being present, paying attention, and listening rather than speaking. You're not sure God hears you differently, but you hear God differently, which might be the same thing. The doubts came too, particularly during winter when discomfort makes everything harder. Some nights you lie in your cold cell wondering if you've wasted your life, if you should have chosen marriage and children and normal existence. You think about the warmth you're missing, the experiences you'll never have, and the alternate versions of yourself living different lives in parallel worlds you'll never access. These doubts don't mean you'll leave. You've committed too deeply for that, but they create shadows on otherwise clear conviction. Brother Paul represents who you used to be, full of enthusiasm and certainty and surprise at monastery realities. Watching him struggle through his first winter brings back memories of your own first winter, how shocking everything seemed, and how you questioned whether you'd survive and whether this was worth it. You want to tell him it gets easier, except it doesn't really. You just get tougher, which isn't the same thing but achieves similar results. Experience doesn't make cold comfortable, just bearable. You've seen monks leave, deciding this life wasn't for them, departing for the secular world without shame because nobody should continue living wrong for them just because they started. You've seen monks die, buried in the cemetery behind the church, their cells emptied, their possessions distributed, their space in the choir filled by whoever's next in seniority. Death and departure both create absence, holes in community fabric that eventually mend but never quite disappear. The monastery will outlast you, which is both comforting and sobering. These stones stood before you arrived and will stand after you're buried. Future monks will sleep in your cell, pray in your choir stall, and walk paths you walked. They'll experience their own winters, develop their own doubts, and find their own reasons to stay. The continuity connects you to the past and future, and makes your life part of a larger pattern that transcends individual existence. Looking back across 32 winters, you see growth you couldn't see while living through it. The young man who arrived here doesn't exist anymore, replaced by someone calmer, deeper, and more patient, but also more tired and colder and sometimes grumpy about turnips. You became who this life made you, shaped by repetition, refined by difficulty, and transformed by years of choosing the same difficult choice daily. Tomorrow you'll wake cold, pray in darkness, eat insufficient food, work despite discomfort, pray again, sleep poorly, and repeat. This is your life. This is your choice. And most days, though not all days, you're grateful for it. Winter will end eventually. Spring will come with warmth and growth and easier living. But winter teaches lessons spring can't teach. Endurance, patience, finding meaning in difficulty, and community sustained through shared suffering. These lessons matter. You've learned them slowly, painfully, and thoroughly. The bell rings for Compline. Time to pray before sleeping, time to choose again. The bell for vigil sounds at 2 o'clock in the morning, which is an objectively terrible time to wake up, and has been a terrible time to wake up for centuries, suggesting either medieval monks enjoyed suffering, or they never figured out better scheduling. You surface from shallow sleep, initially confused why darkness still exists, then remembering this is normal. This is what you do every single night. Wake in complete darkness to pray because apparently God needs attention at 2 in the morning, though you suspect God would understand if everyone just slept until dawn. But the rule is the rule, and complaining about the rule accomplishes nothing except making you a complainer. Your feet hit the stone floor and the cold shoots through your body like electric shock, which doesn't exist yet but would be a perfect description if it did. You fumble for your sandals in darkness, locate them eventually, and force your feet inside despite their protests. Your habit is wrinkled from sleep but adequate for church. Your face feels grimy, but washing would require warm water, and warm water doesn't exist. So you skip washing and just run your fingers through your hair, which doesn't accomplish much but makes you feel like you tried. The corridor outside your cell is utterly dark. No torches, no candles. The rule forbids waste, and lighting corridors for nighttime prayers would be wasteful. You navigate by memory, one hand trailing along the wall, feet shuffling to avoid obstacles. Other monks move through the darkness around you, silent shadows heading toward church. Someone stumbles and catches themselves on the wall, making a thump that echoes through stone passages. Nobody acknowledges this because the great silence is still in effect, so you pretend you didn't hear anything. The church is slightly less dark than the corridor because candles burn on the altar, their flames small but sufficient to prevent complete blindness. You find your choir stall through practiced movement, kneel on the stone step, and begin night prayers while your body screams about being awake at this hour. The Latin prayers flow automatically, your mouth forming words without conscious thought, which is good because conscious thought right now consists mainly of being cold and wishing you were asleep. Vigils last 45 minutes, which feels like 3 hours when you're cold and tired. You stand, sit, kneel, and stand again, following the officer's rhythm while your knees crack and your back aches. And somewhere in the church, Brother Peter's stomach growls with enough volume that several monks turn to look. despite great silence forbidding acknowledgement of bodily sounds. The psalms wash over you like cold water, which is a terrible metaphor but accurate because cold water is exactly what you feel like you're experiencing. After vigils comes the dead zone, that gap between night prayers and lauds at 5 o'clock when you're supposed to sleep but can't really, because you're now awake and cold, and your cell offers no appeal whatsoever. Some monks return to their cells and try to sleep. Others stay in church praying privately. You usually go to the warming room and sit near the embers of yesterday's fire, which provide minimal warmth but more warmth than your cell offers, and you're not proud of this weakness, but you're not above it either. The warming room contains several other monks with the same idea, all sitting on benches staring at a dying fire, all pretending this is about spiritual reflection rather than heat-seeking. Brother Edmund nods at you. Brother John makes space on his bench. You sit down, feel the faint warmth radiating from stones around the fireplace, and allow yourself to enjoy this small comfort. Nobody speaks. Great silence continues until prime. But you all share this moment of slightly less cold existence, which creates camaraderie that doesn't need words. Gradually, imperceptibly, the darkness outside begins changing quality. Not lighter, exactly, but less absolute. The window shutters show faint edges where night is thinking about becoming morning. This transition happens so slowly you can't see it happening, but if you look away and look back, the difference becomes apparent. The world is remembering how to have light, though it's taking its time about the process. At 5 o'clock the bell rings for lauds, and you return to church, kneel again and pray again, except now there's the faintest grey light coming through windows, making everything slightly visible. You can see other monks' faces, pale and tired but familiar. You can see the altar cross, the candles, and the stone walls that contain your life. Dawn is arriving, dragging morning with it, reluctant but inevitable. After lauds comes prime at 6 o'clock, and now the light is definite, grey winter morning light that reveals rather than illuminates. Through the church windows you can see the cloister garden, its paths visible through snow, its herb beds buried, and its fountain frozen solid. The view is bleak but real, no longer hidden by darkness, just cold and waiting for spring like everything else. Prime ends, and great silence ends with it, and suddenly monks are talking, soft conversations about daily tasks, about Brother Martin needing to check grain stores, about Brother Peter planning to split wood, about ordinary things made worth discussing by hours of enforced quiet. The voices sound strange after silence, like instruments after a long rest, finding their pitches and rhythms again. Breakfast doesn't happen, which remains terrible every single day, but particularly terrible in winter, when your body desperately wants calories. Instead, you go to your work assignment. For you, that means the scriptorium, where Brother Robert has already organised today's projects and arranged materials with his usual intimidating efficiency. You settle at your desk, prepare your quill, open the inkhorn, and begin copying text while your stomach complains about lack of food. Your hands complain about cold, and your mind complains about everything but continues working anyway because work is prayer, and prayer is work and complaining is neither. The morning passes in slow increments. You write letters on parchment, concentrating despite discomfort, producing work that will outlast you. Outside the window, weak sunlight attempts to warm the world, failing but trying, which seems like an appropriate metaphor for monastic life. Failing but trying, continuing despite odds, maintaining faith that effort matters even when immediate results don't appear. At noon the bell rings for sext, and then immediately after comes dinner, that first food of the day that breaks your fast and reminds your stomach that eating is something bodies do. The refectory smells fantastic because Brother Geoffrey has prepared bread and pottage, and after 14 hours without food, even turnip stew smells like something worthy of Thanksgiving. You take your place, receive your portion, and eat with the concentration of someone who understands that this meal matters, that this food provides fuel for another day of cold and work and prayer. Dawn has fully arrived now, bringing winter daylight that will last until 4 o'clock, maybe 4:30 if you're lucky. These brief hours of light become precious, and you use them efficiently, working, praying, and moving through tasks with awareness that darkness returns quickly. The monastery operates on borrowed time between darkness and darkness, making the most of light while it lasts. This is every day, every winter, every year. Dawn arrives reluctantly. Work continues regardless. Food comes eventually. Evening returns too quickly, and then the cycle begins again. Bells marking time, prayers creating rhythm, and the community sustaining itself through shared experience of difficult living. You've done this thousands of times. You'll do it thousands more. Until you die, which will happen eventually, and someone else will take your place, wake to the same bell, pray the same prayers, and experience their own cold dawns in this same ancient building. Winter evening arrives with its characteristic lack of drama, daylight simply draining from the sky like water from a cracked pot. You stand in the cloister after Vespers, watching the last light fade from the garden where snow lies in contoured drifts, and you think about legacy, what you'll leave behind, what the monastery represents, and what all this suffering and prayer and cold accomplishes beyond simple survival. The manuscripts in the library, including 17 you've copied personally, will outlast you by centuries. Future generations will read words you wrote, thoughts you preserved, and knowledge you helped transmit. They won't know your name. Scribes don't sign their work because pride is a sin and anonymity is a virtue. But they'll benefit from your labour. That matters. That means something, even if you never receive credit, even if nobody remembers you existed. The younger monks like Brother Paul will continue after you're gone, learning from your example whether they realise it or not. They watch how you handle cold, how you maintain patience during difficult times, and how you navigate the balance between strictness and mercy, rule and compassion. Teaching happens through demonstration more than instruction, and every action models possibility. You're showing them that people survive winter, that 48 years can be lived within these walls, and more through demonstration that commitment sustains itself through repetition and faith. The monastery itself represents a legacy larger than individuals. These stones have housed monks for 2 centuries and will house them for centuries more, providing stability in an unstable world. Outside these walls, kingdoms rise and fall, wars devastate populations, diseases spread, and famines kill thousands. But the monastery continues, maintaining a rhythm of prayer and work, preserving knowledge, and offering an example of life organised around something beyond immediate comfort and pleasure. That continuity matters deeply, especially in winter, when survival requires looking beyond the present moment toward longer horizons. You've contributed to the monastery's practical survival. The garden improvements you suggested that increase yield, the copying work that brings income from other religious houses, and the guidance you've given younger monks about everything from manuscript preparation to surviving emotional difficulties. These contributions aren't dramatic, but they're real. Small additions to the institution's strength that will benefit people you'll never meet. The prayers you've prayed, probably millions of words across thousands of hours, create something you can't measure but trust matters. You've participated in a continuous stream of worship that extends backward through generations and forward into an unknown future, connecting you to monks throughout history and across geography. When you pray, you join an invisible community spanning time and space, united in dedication to God and spiritual discipline. That connection transcends individual mortality. Brother William, the infirmarian, talks sometimes about the healing work as a legacy. The illness is treated, the pain reduced, the suffering addressed. You've helped him occasionally, learning his remedies, and you've seen how medical care given with compassion affects people beyond physical healing. People remember being treated with dignity during illness. They remember that someone cared. These memories shape how they treat others when they become the caregivers. Legacy spreads through concentric circles, touching lives in ways you never witness. The community itself, this collection of flawed men trying to live according to difficult ideals, represents something valuable that you've helped sustain. You've been patient when Brother Martin was insufferable, kind when Brother Paul was struggling, honest when Brother Thomas needed correction, and present when anyone needed listening. Community doesn't maintain itself automatically. It requires constant repair, constant attention, and constant choosing to remain even when leaving would be easier. Your choice to stay all these years has helped others stay too. You think about the families in the village who've brought sick children to Brother William, who've received food during famines, who found refuge when their cottages burned. The monastery serves the surrounding area in practical ways, and your work, growing food, maintaining buildings, keeping the community functioning, enables that service. You've never delivered food personally, never treated a sick child, but your labour made those actions possible. Legacy includes supporting others whose work is more visible. The skills you've learned and taught, manuscript copying, Latin translation, herb cultivation, woodworking, will outlive you through students who'll teach future students. creating knowledge chains extending indefinitely forward. Brother Stephen, who taught you carpentry, died 3 years ago, but his teaching lives in your hands as they work wood and will live in the hands of whoever you teach next. This is how human knowledge survives across generations, through person-to-person transmissions supplemented by written records. You won't be remembered individually, which is strange to accept because people generally want to be remembered and want their lives to matter in ways others acknowledge. But monastic life explicitly rejects that desire, arguing that seeking personal recognition is prideful, and that anonymous contribution is more virtuous than celebrated achievement. You've made peace with this, mostly, though sometimes you imagine someone in the distant future reading your copied manuscripts and wondering briefly about the scribe who wrote them, and that imagination brings satisfaction despite its vanity. The graves behind the church contain 47 monks from this monastery's history, their names recorded in the register, but their lives known only through sparse details, dates of entry, dates of death, and occasional notes about their work. You'll join them eventually, become another name in the list, another body in cold ground, another monk who came, lived, prayed, worked, and departed. The thought is sobering, but also comforting. You're part of something larger than yourself, and that participation matters more than individual recognition. What monks do, fundamentally, is maintain an alternative way of living in a world too often dominated by violence, greed, and immediate gratification. The monastery models different priorities: community over individual, spirit over material, long-term over short-term, and discipline over indulgence. This model isn't perfect, isn't superior in all ways, and isn't suitable for everyone. But it exists, it persists, and it offers contrast to mainstream society. That contrast creates space for people to imagine different possibilities for human life. Winter will end, as it always does, and spring will bring warmth and growth and easier living. Then summer with its abundance, autumn with its harvest, and winter again, cycling endlessly forward like prayers through daily offices. You'll live through these cycles until you don't, until you become one of those graves behind the church, and then other monks will continue the same patterns, praying the same prayers, enduring the same winters, and creating their own legacies while barely thinking about yours. But tonight, standing in the cold cloister watching the last light disappear, you feel connected to everyone who's ever stood here watching winter darkness arrive. Monks from centuries past and monks who'll come in centuries future, all experiencing similar moments of reflection on cold evenings when survival seems like an achievement, and continuation seems like a purpose. You're not alone, even when physically isolated. You're part of a tradition, part of a community, part of something that transcends individual mortality and gives meaning to difficult living. The bell rings for Compline. One more office before sleep, before starting everything again tomorrow. You turn from the darkness outside, walk toward the church, and join the procession of monks who've made the same walk countless times before and will make it countless times after. This is your legacy. Not anything dramatic or memorable, just the steady continuation of commitment, the daily choice to remain, and the countless small actions that together create something larger than their sum. You enter the church, take your place, and begin to pray. Outside, winter continues. Inside, candles burn against darkness. Between them, you continue living the life you chose, cold and difficult and somehow still worthwhile, still meaningful, still yours. Thank you for joining us through these long winter nights. May you find warmth in rest and peace in darkness. Sleep well. Your earliest ancestors were performing before Netflix, before Broadway, and before anyone even considered charging for entertainment. Imagine a cave from 40,000 years ago. The fire is crackling. Someone begins to tell a story about the day's mammoth hunt, and the dishes are finished. Well, there weren't dishes, but you get the idea. The interesting part, though, is that they did more than merely recount the tale. Oh no, that would be too easy. Someone took a mammoth hide and began to play the role of the mammoth. Someone else posed as the courageous hunter, to symbolize the shaman who blessed the hunt. A third person picked up some berries and painted stripes on their face. Before you know it, you have the first dinner theatre in human history, complete with method acting, real costumes, and a small, intimate setting. Remember, these weren't just any old shenanigans. Directors of contemporary community theatre would be envious of the practical uses of these early productions. Important survival knowledge, such as which berries won't kill you, and how to avoid becoming something else's dinner, was passed down thanks to them. They strengthened ties within the community because nothing unites people like seeing Uncle Grok perform his encounter with a saber-toothed tiger for the 15th time, complete with homemade sound effects and increasingly complex mime work. The irony is that we were already formulating what would eventually become the fundamental principle of all performances. The audience must voluntarily suspend their disbelief. Everyone gathered around that fire was well aware that it wasn't actually a mammoth, but rather Bob in a fur suit, his hands cupped around his mouth, making trumpet-like noises. However, they consented to comply, allowing themselves to be drawn into the narrative. Even though the costumes have become much more elaborate and the venues are much less likely to be overrun by real wild animals, that is the magic contract between the performer and the audience that still exists today. These early performances also appear to have been more than casual affairs, according to archaeological evidence. Figures wearing ornate headdresses and participating in ritualistic activities are depicted in cave paintings from Lascaux and other locations in what seem to be ceremonial poses. Certain cave formations, according to some researchers, were picked especially for their acoustic qualities, natural amphitheatres, where tales could be told and retold with the most dramatic effect. These early societies' performance traditions evolved along with them. Coming-of-age rituals, successful hunts, territorial agreements and seasonal celebrations of the solstices all became occasions for ever more complicated theatrical performances. The shaman or tribal storyteller developed into something like a director, directing group activities and maintaining the customs of telling some stories. A few thousand years later, you're in ancient Egypt, where someone had the brilliant notion that if ordinary stories were good, then stories about pharaohs and gods must be fantastic. With intricate costumes, makeup techniques that would make a contemporary drag queen weep with admiration, and scripts, hieroglyphic ones, of course. The Egyptians transformed the primal human urge to perform into something that approached professional theatre. In essence, Egyptian religious ceremonies were high-stakes theatrical productions. If you fumbled your lines, you risked upsetting a god, which was far worse than receiving a poor review in the local papyrus. Nor were these solemn, quiet services. They were grand events with hundreds of participants, intricate processions and special effects that must have appeared completely magical to viewers who were unaware of their workings. The story of the god's death and resurrection was narrated over several days of performances that swept across entire cities during the yearly Osiris festivals, which were especially theatrical. Parts of the story would be assigned to different neighbourhoods, resulting in a theatrical experience that stretched throughout the entire city and made contemporary site-specific theatre appear positively modest. The fact that Egyptian performance created numerous customs that still exist today is what makes it so fascinating. They created complex methods for implying supernatural happenings on stage, such as trapdoors for gods to come and go, ornate masks and costumes to turn human actors into gods, and meticulously planned movements that gave the appearance of supernatural strength. The idea of a theatrical season linked to agricultural and religious calendars was also invented by the Egyptians. A year-round cycle of theatrical activity that kept audiences interested and performers employed was created by the various festivals that held various kinds of performances throughout the year. They realised something that contemporary theatre producers are still discovering. Audience loyalty is increased by consistent programming. Papyri and Egyptian tomb paintings also demonstrate that these performances weren't stuffy or overly solemn. There was a place for comedy, frequently in the form of minor characters and servants who offered light-hearted relief from the more sombre divine drama. The Egyptians recognised that audiences needed a few laughs to keep things from becoming too serious. Even in tales about life, death, and eternal judgment, we now travel to ancient Greece, where someone had the brilliant idea to elevate storytelling to a formal activity, complete with regulations, contests, and the kind of critical thinking that would make graduate students today feel completely at home. It was impossible for the Greeks, bless them, to simply appreciate a good story. They had to classify it, evaluate it, and then most likely compose a philosophical treatise on whether or not it effectively elicited catharsis through fear and pity. The Greeks created what is now known as formal drama during religious festivals celebrating Dionysus, the god of wine, which explains a lot about theatre's relationship with altered states of consciousness, in the 6th century BCE. Picture the scene. Throngs of people gathered in massive outdoor amphitheatres carved into the sides of hills, listening to actors in flowing robes and ornate masks narrate tales of heroes, gods, and the occasional dysfunctional family that would make contemporary soap operas appear positively restrained. Let's take a moment to discuss those amphitheatres, though, as they were engineering wonders that contemporary architects continue to admire. About 17,000 people could fit in Athens' Theatre of Dionysus, and the acoustics were so well designed that a whisper from the stage could be heard in the back row. Excellent knowledge of sound and space without the use of microphones or amplification. Every audience member had an unhindered view of the action thanks to the seating arrangement, which was set up in a perfect semicircle. By the way, the masks weren't merely decorative. The person in the back row, who is likely squinting and questioning whether they should have brought their antiquated equivalent of opera glasses, needed something to help project emotion in those enormous amphitheatres. These masks were artistic creations, carved to symbolise various character types and emotions. Happy, sad, angry, confused. All the emotions you go through on a normal Monday morning, but artistically captured in plaster, wood and linen that would make contemporary designers cry. The Greeks are credited with creating the idea of the tragic hero, but they also unintentionally created stage fright. His name lives on in the word thespian, though I'm sure he never imagined future actors would use it to sound more important at dinner parties. Imagine poor Thespis, who is frequently regarded as the first actor, standing alone on stage for the first time and likely thinking, "What have I gotten myself into? Yesterday I participated in a chorus, and now suddenly everyone is staring at me, expecting me to be engaging on my own." Greek tragedy dealt with serious issues such as justice, fate, family honour, and whether or not the gods were amused at human expense. Spoiler alert, they usually were. Aeschylus created what were effectively ancient miniseries with greater production values and more divine intervention through his trilogies, which examined a single theme across several plays. In order to create that delicious tension that keeps you wriggling in your seat, Sophocles perfected the art of dramatic irony, in which the audience knows something that the characters do not. However, the Greeks also provided us with comedy, and it was politically incorrect and delightfully crude in ways that would make audiences today gasp and then giggle in private. Because Aristophanes' plays were full of political satire, bathroom humour, and the kind of jokes that made respectable citizens clutch their togas and pretend to be scandalised while actually enjoying every minute, he would have thrived on social media. It is impossible to exaggerate how competitive Greek theatre is. Playwrights, actors and choruses competed for prizes and public recognition during the dramatic festivals, which were more than just parties. Think of the Olympics for the theatre, complete with all the political scheming, artistic competitions and heated public arguments over the judges, while losers likely went home and grumbled about the judges not appreciating their artistic vision. Winners rose to fame throughout the Greek world. The chorus was the centre of these productions, despite being frequently disregarded in contemporary discussions of Greek theatre. They were talented performers who represented the voice of the community in the play by dancing, singing and commenting on the action. They weren't merely background singers. A production's success or failure depended on its chorus, and training one required months of rigorous rehearsal. When the Romans saw Greek theatre, they thought, "This is nice, but what if we made it bigger, more spectacular, and threw in some gladiators?" Because if the Romans were good at anything, it was taking someone else's brilliant idea and making it much better with more marble, more violence, and much better engineering. Roman theatre was entertainment on a scale that would make contemporary production companies shiver with fear and jealousy. They constructed massive theatres, some of which could accommodate up to 40,000 people. Can you imagine packing a theatre that big today for a single dramatic performance rather than a sporting event or rock concert? Rome's 20,000-seat Theatre of Marcellus was so exquisitely designed that portions of it still stand today and are used as the base for Renaissance palaces that were erected on its remains. The Romans changed theatrical technology in ways that would not be matched until the modern era, but they didn't stop at size. They featured elaborate set pieces that could be changed between acts using sophisticated machinery hidden beneath the stage floor, hoists that could lift actors into the air to represent gods or flying creatures, and trapdoors that were controlled by intricate mechanical systems, special effects that wouldn't look out of place in a contemporary theme park. Roman theatre engineering produced the first retractable awnings to shield spectators from the sun and rain, intricate subterranean spaces beneath the stage for the storage of equipment and sets, and even crude air conditioners that cooled the air on hot days using aqueduct water. Instead of relying on ideal weather, they made going to the theatre a cosy year-round activity. From a social point of view, this is where Roman theatre becomes truly fascinating. The Romans viewed theatre more like we do television today. popular entertainment for the masses, supported by the government or wealthy sponsors, and intended to keep the populace content and distracted. This is in contrast to the Greeks, who saw theatre as both entertainment and a spiritual experience connected to religious festivals. Free admission was provided by wealthy individuals seeking social status or politicians hoping to win over voters. The shows had to be suitable for everyone, from senators to dock workers, in order to appeal to the widest possible audience. This democratic approach to entertainment gave rise to storytelling innovations that put mass appeal ahead of creative experimentation. The clever servant who was always smarter than his master, the young lover who was attractive but not very intelligent, the irascible old man whose stinginess caused most of the plot complications, and the cunning parasite who flattered wealthy. Patrons in exchange for food and favours were all examples of stock characters that audiences would instantly recognise in Roman comedies. Does that sound familiar? Even today, these character types can be found in sitcoms and romantic comedies. The ensemble comedy model that we still use today, 2,000 years later, was essentially established by the Romans. It is impossible to overestimate the impact of Roman comedy on subsequent theatrical traditions. Throughout the Middle Ages and into the Renaissance, plays by Plautus and Terence were studied and copied. Shakespeare directly appropriated Roman storylines and character types. Roman theatre is the source of the fundamental framework of romantic comedy, which consists of young lovers kept apart by obstacles, complications involving mistaken identities, and a resolution in which everyone gets married. However, the idea of theatre as a spectacle for public amusement was also invented by the Romans. Their successful productions travelled from city to city across the empire, establishing the first theatrical touring circuit. To bring professional entertainment to provincial towns that might never otherwise see anything more sophisticated than local festivals, picture the logistics of transporting entire acting companies, elaborate sets, and costumes across hundreds of miles of Roman roads. Roman audiences were infamously picky and outspoken about what they liked. They had no qualms about vocally and instantly expressing their disapproval if they didn't enjoy a performance. Both positive and negative effects on the development of theatre resulted from this, as it established a culture in which popularity and entertainment value were valued more highly than artistic ambition. The first celebrity culture centred on performers was also created by the Romans. Actors who achieved success became well known throughout the empire, and rumours and conjecture surrounded their private lives. Does that sound familiar? They invented the idea of a touring star who could attract audiences just by virtue of their reputation, going from city to city to play their most well-liked parts. You might assume that theatre simply put on its masks and went home for a few centuries after the fall of Rome. It had to be extremely inventive about where it lived and how it survived, but not quite. The early Christian church had conflicting opinions about theatrical performances. On the one hand, they disapproved of Roman theatre's connection to violence, pagan festivals, and general immorality. However, they soon discovered that religious stories could be effectively taught through performance to those who were illiterate, which was the majority of the population. As a result, theatre found a new home in churches, beginning with straightforward Bible story reenactments during services. Imagine that during Easter morning services, members of the congregation would pretend that Christ's empty tomb had been discovered. This would likely involve improvised costumes and a good deal of nervous laughter from amateur actors who had never performed on stage before. Since Latin, the church's official language, was typically used for these early liturgical dramas, the majority of the audience was more interested in the spectacle than in fully comprehending every word. This resulted in increasingly complex visual presentations that use staging, costume and action rather than speech to convey narrative and emotion. The Easter story was briefly dramatised in the Cem Quiritus trope, which is frequently cited as the origin of all medieval drama. It began as a straightforward call and response between a clergyman who represented the angel at the tomb and another clergyman who represented the three Marys searching for Christ's body. Jesus of Nazareth. He is not here, he is risen. Whom do you seek? This is where medieval theatre becomes wonderfully human and charmingly chaotic. These religious performances outgrew the churches as they became more elaborate and well-liked. Entire communities participated in large-scale productions known as morality plays, which were essentially medieval after-school specials with titles like Everyman and The Castle of Perseverance, or mystery plays, which told biblical stories. These local productions were pulled by wagons known as pageant wagons, which would move around a town, stopping at various stations during the day. The carpenters would be in charge of Noah's Ark, naturally. The bakers would be in charge of the miracle of the loaves and fishes, The metalworkers would likely be stuck with any scenes that required armour or weapons, and the Goldsmiths Guild would usually be in charge of the scenes involving the three wise men and their pricey gifts. Part of what made medieval theatre so charming was that the outcomes were frequently hilariously uneven. Imagine going to a play where Noah's Ark was constructed by real carpenters and looked amazing, and then right after that there's a scene where the angels are obviously just the apprentices of the baker, dressed in bed sheets, and they're desperately trying not to trip over their makeshift wings. For one day's performance, the Guild of Shipwrights would make an ark that could actually float. The Guild of Weavers might make costumes that were works of art, and the Guild of Blacksmiths would forge armour that was entirely authentic. The way that medieval performance combined the sacred and the ridiculous without seeming to care about tonal consistency was one of its most delightful features. Comic relief characters would appear everywhere, even in the most religious productions. In nativity plays, the shepherds were frequently portrayed as foolish country people who offered amusement in between the more sombre scenes. In the midst of a tale about divine judgment and salvation, there is slapstick humour because Noah's wife was traditionally a shrewish character who refused to board the ark without a fight. One of the most well-known medieval dramas, The Second Shepherd's Play, has a subplot about a sheep thief who attempts to conceal his stolen sheep by posing it as his newborn child, with his wife cradling it and saying it only has a peculiar complexion. This farce parallels the nativity story, resulting in a play that serves as both popular entertainment and religious instruction. We sometimes forget that medieval audiences recognised that a little humour helped make difficult spiritual subjects easier to understand and more memorable. They were being pragmatic, not disrespectful. You need to give them something to laugh at and something to think about if you want them to remember the lessons in your play. Medieval drama was staged in a way that was both inventive and useful. The majority of performances were held outside in marketplaces or town squares, so portable and weatherproof stage designs were required. The pageant wagon system made it possible for several plays to be presented at various venues at the same time, resulting in a festival-like atmosphere that persisted for days. Some communities created staging systems that were even more complex. In order to follow the entire biblical story from creation to Judgment Day, audiences moved between the Chester Mystery Plays, which were presented on a number of fixed stages spread out across the city. In order to create enormous outdoor festivals that attracted people from hundreds of miles away, other communities constructed makeshift amphitheatres in fields outside of town. Theatrical aspirations grew in tandem with the prosperity of medieval society and the size of urban centres. Productions became more complex in the 14th and 15th centuries, pushing the limits of what was possible with medieval technology. Hundreds of actors and crew members participated in these enormous multi-day passion plays during this time period. We can get a sense of the scale these productions could reach from the 1634 started Oberammergau Passion Play. Medieval adaptations were frequently even more ornate, with casts that included entire communities, numerous stages, and sophisticated special effects equipment. The technology used for staging advanced. Biblical miracles were cleverly addressed by medieval stage managers who created intricate mechanisms for parting seas or simulating divine fire, flying rigs for angelic appearances, and trapdoors for resurrection scenes. Medieval stage designers developed a specialty for depicting the mouth of hell, which is frequently a massive dragon head with a movable jaw that can swallow the damned while belching smoke and flames. Medieval theatre had a significant economic component. Investing heavily in costumes, materials, and specialised craft work was necessary for large productions. Guilds would train for their designated scenes for months, and the rivalry between them to produce the best show became a source of artistic innovation and civic pride. According to records from York, England, the mystery play cycle in the city involved 48 different wagons, and most of the adult population as organisers, craftspeople or performers. The play's economic impact was so great that they became popular tourist destinations, bringing in large sums of money for nearby merchants and innkeepers. Humanism, literacy, and the radical notion that perhaps, just possibly, the average person should have access to entertainment that wasn't solely concerned with their eternal souls, and moral advancement were all introduced during the Renaissance. Professional theatre as we know it began during this time, with permanent companies, specially constructed theatres, and the groundbreaking idea that actors could earn a living doing what they did without having to become carpenters or farmers. With stock characters that wore recognisable masks and costumes that have become so iconic that they are still instantly recognisable today, The Commedia dell'arte in Italy was perfecting improvisational comedy, with exaggerated features that allowed actors to project personality even to audiences seated close enough to see their eyes through the mask's eye holes. These were not your sombre Greek masks made to project emotion across enormous amphitheatres. Instead, they were made for intimate comedy. The fundamental character types: Pantalone, the wealthy old merchant who was constantly being conned out of his money; Il Capitano, the blustery soldier who talked endlessly about his military exploits, but turned out to be a coward when faced with real danger; Arlecchino, the cunning servant who was always smarter than his supposed betters; and the young lovers, who were typically beautiful but not particularly blessed with common sense, became so popular that they spread throughout Europe more quickly than Renaissance pasta recipes. Commedia dell'arte is especially endearing because, although the fundamental storylines and character types were the same for all acting companies, a large portion of the dialogue was improvised. Over the course of years or even decades, actors would hone their characters, coming up with unique vocal patterns, physical gestures, and running jokes that viewers would find entertaining. The audience expected the same characters to appear in each performance, albeit with slightly different circumstances and complications, so it was similar to watching a Renaissance take on improvisational comedy. The basic plot outlines or scenarios were handed down from one company to another and grew more complex. Mistaken identities, young lovers attempting to outsmart their parents, servants who were simultaneously assisting and impeding their masters, and enough physical humour to keep audiences laughing even when they couldn't fully follow the plot. Complications are all common elements of Commedia dell'arte performances. With their own costumes, props, musical instruments, and specialised equipment for outdoor performances, these travelling companies were effectively small businesses. They kept their main character types and scenarios while travelling from town to town throughout Italy and eventually throughout Europe, tailoring their performances to local languages and tastes. At the same time, something remarkable was taking place in England that would forever alter the field of theatrical literature. However, let's face it, Elizabethan theatre was not the reverent, hushed experience you might expect from something we now study with such academic seriousness. The Elizabethan era produced what many consider the greatest flowering of dramatic literature in the English language. Unlike the calm, reflective settings we now associate with serious drama, Elizabethan theatres were noisy, boisterous spaces that functioned more like a hybrid of a social club and a sporting event. Because they were on ground level, the audience known as groundlings stood in the pit and felt completely free to applaud heroes, hiss villains, and hurl objects at performers they didn't like. In general, they treated the performance as an interactive experience. They consumed food while the show was going on. Vendors offered beer, apples, and nuts. They went to the theatre to see and be seen in London society, made business deals, and flirted with possible love interests. They told the actors bluntly if a play was dull, sometimes to the extent that actors would act out of character to argue with loud audience members. Within the limitations of Elizabethan economics and technology, the theatres themselves were marvels of practical design. They were open to the sky in the middle, so performances relied on favourable weather and natural light. They were mostly made of wood and had thatched roofs. Fire was a constant worry. The Globe Theatre burned down in 1613 when a cannon effect went wrong, during a performance of Henry VIII. The weather and daylight hours dictated the performance schedules. Winter meant earlier start times or shorter plays. Even though some theatres had enough covered seating to continue with smaller audiences during light precipitation, rain could completely cancel performances. It was a straightforward yet elegant stage design, an intimacy that is hard to attain in contemporary proscenium theatres, where the audience is seated on one side of the action, was created by the main platform protruding into the audience. Hamlet stood a few feet away from some audience members during his soliloquies, allowing him to observe their distinct faces and determine how they responded to his remarks. Depending on the needs of the play, the gallery above the main stage could symbolise heaven, castle walls, or balconies. Trapdoors allowed supernatural characters to emerge from hell, a space beneath the stage. There was a curtained space behind the stage that could be used as a cave, an inner room, or anything else the script called for. These theatres relied on the imagination of the audience and the playwright's words to create atmosphere and location because they had little scenery and no lighting effects. You were aware that we would eventually arrive. 400 years later, high school students still complain about having to read William Shakespeare, and theatre professionals are still trying to understand how he was able to be so consistently brilliant while managing a theatre company and, likely worrying about paying the rent. Shakespeare was writing popular entertainment for a wide range of readers, not literature for future English classes. This is the aspect of Shakespeare that is frequently overlooked in all the scholarly analysis and reverent treatment. He worked as a playwright in a fiercely competitive commercial theatre setting, producing plays on short notice for audiences who could not stand pretense, and who had plenty of other things to do if his productions didn't hold their attention. Shakespeare's genius lay in his ability to work on several levels at once, without making anyone feel condescending or excluded. Sword fights, puns, and obscene jokes that would make a contemporary R-rating committee blush were all part of the experience for the groundlings who paid a penny to stand in the pit. Sophisticated wordplay, classical references, and intricate psychological insights that unveiled new layers upon repeated viewing were provided to the educated nobility who paid more for seats in the galleries. Everyone heard gripping tales of betrayal, power struggles, love, dysfunctional families, and the sporadic appearance of ghosts to add even more difficulty to an already challenging circumstance. His comedies, which were full of misidentifications, cross-dressing characters, romantic confusion that degenerates into delightful chaos, and the kind of wordplay that makes you laugh and moan at the same time, were truly funny in ways that are still relevant today. With a villain plot that primarily provides the other characters with interesting things to react to, and enough clever dialogue to fuel several contemporary sitcoms, Much Ado About Nothing is essentially a romantic comedy about two couples who approach love from entirely different perspectives. His histories transformed dull political events, which the majority of his audience only knew in passing, into exciting adventures full of endearing characters who seemed more real than the historical figures they purportedly represented. Through stirring battle speeches and character interactions, Henry V turns a medieval military campaign into a reflection on leadership, accountability, and the price of political ambition. This keeps audiences interested even if they are not very interested in English foreign policy in the 14th century, and his misfortunes. Yes, they are tragic, but in the most fulfilling sense of the word. They deal with major themes like fate, ambition, love, and retribution. But they do so by showing flawed, complex characters making decisions that have terrible outcomes. In addition to being a play about a prince who must exact revenge on his father, Hamlet is also about a person attempting to live honourably in a corrupt society, and how the quest for perfect justice can destroy everything you're attempting to defend. Shakespeare's comprehension of human psychology in all its contradictory complexity was what truly made him unique, because his characters, like real people, have internal contradictions. They seem authentic. Frequently in the same scene, Hamlet exhibits both decisiveness and indecision, bravery and cowardice, and cruelty and love. Lady Macbeth is a fiercely ambitious and extremely vulnerable person who can both plan murder and be destroyed by guilt. Iago is incredibly cunning and strangely petty. Driven by resentments that don't fully excuse the complex retaliation he plans, Shakespeare was also more aware of the desire of audiences for variety in a single evening's entertainment than most playwrights before or since. His plays combine court scenes and tavern scenes, high poetry and everyday prose, and comedy and tragedy, all within single stories that manage to remain cohesive despite their complex tones. Drama, comedy, action, philosophy and poetry are all combined into one experience that somehow feels cohesive rather than dispersed, making it similar to receiving a full entertainment package. Hamlet contains a variety of content, including a ghost story, a political thriller, a family drama, a romantic tragedy, a revenge plot, a play within a play, sword fights, philosophical soliloquies, court intrigue, and some of the most hilarious gravedigger scenes in dramatic literature. Shakespeare managed to make that list function as a single, seamless experience, but any contemporary entertainment executive would insist on dividing it into at least 3 distinct products. Shakespeare was essentially creating modern English as he wrote, so the language merits special attention. Shakespeare created or first used many of the words and expressions we use on a daily basis in his plays. He intuitively saw that language could be both poetic and conversational, elegant and approachable, and beautiful and useful. His characters' speech sounds both heightened and natural, poetic and realistic. Dramatic development was as much influenced by the actual theatre locations as it was by the playwrights and performers who performed there. A microcosm of Elizabethan society and a device built to produce particular types of theatrical experiences, the Globe Theatre was more than just a place where many of Shakespeare's plays had their world premieres. The Globe's social geography provides us with a wealth of information about Elizabethan views on community, entertainment and class. The groundlings stood in the pit for a penny, which was less expensive than a loaf of bread and the least expensive form of entertainment in London. A seat in the galleries, where you would be shielded from the elements and have a better view of the action, would cost an additional penny. Although they most likely couldn't hear much conversation and undoubtedly disrupted the staging, the most expensive seats were actually on the stage itself, where affluent patrons could see and be seen by the rest of the audience. It was revolutionary to bring together people from different social classes in one place. Where else could a pickpocket, a nobleman and a shopkeeper all enjoy the same entertainment in the same place at the same time, in the strict hierarchical Elizabethan society? In London, theatre emerged as one of the few genuinely democratic establishments where individuals from wildly disparate backgrounds could share similar experiences and responses. It's easy to ignore the ways in which the architecture of these theatres impacted dramatic writing. Plays had to be performed during the day because there was no artificial lighting, so night scenes had to be completely set up through staging and dialogue. The actors must use their words and deeds alone to persuade a daytime audience that it is night time when Romeo ascends to Juliet's balcony. As playwrights learned to use words to create vivid images rather than lighting effects, this limitation produced some of the most exquisite descriptive language in English literature. With the platform extending far into the audience area, the thrust stage arrangement produced an intimacy that is difficult for contemporary theatres to replicate. Every performance felt immediate and intimate because the actors were literally surrounded by audience members on three sides. Instead of being performed to the back wall of the theatre or to empty air, soliloquies were shared directly with audience members who could touch them, fostering a sense of mutual confidence and conspiracy between the performer and the audience. Shakespeare and his contemporaries had to use dialogue, costumes and small props to create setting and atmosphere because there was a dearth of ornate scenery. A bed could turn the stage into a bedroom, a throne signified a palace, and a few branches suggested a forest. Instead of just showing viewers preset images, this economy of means compelled playwrights to be resourceful and audiences to be creative, resulting in a collaborative theatrical experience that stimulated viewers' creativity. Actors had to be incredibly adaptable because Elizabethan theatre companies used a repertory system. In a week, a single company may present 6 different plays, requiring actors to learn and play dozens of roles at once. With little rehearsal time, the top actor in a company such as Shakespeare's company, the Lord Chamberlain's men, would have to be ready to play a variety of characters and styles, such as King Lear on Wednesday, Benedick in Much Ado About Nothing on Tuesday and Hamlet on Monday. Additionally, because of this system, plays were written with particular actors in mind. Shakespeare customised roles for each member of his company based on their individual strengths, weaknesses and peculiarities. Will Kempe and Robert Armin, both of whom had distinct comedic philosophies and specialties, were the intended recipients of the clown parts. The tragic parts were written for Richard Burbage, who apparently had a regular ability to bring people to tears. English theatre started to undergo minor but important changes in 1603 when James I came to power. The emergence of private indoor theatres that catered to more affluent audiences coincided with the reign of the new king, who was more interested in lavish court entertainments than in public theatre. Shakespeare's company started its winter performances at the Blackfriars Theatre, which was a far cry from the public amphitheatres. It was more intimate, smaller, artificially candlelit, and admission was much pricier. Playwrights were inspired to experiment with more psychologically complex material and advanced theatrical techniques as a result of the more affluent and educated audience this attracted. Themes of corruption, insanity, and moral ambiguity were explored in darker, more psychologically complex plays written by playwrights such as John Webster, Thomas Middleton, and John Ford. With their graphic violence, sexual transgression, and moral complexity, The Duchess of Malfi, The White Devil, and 'Tis Pity She's a Whore challenged the conventions of what was appropriate for staging in outdoor amphitheatres during the day. More advanced staging methods were also made possible by the indoor theatres. Opportunities for atmospheric effects, abrupt illuminations, and the type of chiaroscuro lighting that painters of the era were employing to produce striking visual effects were made possible by candlelight. When audiences were unable to see all of the mechanical operations clearly, trapdoors and flying machinery could be used more successfully. In indoor theatres, music has grown in significance as a means of providing entertainment in between acts, as well as an accompaniment to the action. The development of what would eventually become theatrical orchestration as an artistic discipline, and more subdued musical effects, was made possible by the acoustics of enclosed spaces. English theatre achieved unprecedented levels of sophistication and artistic achievement during Charles I's reign, but it also began to temporarily decline. Court masques evolved into increasingly complex spectacles that fused dance, music, theatre, and visual arts in productions that were expensive and primarily used to showcase the wealth and power of the monarchy. Playwrights such as John Ford, Philip Massinger, and James Shirley produced works of significant artistic value, and public theatre flourished. However, a confrontation that would temporarily put an end to professional theatre in England was being sparked by the growing Puritan opposition to theatre as politically dangerous and morally corrupting. One of the greatest eras in English dramatic literature came to an end in 1642, when Parliament passed an ordinance banning all public theatres. Actors and playwrights were forced underground or into exile during England's 18-year ban on professional theatre. The theatrical impulse and human nature, however, have a wonderful quality that makes it impossible to eradicate theatre through legislation. Theatrical activity persisted in disguised forms throughout the Commonwealth era. The theatrical tradition was maintained through private performances in aristocratic homes, travelling entertainers who were careful not to identify as actors, and even some public performances that were passed off as musical concerts or instructional demonstrations. At fairs and markets, droll performances, brief comedic excerpts taken from longer plays, were presented, frequently with actors prepared to disperse if officials showed up. By offering moral instruction that coincidentally involved costumed actors enacting better stories, some theatrical entrepreneurs came up with inventive ways to get around the bans. When the monarchy was reinstated in 1660, theatre made a comeback to England, but with some notable modifications that would permanently alter the art form. For the first time, women were allowed to act on professional stages, which seems like such an obvious innovation that you wonder why it took so long to occur to anyone. In the past, young men were cast in all-female roles, which created some intriguing theatrical complications when characters and stories pretended to be the opposite gender. The ability to see real women portraying women opened up new avenues for dramatic characterization and romantic comedy. Additionally, male audience members occasionally showed greater interest in the actresses than in the plays they were performing, which led to new issues. The most well-known Restoration actress, Nell Gwyn, is a prime example of this shift's advantages and disadvantages. This conflict between artistic success and personal fame would haunt actresses for centuries, as they benefited from professional opportunities while confronting social stigmas that did not apply to their male counterparts. She was a truly gifted performer who could handle comedy and tragedy with equal skill, but she's more famous today for being King Charles II's mistress. Comedy of manners and other sophisticated plays about the social intrigues of the upper classes also gained popularity during the Restoration era. Instead of being broad physical comedies, these were clever verbal entertainments that deftly parodied romantic pretenses and social norms. Consider them the forerunners of contemporary romantic comedies, albeit with tighter corsets, more complex language, and a markedly more pessimistic outlook on marriage and faithfulness. Perhaps the best example of Restoration comedy is William Congreve's The Way of the World, which features characters who navigate romantic and financial complexities with well-crafted epigrams that only true intelligence can understand. There is a lot of wit in the conversation, but it is used as a weapon in complex social warfare where reputation and wealth are at stake. Compared to their Elizabethan forebears, Restoration theatres evolved into more elegant spaces that increasingly catered to affluent patrons prepared to shell out more cash for cosier surroundings. Imported from Italian architecture, the proscenium arch theatre improved the audience-performer relationship by separating the two in subtle yet significant ways. With painted backdrops and wing flats that could be switched between acts to imply different locations, the scenery grew increasingly ornate, although it also meant that plays relied less on the imagination of the audience and more on visual spectacle. This marked a shift toward theatrical illusionism that would rule stage design for the next 2 centuries. Sentimentalism, the groundbreaking notion that viewers should be emotionally affected by what they saw rather than merely amused or intellectually stimulated, was introduced to theatre in the 1700s. Domestic tragedy and plays about common middle-class people dealing with moral quandaries, as opposed to kings and nobles handling state affairs and divine intervention, became more popular during this time. With its emphasis on a young apprentice whose moral decline is caused by common human frailties, rather than fatal character defects or supernatural intervention, George Lillow's The London Merchant was revolutionary. By establishing the idea that theatre could and should represent the experiences of its audience, rather than merely offering escapist entertainment about exotic people in extraordinary circumstances, this moved toward emotional realism and relatable characters set the foundation for modern drama. Emotional responsiveness and moral sensitivity were given new significance by the cult of sensibility that ruled 18th century society. Touching scenes were supposed to make audiences cry, and the number of handkerchiefs needed in the theatre on any given night was frequently used to gauge a play's success. Although this may seem too sentimental by today's standards, it was a significant acknowledgement that theatre could be used to explore emotional and moral complexity, in addition to offering obscene entertainment. By creating a more naturalistic performance style that prioritised psychological realism over exclamatory technique, David Garrick transformed acting during this time. Garrick researched human behaviour and attempted to replicate it authentically on stage rather than posing and giving speeches in a formal, oratorical way. His portrayal of Hamlet received accolades for not looking like an actor giving well-known speeches, but rather like a real person dealing with real psychological issues. In addition, Garrick invented a number of theatrical techniques that are now commonplace. He was one of the first to demand that whole productions, not just individual scenes, undergo lengthy rehearsals. He created cohesive artistic visions for his productions by coordinating staging, costumes, and scenery. In order to create atmospheric illumination that increased the emotional impact of scenes, he even experimented with stage lighting effects, using reflective surfaces and hidden lamps. With periodicals like The Spectator and The Tatler reviewing plays and discussing aesthetics, the 18th century also witnessed the emergence of what is now known as theatre criticism. This led to a more self-conscious theatrical culture, where a more sophisticated audience examined and discussed artistic decisions. The development of theatrical celebrity culture as we know it today began in the late 18th century. Performers such as Sarah Siddons rose to fame in Britain and Europe, their private lives the focus of public interest, and their creative interpretations of important roles discussed with the same fervour that contemporary audiences reserve for athletes. People travelled hundreds of miles to see Siddons' Lady Macbeth perform the sleepwalking scene because she was so well known. Her departure from the stage was viewed as a loss to the nation's culture, and her performance of the part became the benchmark by which all other actresses were judged. She was the first actress to receive a statue in Westminster Abbey, something that would have been unimaginable for a performer only a century before. The development of theatre was impacted by this celebrity culture in both positive and negative ways. On the plus side, well-known actors could ensure that shows have audiences and draw funding to theatre businesses. Their notoriety contributed to the development of theatre as a legitimate art form, deserving of significant cultural consideration. On the downside, the star system started to skew theatrical production, with plays selected more for their ability to showcase specific actors than for their inherent artistic value. This resulted in a custom of star vehicles that prioritised individual skills over balanced dramatic construction and ensemble acting. Everything, including theatre, was altered by the Industrial Revolution in ways that continue to shape our perceptions of live performances. Theatre was transformed from an afternoon amusement to an evening event that could rival other nightlife activities, thanks to advancements in lighting technology that allowed indoor performances to last well into the evening. When gas lighting was first used in the early 1800s, it completely changed the possibilities for theatre. For the first time, stage lighting could be precisely adjusted to be brightened for dramatic climaxes and dimmed for intimate scenes. More complex atmospheric effects were made possible, and filmmakers were equipped with new means of directing viewers' attention and evoking strong feelings. By putting performers in the limelight and enabling the type of dramatic illumination that could isolate individual characters or produce amazing visual effects, limelight, which is made by heating lime with oxygen and hydrogen flames, was introduced, resulting in the first powerful spotlight effects. Actors would literally position themselves to catch the most flattering light during this time, which is where the well-known expression stealing the spotlight originates. As urban populations increased and the middle class grew, theatres had to expand to accommodate their leisure time and entertainment budget. Several thousand people could fit in some of the theatres constructed during this time, necessitating innovative staging and performance techniques that could successfully project to such sizable crowds. Melodrama, a theatrical genre that focused on stark moral contrasts, breathtaking special effects, and poignant scenarios that were understandable and enjoyable even in large theatres, was born as a result. The plots of melodramas included enough physical action and visual spectacle to keep audiences interested even when they couldn't hear every word of dialogue, while the heroes were entirely good and the villains were completely evil. Melodramatic plots were thrilling for audiences of the time, but delightfully absurd by today's standards. On family farms, villains threatened foreclosure, heroes swung on ropes across burning buildings, heroines were tied to railroad tracks, and evil was always severely punished, usually in a spectacular way, while virtue was always rewarded. However, melodrama fulfilled significant social roles that went beyond simple amusement. In order to help viewers comprehend the swift changes taking place in their society, a number of melodramas addressed modern social issues, such as urbanization, class conflict, industrialization, and shifting family structures. The most well-known American play of the 19th century, Uncle Tom's Cabin, employed melodramatic devices to make anti-slavery points to audiences that political speeches and newspaper editorials might not have been able to reach. Additionally, touring productions that could reach audiences in smaller cities and towns gained popularity in the 19th century. As railroad networks expanded, it became financially viable to transport entire productions, complete with sets, costumes, and entire acting companies, to locations across the nation. This made it possible for audiences in far-flung places to see the same plays that were performed in large cities, establishing the first genuinely national theatrical culture. With theatrical syndicates planning tours, reserving venues, and standardizing production values across several locations, theatre emerged as a significant industry during this time. The majority of America's major theatres were under the control of the Theatrical Syndicate, which was established in 1896. Their booking choices had the power to make or ruin careers, a parallel movement that would transform dramatic literature and lay the foundation for many of the tenets that still govern serious theatre today, was emerging at the same time that popular theatre was embracing spectacle and wide emotional appeal. Henrik Ibsen, August Strindberg, and Anton Chekhov were among the first playwrights to tackle contemporary social issues through the experiences of likeable characters in familiar settings. Because it addressed marriage and women's rights honestly and in ways that went against ingrained social norms, Ibsen's A Doll's House sparked scandals across Europe. Some theatres refused to present the play's contentious ending, in which Nora abandons her husband and kids to find her own identity, without including a more traditional conclusion in which she resumes her responsibilities to her family. But the controversy was precisely the point. Ibsen and his peers felt that theatre should provoke viewers to reflect deeply on moral issues and societal issues, in addition to providing amusement. This marked a return to theatre's long-standing role as a platform for discussing significant topics, but with a particularly contemporary emphasis on psychological realism and current social issues. Chekhov mastered the art of naturalistic drama by crafting plays in which characters discuss significant topics without directly addressing them, in which the most poignant emotional moments frequently occur in silence, and in which the overall impact relies on minute details rather than dramatic climaxes. Although The Cherry Orchard is supposedly about an aristocratic family losing their estate, it's really about how hard it is to adjust to social change, and how impossible it is to cling to the past. These playwrights developed new techniques for creating psychological depth and emotional authenticity that would influence theatrical writing for the next century and beyond. Their plots centered on internal conflicts and slow revelations rather than external action and dramatic confrontations, and their characters spoke and acted more like real people than theatrical archetypes. More changes to theatre occurred in the 20th century than in any other because of two world wars, the emergence of television and film, shifting social mores, and new technological advancements. As naturalistic acting techniques gained popularity in the early part of the century, actors attempted to act as naturally as possible on stage. The more clamorous presentational style that had dominated theatre for centuries was drastically different from this. By using their own emotional experiences and creating intricate psychological backstories for their characters, Konstantin Stanislavski created methodical techniques to assist actors in creating believable characters. Modern actor training was built on the interpretation and modification of the Stanislavski method by American instructors such as Lee Strasberg, Stella Adler, and Sanford Meisner. The notion that actors should live truthfully under imaginary circumstances transformed performance and created guidelines that are still studied and used by the majority of actors today. Meanwhile, experimental theatre artists were pushing in completely different directions, rejecting naturalistic representation entirely in favour of more abstract symbolic or ritualistic forms of performance. In Russia, Vsevolod Meyerhold created biomechanical acting methods that prioritise stylized movement and physical accuracy over psychological realism. The The theatre of cruelty that Antonin Artaud envisioned would directly affect audiences' emotions and spirituality, while challenging their rational defences through powerful sensory experiences. Despite his own production's frequent failures with modern audiences, his theories shaped experimental theatre for decades. In order to keep audiences from getting emotionally engrossed in theatrical illusion, Bertolt Brecht created epic theatre techniques. In order for the audience to critically consider the social and political issues his plays addressed, he wanted them to keep a critical distance from the action. Political theatre all across the world was impacted by Brecht's alienation effects, which included direct address to the audience, songs that made commentary on the action, and staging that purposefully exposed theatrical artifice. American theatre was creating its own unique traits and contributions to the art form. While European theatre was battling modernist innovations and political upheavals, the rise of uniquely American dramatic voices that wrote about uniquely American issues and experiences occurred in the early 20th century. The first American playwright to receive widespread acclaim for his serious dramatic works was Eugene O'Neill. His early plays featured working-class characters and industrial settings that, in ways never before seen on stage, reflected the realities of American life. Later pieces like The Iceman Cometh and Long Day's Journey into Night examine personal failure and family dysfunction with a psychological depth that was comparable to anything being written in Europe. O'Neill experimented with theatrical methods that went beyond what was typically expected of theatrical entertainment in the United States. In Strange Interlude, there were lengthy aside passages where characters expressed their thoughts out loud. Masks were employed by the great god Brown to symbolize various facets of his persona. By adapting Greek tragedy to an American setting during the Civil War, Morning Becomes Electra produced a trilogy that used classical dramatic structures to analyze American history. The only time in American history that the federal government directly subsidized theatrical production was during the Federal Theatre Project, which was a component of the New Deal initiatives during the Great Depression. Thousands of theatre professionals were employed by the project between 1935 and 1939, and hundreds of productions were produced nationwide, including the groundbreaking living newspaper productions that dramatized current events and social concerns. Even though the Federal Theatre Project was eventually shut down because of political concerns about its left-leaning content, it showed that serious, socially engaged theatre was in high demand across the nation, not just in large cities. The creation of the integrated musical, which fused songs, dances, and dramatic scenes into cohesive artistic experiences rather than merely entertainment reviews with well-known performers, was perhaps American theatre's most notable contribution to world drama. With songs that developed organically from the character and circumstance rather than being added as specialty numbers, Showboat, 1927, is frequently regarded as the first fully integrated American musical. The production addressed weighty topics like racial prejudice and the passing of time, demonstrating that musical theatre could tackle important issues while still offering mainstream entertainment. All right. 1943 transformed musical theatre by introducing dance sequences that progressed the plot and revealed character rather than merely offering spectacle, and by starting with a single character singing alone on stage instead of a large chorus number. Richard Rodgers and Oscar Hammerstein, the Seconds partnership, created a model for musical theatre design that shaped the genre for many years, through complex music and choreography that produced theatrical experiences unmatched in any other medium. West Side Story, 1957, showed that musical theatre could address modern social issues like gang violence, racial tension, and urban poverty. Classical, jazz, and popular music were all incorporated into Leonard Bernstein's score, and Jerome Robbins' choreography turned dance from a decorative element to a crucial part of the narrative. Broadway musicals' heyday, which spanned roughly the 1940s to the 1960s, produced works that shaped American culture. Songs from these shows entered the popular repertoire, and the shows themselves established Broadway as a major cultural export that influenced musical theatre development worldwide. Alternative theatres arose to accommodate more experimental work and give up-and-coming artists a platform as Broadway grew more commercial and costly. Originally characterised by their smaller size and cheaper ticket costs, off-Broadway theatres evolved into hubs for theatrical innovation and platforms for works that were unable to find a home in commercial settings. Julian Beck and Judith Malina founded the Living Theatre, which pioneered confrontational and interactive theatre that dismantled the conventional divide between audiences and performers. In addition to challenging preconceived notions about social norms and theatrical behaviour, their production of Paradise Now invited audience members to participate in the performance. Instead of adhering to conventional hierarchical structures, the open theatre, under the direction of Joseph Chaikin, developed ensemble-based creation techniques in which actors, directors, and writers work together throughout the creative process. Their work, which placed a strong emphasis on vocal and physical experimentation, produced performance styles that had an international impact on experimental theatre and actor training. As a separate field, performance art rejected many of the conventions of theatre, while drawing inspiration from it. Solo performances by artists like Laurie Anderson, Spalding Gray, and Karen Finley blended storytelling, visual art, music, and theatre in ways that defied easy classification as art. A decentralized theatrical culture was produced by the founding of regional theatre companies across the United States in the 1960s and 1970s, which lessened New York's hegemony and offered chances for theatrical growth outside of conventional commercial hubs. Organizations such as the Arena Stage in Washington, D.C., the American Conservatory Theatre in San Francisco, and the Guthrie Theatre in Minneapolis formed unique creative personalities while giving back to their communities. Regional theatres emerged as crucial venues for creating original works and bringing classic plays back to life for modern audiences. In addition to creating audiences for serious theatre in communities across the nation, they offered jobs to theatre professionals who wished to work regularly without vying for the few Broadway openings. The growth of playwright development programs, which supported up-and-coming authors through workshops, readings, and developmental productions, was also encouraged by the regional theatre movement. The works of many of the most significant American playwrights of the late 20th century, such as David Mamet, Sam Shepard, and Lanford Wilson, were developed in regional theatres. The theatre of today is part of a complex ecosystem that also includes social media, video games, streaming services, television, and movies. Instead of being supplanted by these more recent entertainment mediums, theatre has managed to integrate their innovations while preserving its fundamental qualities as a live social event. Diversity is embraced by modern theatre in ways that were unthinkable in earlier times. On contemporary stages, stories from various cultures, previously marginalised viewpoints, and experimental forms that defy conventional notions of what theatre can be coexist. Playwrights such as Tony Kushner, Lin-Manuel Miranda, and Susan Laurie Parks have produced plays that broaden the theatrical canon while appealing to new audiences. The fundamental components of theatrical performance have been improved by technology rather than replaced. Nowadays, sound design is a highly developed art form that produces aural landscapes that were not possible in the past. Computer-controlled systems are used in lighting design to produce effects that are only constrained by the designer's creativity. Real-time visual environments that adapt to live performances are made possible by digital effects and video projection. However, these technological advancements support conventional theatrical functions, such as narrating stories, setting the mood, and drawing in viewers. Realizing that theatre's power is in the direct interaction between actors and audiences, the most successful modern productions use technology to complement live performance rather than to replace it. Some elements of theatre have stayed remarkably consistent over thousands of years, despite all these changes. The fundamental bond between an entertainer and their audience, the enchantment of live performances, and the potency of group storytelling have withstood all social changes and technological advancements. Being in the same room as live performers, experiencing the energy of the crowd, and realizing that this specific performance will never be precisely duplicated are still incomparable. Live performances are unpredictable and crucial in ways that recorded entertainment can never match. With subtle variations brought about by the audience's mood, the performer's energy, the weather, and countless other small factors. Our cave-dwelling ancestors gathered around their fires for many of the same purposes that theatre still fulfills today. It gives difficult feelings and complicated concepts a tangible form and a common context, which aids in their processing. By offering experiences that people can talk about, debate, and remember together, it fosters a sense of community. It allows each generation to reinterpret stories and cultural values for their current relevance while preserving them. Theatre gives us the opportunity to investigate various viewpoints and options in a secure setting, where we can experience repercussions without actually going through them, observe other people's decisions, and consider how we might act in comparable situations. Through the experiences of characters who represent various facets of human nature, it offers a forum for discussing ethical issues, societal issues, and interpersonal conflicts. Indeed, theatre serves many important artistic and social purposes, but it's also important to remember that it's just for fun. These small pleasures, the shared gasp of surprise at an unexpected plot twist, the laughter that breaks out during a well-timed comedy sequence, the shared intake of breath during a moment of transcendent beauty, directly connect us to every audience that has ever assembled to witness other people posing as someone else. Theatre's humanity is what makes it so appealing. In contrast to television or movies which show us still photos of actors who played their parts weeks or months ago, theatre shows us real people performing live, right in front of us. The tears shed by a theatre performer are genuine. When they laugh, it's real laughter. They must immediately correct their mistakes in front of the audience. No other art form can compare to the sense of danger and urgency this evokes. During a live performance, anything can happen. An actor may forget their lines, a set piece may break, or a costume may tear at a pivotal point. How the actors respond to these situations becomes part of the entertainment for the evening. By agreeing to overlook small errors and recognising the skill needed to produce convincing characters and gripping narratives under such immediate pressure, the audience complicitly maintains the theatrical illusion. With theatrical traditions from all over the world influencing one another in ways that were not feasible in the past, modern theatre has a genuinely global reach. Western experimental theatre is influenced by Japanese no and kabuki techniques. Modern American playwriting is influenced by African storytelling traditions. Asian productions of Western classics adopt European directing techniques. By broadening the scope of methods, themes, and approaches accessible to modern artists, this cross-pollination has enhanced theatre. As artists strive to respect traditional forms while bringing them up to date for contemporary audiences, as well as negotiate issues of cultural appropriation and genuine representation, it has also brought forth new difficulties. Theatre innovations are now widely disseminated across national and cultural borders through the festival circuit. Festivals in Adelaide, Edinburgh, Avignon, and numerous other cities offer venues for artists from various traditions to exchange their work and have an impact on one another's growth. This international exchange has been sped up by digital communication, which has made it possible for theatre professionals to collaborate on projects, share techniques, and reach audiences around the world in ways that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Although live streaming of theatrical performances has grown in sophistication and popularity, it still serves as an addition to live theatre experiences rather than as a substitute for them. Theatre keeps changing while retaining its fundamental qualities as we look to the future. Although they haven't yet completely altered the fundamental theatrical experience of live performers working with live audiences, virtual and augmented reality technologies present new opportunities for staging and audience interaction. Theatre operations are being impacted by environmental concerns, as many businesses are implementing sustainable set construction, energy use, and touring logistics practices. As audiences, funding sources, and distribution strategies shift in response to more general social and technological advancements, theatre's economics continue to change. The same urgent subject matter that has always inspired the most compelling dramatic work is available to theatre today in the form of climate change, political polarisation, economic inequality, and technological disruption. Emerging playwrights of today are figuring out how to deal with these issues while respecting theatre's historical advantages and investigating fresh avenues for artistic expression. Tens of thousands of years ago, the first storytellers gathered around their fires and began a tradition that today's young performers are carrying on. They're learning from teachers who learned from teachers who can trace their ancestry back through centuries of theatrical tradition, an unbroken line of knowledge and technique that links actors of today to actors of the past. However, they're also developing new formats and inventive storytelling techniques that appeal to audiences in the modern era who are confronted with previously unheard of possibilities and challenges. They are performing for audiences that include people from all over the world, working in theatres that are equipped with new technology, and tackling artistic and social issues that were unthinkable for earlier generations. Theatre adapts without losing its core, which is why it endures and flourishes. While embracing new technologies, it keeps its emphasis on interpersonal connections and in-person communication. It explores the timeless themes that have always fueled dramatic literature while incorporating shifting social perspectives. In addition to developing new narratives that represent modern experience, it discovers novel ways to tell old tales. The value of theatre's emphasis on community, presence, and shared experience increases rather than decreases in our increasingly digital, remote, and fast-paced world. The experience of sitting in a theatre with hundreds of other people, all of whom are focused on the same live performance, feels more valuable and unique as more of our entertainment becomes personalised and customisable. Theatre serves as a reminder that humans are social beings who require opportunities to come together in physical settings where we can laugh, cry, and discuss what it means to be human. It offers a break from the never-ending stimulation of digital media in favour of the more profound rewards of focused attention, emotional involvement, and group contemplation. For the next few hours, you become a part of something bigger than yourself, part of the ongoing dialogue between the past and present, between artists and audiences, and between personal experience and collective understanding that has been going on for as long as people have been gathering to tell stories. This begins when the curtain rises and the first actor enters the spotlight. You take part in one of the oldest and most enduring traditions in human history in that dimly lit theatre, with strangers who momentarily become your companions as you watch a story unfold. Together with everyone else present, you consent to believe the story being told and allow yourself to be moved by the experiences of fictional characters who are portrayed by actual people just a few feet away from you. And when the lights come up and the applause subsides, you take a little bit of that experience back into your everyday life, memories of things that shocked, touched, or challenged you, questions prompted by the story you've seen, connections drawn between the experiences of the characters and your own life, and the pure joy of spending time with people who have chosen to congregate in that specific location at that specific moment to partake in the age-old enchantment of live performance. Because it fulfills needs that technology cannot and offers experiences that no other art form can match, theatre has endured. There will always be theatres where actors and audiences gather to discuss what it means to be alive in any given time and location, as long as people have a need for stories, a desire for connection, and a search for meaning in shared experiences. So let's celebrate theatre, its absurd aspirations and deep fulfillments, its age-old wisdom and modern inventions, and its capacity to make us laugh, cry, and think, often all in one evening. Cheers to the actors who dedicate their lives to playing different roles, the directors who transform unfinished material into meaningful experiences, the designers who build worlds out of plywood and imagination, and the audiences who consistently turn up night after night, willing to believe whatever story is being told. The custom is upheld, the curtain is raised, and the never-ending dialogue between the performer and the audience, the story and the listener, and the imagination and the real world continues. May your own performances, whether on stage or in the everyday theatre of life, be full of the ideal ratio of humour and drama, knowledge and awe and individual expression and group harmony. Sweet dreams. Imagine yourself sitting comfortably in what would have been Africa 6 million years ago. But now it's just a lovely neighbourhood with plenty of trees and no property taxes. Like the first parkour enthusiasts in nature, your distant relatives, I mean really distant, like the kind you only see at evolutionary reunions, are having the time of their lives swinging from branch to branch. Your early ancestors had it worked out. Trees offered food, cover, defence against large teeth, and a great place to observe how other primates swung. Up there in the canopy, where the only big decisions were which fruit looked the ripest, and if it was worth investigating that rustling in the next tree over, life was good. Then, however, something began to occur that would alter everything. The atmosphere started to change, much like when your favourite restaurant gradually alters its menu until you can no longer recognise anything on it. After millions of years, the verdant forests began to disappear. Like houses in a suburban development that became a bit too ambitious with the lot sizes, trees became less common and more dispersed. You understand the issue your ancestors faced if you have ever attempted to move from one tree to another when they are slightly too far apart. It's like attempting to cross a creek from one stone to another, only instead of getting wet feet, you run the risk of becoming someone's lunch. When the next handhold was 20 feet away through open grassland, the traditional swing and grab technique wasn't working so well. Thank you very much. Some of your relatives have chosen to continue living in the woods, doubling down on their arboreal lifestyle. For example, they insist on using flip phones because they are reliable. It's actually good for them that these became the ancestors of modern apes. They stayed in their niche. However, others, your specific branch of the family tree if you will, began to spend more time on the ground. Initially, this was most likely merely a practical requirement. A short walk across the increasingly common grasslands was the only way to get from this patch of trees to that patch of trees. It wasn't particularly effective, but it was manageable to crawl across open ground. Imagine attempting to crawl across a parking lot. You can do it, but it will take some time and you will draw strange looks. Furthermore, you could only see what was right in front of your nose while you were down in the grass, which could be anything from a pleasant patch of clover to something that thought of you as a walking appetizer. When the solution began to take shape, it was both sophisticated and a little absurd. Getting to your feet. Simply getting to your feet. Like a meerkat that chose to adopt it as a way of life instead of merely a fast lookout tactic. Naturally, this was not an impulsive choice. Contrary to what some cartoons may portray, evolution does not operate in that manner. It was more akin to a very slow experiment that occurred over hundreds of thousands of years, making it perhaps the longest running trial period in history. No one woke up one morning and thought, you know what, I'm going to try this walking thing. The initial attempts at upright walking were likely as graceful as a toddler skating on ice, uncertain, wobbly, and involving a lot of falling. However, there were benefits to even those early uncomfortable steps. You could see over the grass, identify opportunities and threats from a greater distance, and appear much more impressive to potential mates if they were attracted to someone who was constantly falling over, which they apparently were. Really, your ancestors were pioneers. They were trying something entirely different, something no primate had ever tried on a regular basis. Since they were the first to try eating cheese, it seemed strange and dangerous, but it ended up being a really smart move. You were there, or more accurately, your grandparents were there, making their first hesitant forays into the world of bipedalism. And believe me when I say that those initial steps were more like, please don't let me fall on my face again, than giant leap for mankind. The problem with standing up, though, is that you start to realise how beneficial it is once you start doing it on a regular basis. It's similar to realising you've been living in a soft focus world and finally cleaning your glasses. The scenery suddenly opened up. You could track where your family members had gone, find the best routes to those strewn trees, and spot predators from a distance instead of just seeing grass and the occasional antelope ankle. Although the visual advantage was enormous, the learning curve was as steep as the hiking trail of a mountain goat. It's like going from riding a bicycle with training wheels to performing in Cirque du Soleil. Your ancestors had to learn how to balance on 2 feet instead of 4. The amazing little organ that prevents you from falling over when you stand up too fast, the inner ear, had to recalibrate itself from the ground up. As you read this, consider all the small muscles and movements your body performs to keep you standing. Like a driver on an icy road, your brain is continuously making micro-corrections, swerving into tiny skids that you aren't even aware of. All of this was something your ancestors had to create from the ground up, making what was basically a full-time job of not falling down into something that just happened. It was a revolutionary hands-free advantage. Your hands are essentially prime real estate taken up by the unglamorous task of moving when you're knuckle walking. But when you get up, your hands are free to do other things. Instead of eating the food right away, like some sort of prehistoric fast food experience, you could take it home to your family. Humanity's first step toward becoming the creatures that would eventually collect everything from stamps to old lunchboxes was likely the ability to pick up and examine interesting objects. The use of tools was made possible in previously unimaginable ways. Chimpanzees can fish termites out of a mound with a stick, but they are unable to transport an entire toolkit. Humanity's first mobile workshops were made possible by your upright ancestors' ability to gather practical objects like sturdy sticks and rocks. They were similar to prehistoric handymen, but instead of building kitchen cabinets, they worked on survival projects. Another unanticipated advantage was the cooling system. It may seem counterintuitive to stand upright in the African sun. After all, it exposes more surface area to the heat. Even though they weren't aware of it consciously, your ancestors were smarter than that. They increased their exposure to cooling breezes and decreased their exposure to the direct overhead sun by standing up. If you didn't mind looking a little goofy while it was in use, it was similar to having an integrated climate control system. In order to accommodate this new way of life, hairstyles even began to shift. A natural sun hat was created by the body hair remaining thicker on top of the head, but becoming less dense overall. Practical, efficient, and establishing trends that would eventually result in some genuinely dubious hairstyles throughout human history. It was evolution's take on functional fashion. The biggest shift, though, might have been psychological. Your ancestors appeared larger, more impressive, and more substantial when they stood up. This was no small advantage in a world where being a formidable person could mean the difference between being left alone or being someone's dinner. It was the ancient equivalent of dressing nicely for a job interview. It didn't alter your identity, but it did alter how other people saw you. The challenge of surviving in a changing world was the occasion, and your ancestors were literally rising to the occasion. Every shaky step, every successful tree-to-tree crossing, every successful moment of avoiding falling was leading to something never seen before in the history of life on Earth. Now, you might assume that the difficult part was over once your ancestors learned the fundamentals of standing up. You'd be mistaken. It's like assuming you're prepared for the Tour de France once you learn how to ride a bicycle. There was a lot of trial and error involved in the transition from technically possible to actually practical, with a focus on the latter. Over hundreds of thousands of years, significant skeletal changes were necessary for full-time bipedalism. In order to distribute weight evenly when standing erect, your ancestors' spines had to grow curves they had never had before, forming an S. Walking upright without these curves would have been like attempting to balance a pile of books as someone continued to add more to the top. There was a complete renovation of the pelvis, if you will. Apes have long, narrow pelvises that are ideal for supporting a horizontal body, but dreadfully inadequate for supporting a vertical one. In order to accommodate internal organs arranged vertically rather than horizontally, your ancestors evolved wider, bowl-shaped pelvises. After choosing to live on the walls rather than the floors, it was similar to moving all the furniture around a house. Leg bones realigned and became stronger. The knees were able to properly align under the centre of gravity of the body because the thigh bone formed an angle that would make any geometry teacher proud. In order to absorb the shock of heel-to-toe walking, feet changed from being flexible, grasping appendages to rigid platforms with arches. Your ancestors were literally starting over from scratch. This is where things start to get interesting, and a little awkward. Humans still have to make trade-offs as a result of all these changes. That slender pelvis that allowed for upright walking. It also greatly increased the difficulty and risk of childbirth. Your female ancestors were effectively making a trade-off between mobility and ease of reproduction, which would have long-term effects on our species. In addition to effectively distributing weight, the curved spine produced weak spots that continue to cause issues. People have been complaining of lower back pain for millions of years. It's not just a modern occurrence brought on by desk work and bad posture. Although they most likely weren't aware of this specific first, your ancestors were pioneers in the field of chronic back problems. In the meantime, the feet that had become so good for walking turned into awful ones for climbing. For grasping branches, those inflexible arches and straight toes that were ideal for covering ground were ineffective. Evolutionarily speaking, your ancestors were burning their bridges by settling for a terrestrial lifestyle with fewer and fewer tree backup plans. Without a doubt, there were many spectacular failures during the learning process. Imagine attempting to flee from a predator after you've only just learned how to walk upright. Imagine trying to negotiate uneven ground while your balancing system is still in beta testing. In essence, your ancestors were relearning how to use their bodies, much like someone recuperating from a serious injury. Only the injury was caused by millions of years of quadrupedal evolution. During this time of transition, children must have been especially entertaining. If you've ever seen a human toddler learn to walk, imagine how unsteady they were. Then, add in the fact that the adults weren't much more stable. Like a group expedition led by people who had never gone hiking before, families most likely moved very slowly and fell a lot. However, they continued because the benefits were becoming indisputable. In this honest business, each generation was marginally superior to the previous one. Offspring with stronger spines, improved balance, or more effective walking patterns had a higher chance of surviving and procreating. Those who were able to learn this strange new way of moving through the world were rewarded by natural selection. Better balance control and spatial awareness were being developed by the brain in tandem with these physical changes. That vital part of the brain that controls movement, the cerebellum, was being thoroughly exercised and improving as a result. As they learned to use their newly acquired abilities, your ancestors were literally growing into their new bodies. Your ancestors had become fairly proficient at this standing up business by this point. They weren't particularly elegant yet. Think functional rather than elegant, but they made real progress by being able to move from point A to point B without constantly embarrassing themselves. The desire to see what lay beyond the next hill, which would forever define humanity, came along with this newfound mobility. Because your ancestors became the ultimate tourists, this is where your family history becomes really fascinating. However, they were exploring completely new continents and establishing the human presence in places no primate had ever seen before, rather than snapping photos and purchasing trinkets. Walking had become so efficient that long-distance travel was no longer just feasible, but also necessary. The world begins to appear as though it is just waiting for you to explore it, once you're able to move quickly and steadily, carry your supplies and food with you, and improve your teamwork skills. This wasn't just a weekend getaway. Your ancestors started the first major human migration out of Africa. In the end, this multi-generational journey would disperse humanity throughout the world. Since walking was their new superpower, they travelled by foot from Africa to the Middle East, Asia, and finally Australia and the Americas. By today's standards, the pace was slow. In a good year, these groups might travel a few miles, stopping wherever resources were plentiful, making temporary settlements, and then continuing on when necessity or curiosity demanded it. It resembled the world's slowest and longest treasure hunt more than a planned expedition, with the treasure being simply finding what was around the next corner. Their ability to walk upright was further honed by the new challenges presented by each new setting. They learned endurance and how to move effectively over sand and stone in the desert. Their sure-footedness and balance were developed in mountainous areas. They were exposed to walking on a variety of surfaces in coastal areas, including sand, rocks and tide pools, all of which required minor adjustments to their balance and gait. Walking's social components gained equal weight with its physical ones. Better communication systems had to be developed in order for groups to coordinate their movements. When you needed to say something like, "There's a river 3 days walk north that has excellent fishing, but watch out for the cranky hippopotamuses," you couldn't just grunt and point. Language became crucial for exchanging navigational information, discussing route options and organising stops. Walking in groups also meant creating systems of cooperation and social hierarchy. Who determines the speed? Without abandoning the slower walkers, how can you make accommodations for them? When someone is hurt, what do you do? The idea of group travel with all the associated logistical difficulties was essentially being invented by your ancestors. They developed increasingly advanced and specialised tools for their nomadic way of life. Heavy, one-time use tools were preferred over lightweight, portable, multifunctional items. They continuously improved their equipment to strike a balance between portability and functionality, much like prehistoric hikers. A good walking stick became useful not only for stability but also as a measuring tool, a testing ground probe, and a reach extension. When they lived mostly in trees, the weather became a constant factor in ways that it had never been before. Their bodies were more exposed to wind, rain, and temperature fluctuations when they were walking upright. They had to learn how to read weather patterns, plan their routes around seasonal changes, and devise strategies for travelling in various weather conditions. They developed extraordinary navigational skills. They learned to read landscapes like books without the use of maps, GPS, or even written language. Mountain shapes, river flows, vegetation patterns, and animal behaviour all contributed to the development of a complex system for navigating uncharted territory. By establishing patterns of curiosity and movement that would eventually take their descendants to every part of the planet, your ancestors were penning the first chapters of human exploration. With only their ability to walk upright, their developing intelligence and an apparently insatiable desire to see what lay beyond the next horizon, they were the first pioneers. Even your ancestors probably didn't anticipate the intriguing turn your family history is about to take. Their brains were being remarkably impacted by all of this walking, carrying, tool use, and acclimating to new surroundings. It was similar to a very long-term, very slow fitness program, but it was building intelligence rather than muscle. One of the most graceful feedback loops in evolution is the connection between brain development and upright walking. Your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed them to use their hands for more difficult tasks. They needed more advanced hand-eye coordination than they had ever needed before in order to use tools, make tools, and carry several objects at once. The really clever part, though, is that the parts of the brain that govern precise hand movements are located directly adjacent to those that govern language and abstract thought. Ideas tend to flow back and forth, much like when your office and workshop are adjacent. Your ancestors were unintentionally creating the neural infrastructure that would eventually enable sophisticated communication and problem solving as they improved their motor control for using tools. The actual brain was enlarging, but not at random. To meet the new demands of bipedal life, certain areas were growing. Already exerting extra effort to control balance and coordination, the cerebellum kept growing. The frontal cortex, which is in charge of planning and making decisions, grew to accommodate the intricate decisions required for group coordination, tool use, and navigation. Consider the activities that your ancestors engaged in on a daily basis. They had to make and maintain tools, remember where resources were, plan routes through uncharted territory, coordinate group movements, and solve problems that their tree-dwelling relatives had never faced. It was similar to enrolling in a full-time multi-year university course on how to solve real-world problems. Their developing brains were especially taxed by the social components of their new way of life. Cooperation and group travel required not only knowing what you had to do, but also knowing what other members of your group were planning and thinking. The ability to comprehend that other people have their own thoughts, intentions and knowledge, what psychologists now refer to as theory of mind, had to be developed. The importance and sophistication of language were growing. Their lifestyle now required complex coordination, and simple gestures and warning calls were insufficient. The water source they had discovered yesterday, the hazardous terrain ahead, and the travel plans for tomorrow were among the things they needed to discuss that weren't immediately available. Thinking abstractly was turning into a survival tactic. Additionally, your ancestors had to contend with a wider range of difficult circumstances. Every new habitat they came across had its own set of challenges. In a desert, how can one locate water? In a new area, what is safe to eat? In a climate that is colder than anything you have ever experienced, how do you stay warm? In essence, each obstacle overcome served as a teaching tool for innovative problem solving. There was an acceleration of the feedback loop between mental development and physical capabilities. More sophisticated tasks were made possible by better tools, which in turn required even better brains. Better group coordination made possible by more advanced communication allowed them to take on increasingly difficult situations that required more complex planning and problem-solving skills. Most significantly, though, they were acquiring what we might refer to as cognitive flexibility, the capacity to modify their way of thinking in response to novel circumstances. Your ancestors were always facing new problems that needed new answers, unlike their relatives who had discovered and remained in successful ecological niches. They were evolving into the best generalists, able to survive in nearly any setting. Their bodies and minds were becoming uniquely intertwined. Their improved vocal control due to their erect posture aided in the development of their language skills. The production of sophisticated tools made possible by their freed hands promoted the growth of their brains. They were able to plan and coordinate better thanks to their enhanced brains, which increased the effectiveness of their bipedalism. Everything was interconnected, and as one advancement led to another, the capabilities increased. Through intelligence, collaboration, and cultural innovation, your ancestors were essentially evolving into a new kind of creature that could adapt to nearly any environment without the need for specialized physical evolution. They were laying the groundwork for all subsequent stages of human development by exchanging biological specialization for mental adaptability. Your ancestors had been walking upright for well over 1 million years by this time in your family's history. They had also become quite proficient at it. However, in evolutionary terms, being good at it meant that they had figured out the fundamental issue of not toppling over all the time. They now had to deal with the subtler optimization problems, like how to walk more effectively, longer, better, and under more difficult circumstances. Human walking became truly remarkable at this point. Your ancestors were becoming the most proficient long-distance walkers the world had ever seen, not just proficient bipeds. They were evolving into the best hiking experts, able to go far on little effort. They created truly amazing mechanics. When done correctly, human walking is basically a controlled fall. You lean forward a little, catch yourself with your other leg, and then use the momentum to keep moving forward. It functions similarly to a perpetual motion machine driven by muscle coordination and gravity. Walking had become an art form for your ancestors. However, endurance walking was the most advanced development. Your ancestors were able to keep up a steady pace for hours, days, or even weeks, whereas other animals might be faster in short bursts. They learned how to walk long distances with heavy loads, negotiate challenging terrain, and keep up this pace for extended periods of time. They resembled infinite-range biological all-terrain vehicles. This was supported by remarkable physical adaptations. Their leg muscles became incredibly efficient, able to contract repeatedly for extended periods of time without becoming tired. During prolonged activity, their cardiovascular systems developed exceptional capabilities to sustain consistent oxygen delivery. Their feet evolved into highly advanced propulsion and shock absorption mechanisms. The control of temperature became especially complex. Your ancestors' capacity to sweat effectively while sustaining constant activity levels is the most sophisticated cooling mechanism in the mammalian world. In hotter climates, they could walk all day, whereas other animals needed to take cover from the heat. The more they worked, the more effective the built-in air conditioning became. Long-distance walking's psychological effects were equally as significant as its physical ones. Your ancestors possessed exceptional mental endurance, which is the capacity to stay motivated and focused during long periods of repetitive work such as hours or days. They developed the ability to pace themselves, find rhythm and flow in prolonged movement, and keep the group cohesive during lengthy travels. Modern explorers would be impressed by the level of navigation skills attained. They were able to plan multi-day routes through unfamiliar territory, remember and return to specific locations after long absences, and maintain direction across featureless terrain without the use of any tools other than their own senses. They gained an intuitive awareness of seasonal variations, natural navigational markers, and landscape patterns. Group long-distance travel required extraordinary social coordination. Throughout possibly weeks of travel, groups had to coordinate rest periods, share the load of carrying supplies, keep their unity, and synchronize their pace. In essence, they were creating the ideas of expedition management, teamwork, and logistics. They developed an extremely complex relationship with the terrain. They acquired the ability to read various ground types and modify their stride for maximum effectiveness on grass, mud, rock, or sand. They created methods for safely traversing through dense vegetation, crossing streams, and walking on steep slopes. Every kind of terrain turned into a puzzle that needed to be solved using walking technique. Their walking lifestyle was supported by the evolution of tool use. Walking sticks evolved into multifunctional tools for testing the ground, determining depth, reaching objects, and offering leverage on challenging terrain. They were no longer only used for balance. More advanced carrying systems that efficiently distributed weight for long-distance transportation were developed. Most significantly, though, your ancestors were acquiring what we might refer to as walking wisdom, an innate sense of rhythm, pace, endurance, and efficiency that would later come to define humanity. In addition to learning how to walk, they were also learning how to walk far, walk well, and make walking a long-term, sustainable lifestyle. They were producing something that had never been seen before in natural history, thanks to their unique blend of physical prowess, mental stamina, social coordination, and technical proficiency in bipedal locomotion. In addition to being animals with the ability to walk upright, your ancestors were developing into the most proficient long-distance drivers the world had ever seen. Millions of years later, you are most likely sitting and reading this, which would have perplexed your early ancestors, who had to go to such lengths to get you upright in the first place. The beauty of the whole story, however, is that your ancestors learned to do more than just stand up and walk. They learned to do it so well that you now have the freedom to decide when to use the amazing skills they acquired. In the end, becoming proficient at bipedalism involved much more than simply moving from one location to another. It turned into the cornerstone of everything that makes people special. Upright posture, improved vocal tract configuration, and breath control, which contributed to the development of language. Hands were released from locomotion, allowing for the use of complex tools. Because group travel and coordination required advanced planning and communication skills, social cooperation developed. Millions of years of walking have left their mark on your brain today. Numerous generations of ancestors who had to negotiate difficult terrain while remaining upright shaped the neural pathways that govern balance, coordination, and spatial awareness. The ongoing difficulties of group coordination and long-distance travel extended the areas in charge of planning and problem-solving. Even the skills your ancestors acquired through bipedalism are essential to your current way of life. You use skills developed over millions of years of upright walking when you move through a crowded area, keep your balance on a moving bus, or coordinate your movements while carrying multiple objects. You have skills that you probably don't think about much but use all the time because of your ancestors' extensive training in staying vertical. Your ancestors' endurance manifests itself in unexpected ways. Among the animal kingdom's top long-distance runners are still humans. Running marathons, hiking, and other endurance sports activate muscles that were evolved for survival, not sport. You possess the genetic heritage of the greatest walkers in the history of evolution. Human interaction is still influenced by the social aspects of your ancestors' walking lifestyle. All human social organisation is built on the cooperation, communication, and group coordination skills they acquired for successful group travel. The skills that your ancestors developed while attempting to travel together across ancient landscapes are used in every team project, coordinated effort, and successful group endeavour. Even in our GPS-enabled world, your relationship with the landscape and navigation reflects skills your ancestors developed out of sheer need. Millions of years of evolutionary development in land navigation have given humans the ability to read terrain, comprehend spatial relationships, and maintain direction. Perhaps most astonishingly, however, your ancestors' ability to walk on 2 feet allowed humans to flourish in nearly any terrestrial setting, something no other species has been able to do. Because your ancestors acquired such amazing walking skills and the intelligence to use them efficiently, humans are able to adapt and survive in a variety of environments, from the Arctic tundra to the tropical rainforest, from mountain tops to the ocean shores. Being able to stand up straight was not only a physical accomplishment, it marked the start of human civilization, culture, technology, and language. The foundation your ancestors laid when they first got up and made the decision to remain that way is the basis for all human achievements, from the invention of the first stone tools to space exploration. Take a moment to appreciate the incredible journey that led you to this point the next time you stand up. Really stand up, with your head high, hands free, spine curved just right, and your weight balanced on 2 feet. You are the offspring of creatures that took one of the most unlikely risks in the history of the natural world and made it work remarkably well. You're the result of millions of years of evolutionary experimentation. The ability to stand tall in the world, both literally and figuratively, is a gift from your ancestors. They evolved into beings that made upright walking their defining trait, rather than creatures that occasionally stood up to gain a better view. They transformed a last-ditch effort to adapt to changing conditions into the greatest adventure in human history. You can now sleep soundly knowing that you will be taking part in one of the most successful evolutionary innovations in the history of life on Earth when you wake up and walk for the first time tomorrow. Good walks and sweet dreams. Picture this. You're standing on a wooden dock somewhere along the Norwegian coast around 950 AD, watching 30-odd bearded men load supplies onto what looks like an oversized canoe with delusions of grandeur. This ship is your ride for the next several months, a Viking Longship that's about as comfortable as sleeping on a park bench during a thunderstorm. You'd probably expect something impressive, right? Perhaps you were expecting a majestic vessel with towering masts and spacious quarters. Well, surprise! Your new home measures roughly 75 feet long and maybe 15 feet wide at its broadest point. That's smaller than most modern 2-bedroom apartments, and you're sharing it with 30 other people who haven't discovered deodorant yet. The whole thing sits so low in the water that you could practically drag your fingers in the sea while sitting on the side. The ship itself is actually a marvel of engineering, though your back won't appreciate that fact after the first week. Built from overlapping oak planks held together with iron rivets, it's designed to flex with the waves rather than fight them. Think of it as the medieval equivalent of a yoga instructor, incredibly flexible. But that doesn't mean you want to spend months pressed up against one. Your sleeping arrangements would make a college dorm room look luxurious. There are no beds, no hammocks, just a thin layer of animal hide between you and the wooden deck. Everyone sleeps wherever they can obtain space, which usually means curled up next to the guy who's been eating nothing but salted fish and onions for 3 weeks. The ship rocks constantly, even in calm weather, creating a gentle swaying motion that sounds romantic until you realise it never, ever stops. These longships are both very strong and very fragile, which is their most interesting feature. They are capable of manoeuvring through enormous waves and rough seas, effortlessly gliding across the water. However, a misstep on a loose plank can quickly lead to an unexpected immersion in the North Atlantic. The Vikings built these ships to be fast and manoeuvrable, not comfortable, which becomes painfully obvious the moment you try to find a spot to sit that doesn't involve someone's elbow in your ribs. Storage space is at such a premium that every inch matters. Your personal belongings, assuming you have any beyond the clothes on your back, get stuffed into whatever tiny gap you can discover. Most of your fellow passengers have brought along weapons, tools and trading goods, all of which take precedence over luxury items like extra clothing, or anything resembling comfort. The ship's sides are lined with shields when you're not rowing, which serves the dual purpose of protection and decoration. It looks impressive from a distance, like a floating rainbow of war gear. Up close, however, you realise these shields also double as dinner tables, cutting boards, and makeshift pillows. Medieval multitasking at its finest. What strikes you most about life aboard is how exposed everything feels. There's no privacy, no escape from the elements, and absolutely nowhere to hide when that person who brought the fermented shark starts opening his lunch. The ocean stretches endlessly in every direction, and your tiny wooden world feels both insignificant and miraculous, floating on all that vastness. The crew moves around the ship with practiced ease, stepping over sleeping bodies and ducking under ropes with the grace of dancers who've perfected their routine through sheer necessity. You, meanwhile, spend most of your time trying not to trip over the various bits of rope, sail, and humanity scattered across every available surface. As you settle in for your first night aboard, listening to the creak of wood and the slap of waves against the hull, you begin to understand that this journey will test every assumption you've ever had about comfort, privacy, and personal space. Welcome to Viking travel, where the journey truly is the destination, mainly because you'll spend so much time getting there. Morning aboard a Viking longship arrives whether you're ready or not, usually announced by someone stepping on your leg while heading to the side of the boat for their morning constitutional. Privacy, as you quickly discover, is a concept as foreign to Vikings as indoor plumbing, which is to say, completely non-existent. Your daily routine begins with the delightful realization that everything you own is damp. The North Sea has a way of making itself known through every gap in the ship's construction, and moisture becomes your constant companion. Your clothes feel perpetually clammy. Your bedding squelches when you move, and even your thoughts seem to develop a thin layer of condensation. Breakfast, if you can call it that, consists of whatever dried, salted or pickled provisions haven't gone stale overnight. The Vikings were masters of food preservation, mainly because they had to be. Fresh food deteriorates rapidly in an environment dominated by salt water, and there are no convenient options for dining, such as a medieval fast food establishment. You'll become intimately acquainted with hardtack, a biscuit so tough it could probably stop an arrow in battle, and frequently serves double duty as both food and construction material for emergency ship repairs. The ship's fresh water supply lives in wooden barrels that take up precious space, but represent the difference between life and a very uncomfortable death. Water is rationed carefully, and you learn to appreciate every slightly stale, wooden-flavoured sip. Beer also makes an appearance in these barrels, not because the Vikings were party animals, but because fermented beverages stayed safe to drink longer than plain water. Alcohol's miraculous ability to ensure food safety during the medieval era is truly remarkable. Personal hygiene becomes an exercise in creativity and compromise. You might get to wash your face and hands with seawater, which leaves your skin feeling like you've been rubbing it with sandpaper, but at least removes some of the accumulating grime. Hair washing happens when it rains, assuming you can position yourself to catch the runoff. The remainder of the time, one can only hope that others share a similar level of odour as oneself. The toilet situation deserves special mention, if only because it's so memorably awful. The head consists of a bucket or a hole cut in a plank that hangs over the side of the ship. Using it requires timing the waves correctly, maintaining your balance, and praying that the wind doesn't shift direction at an inopportune moment. Privacy means hoping everyone else is politely looking the other way, which they usually are, having been through this awkward dance themselves. Clothing serves multiple purposes beyond basic modesty. Your cloak doubles as a blanket, your boots work as pillows, and your belt holds everything from eating utensils to emergency rope. Vikings dressed in layers, wool and linen primarily, which sounds practical until you realise that wet wool smells like a combination of wet dog and regret, and takes forever to dry in the perpetually humid ship environment. Medical care consists mainly of hoping nothing goes seriously wrong, because your options are limited to whatever herbal remedies someone thought to bring along, plus the time-honoured tradition of walking it off. Minor cuts are treated with whatever cleanish cloth is available, while more serious injuries require creative problem-solving and a lot of optimism. The ship's rhythm dictates everything. When the wind picks up, everyone not actively sailing tries to stay out of the way of the crew, managing the sail and steering. When it dies down, you might discover yourself grabbing an oar and contributing to the collective effort of making the boat move forward through sheer muscle power. There's no such thing as a passenger on a Viking longship. Everyone contributes something, even if it's just staying quiet while other people work. Weather becomes your constant obsession. You learn to read clouds like ancient scriptures, watching for signs of storms that could turn your already uncomfortable journey into a genuinely life-threatening situation. The ship handles rough seas remarkably well, but remarkably well still means getting thrown around like laundry in a washing machine while trying to keep your meagre possessions from disappearing overboard. Living in close quarters with 30 other people for months at a time requires a delicate social balance that would challenge even the most experienced diplomat. Imagine your least favourite family reunion, except it never ends. Everyone's armed, and there's nowhere to escape for a breather. The ship operates under a strict but unspoken hierarchy that keeps things from descending into complete chaos. The captain, usually the ship's owner, and the one who organised this particular adventure, sits at the top of the food chain. His word is law, mainly because he's the one who knows how to navigate, and everyone else would prefer not to die horribly at sea. Below him, experienced sailors and warriors command respect through competence and the occasional display of superior arm wrestling ability. Your social standing aboard ship depends on a complex mix of factors: your fighting ability, your usefulness in sailing the ship, how much you contributed to funding the expedition, and whether you've managed to annoy everyone within the first week. Respect gets earned through actions, not birth, though being related to someone important certainly doesn't hurt your cause. Conflict resolution happens through a combination of peer pressure, practical necessity, and the ever-present threat of being thrown overboard. Minor disputes get settled through negotiation, major ones through combat, and really serious problems through the captain's absolute authority. Democracy has its place, but not when you're trying to outrun a storm or navigate through unfamiliar waters. The ship develops its own culture within days of departure. Inside jokes emerge from shared misery, nicknames get assigned based on embarrassing incidents or distinctive habits, and informal rules develop about everything from who gets to sleep, where to how long someone can spend at the ship's limited washing facilities. These unwritten laws become as important as any formal code of conduct. Storytelling serves as both entertainment and social glue during the long, boring stretches between exciting moments of terror. The Vikings were master storytellers, and evenings often featured elaborate tales of heroic deeds, mythical creatures, and adventures both real and imagined. These stories serve multiple purposes. They pass time, preserve cultural knowledge, and provide a socially acceptable way for people to brag about their accomplishments without seeming too obnoxious about it. Gambling provides another outlet for social interaction and tension release. Dice games, contests of strength, and betting on everything from weather patterns to wildlife sightings help break up the monotony. Vikings would bet on practically anything, partly for entertainment, and partly because small-stakes competition helps establish social dynamics without resorting to actual violence. Personal space becomes a negotiated commodity. Your designated sleeping spot is sacred territory, but everything else is open for communal use. Learning to respect others' few possessions while protecting your own requires diplomatic skills that would impress modern, United Nations peacekeepers. The golden rule aboard ship is simple: don't mess with other people's stuff, and they probably won't mess with yours. Food sharing follows strict protocols based on contribution, status, and practical necessity. Everyone eats from common stores, but portion sizes and food quality reflect your position in the ship's hierarchy. The captain eats better than the newest crew member, but everyone gets fed because a hungry crew member is a dangerous crew member. Despite the cramped conditions, romance occasionally blossoms, albeit with considerable creativity and absolute discretion. Most ships are all male affairs, but mixed expeditions do happen, especially for trading voyages or family migrations. Any romantic entanglements need to stay extremely low-key to avoid disrupting ship dynamics, because jealousy in close quarters can turn deadly fast. The constant proximity means that everyone learns everyone else's habits, both good and deeply annoying. You discover who snores, who talks in their sleep, who has digestive issues, and who insists on sharpening their weapons at dawn every single day. Tolerance becomes a crucial survival skill, just as important as mastering knot tying or reading the wind. Arguments, when they happen, tend to escalate quickly in the confined space, but they also resolve faster because there's literally nowhere to go to nurse grudges. You learn to apologise quickly, forgive readily, and pick your battles cautiously, because the person you're fighting with today might be the one hauling you back aboard tomorrow when you fall overboard. Finding your way across thousands of miles of open ocean without GPS, compass, or even accurate maps requires skills that border on the supernatural. Viking navigators, called sea-wise for good reason, relied on a combination of experience, observation, and what modern people might generously call educated guessing. Your navigator watches everything: the colour and behaviour of waves, the direction of wind patterns, the flight paths of seabirds, and the position of stars when they're visible through the perpetual cloud cover. He's memorised the location of every landmark along familiar coasts, and can estimate distance travelled by the feel of the ship's motion through the water. It's like being guided by someone who's turned environmental awareness into a superpower. The sun compass, when you can see the sun, provides basic directional guidance, but cloudy skies, which describe about 80% of your sailing time, require more creative navigation techniques. Your navigator might use a sunstone, a piece of Iceland spar that can locate the sun's position, even through heavy clouds, by analysing polarised light. It sounds like magic, and honestly it is. Predicting the weather becomes crucial, not just for comfort. Storm clouds building on the horizon might give you a few hours warning to find shelter or prepare for rough seas. Your navigator reads cloud formations like other people read newspapers, interpreting subtle changes in colour, shape, and movement to predict what's coming next. He's right more often than modern meteorologists, mainly because his life depends on accuracy. Coastal navigation relies heavily on pilotage, the art of recognising specific landmarks, watercolours, and geographical features. Your navigator has spent years memorising the appearance of coastlines from specific distances and angles. That distinctive headland, the particular shade of green water near a river mouth, or the way mountains line up in the distance all serve as navigational signposts on the medieval maritime highway. Open ocean navigation challenges these skills to the utmost extent. Without land references, your navigator estimates position through dead reckoning, calculating distance and direction travelled from a known starting point. It requires constant attention to speed, wind direction, and the subtle clues that indicate current and drift. One small error in calculation, compounded over days or weeks, can leave you hundreds of miles from where you think you are. The ship's shallow draft, while uncomfortable for passengers, provides crucial navigational advantages. You can sail in waters too shallow for most other vessels, follow coastlines closely, and pull up on beaches for overnight stops. This ability to hug the shore whenever possible reduces the need for pure open ocean navigation and provides regular opportunities to correct course using familiar landmarks. Sea conditions tell experienced sailors volumes about location and weather patterns. The size, spacing, and direction of waves indicate proximity to land, depth of water, and approaching weather systems. Your navigator can estimate distance from shore by observing how waves behave. Larger swells suggest deep water and distance from land, while shorter, choppier waves often indicate shallow areas or nearby coastlines. Wildlife serves as another navigational tool. Certain seabirds range only specific distances from shore, so spotting particular species tells you roughly how far you are from land. The direction birds fly in the evening often points toward their nesting areas on shore. Even floating debris provides clues. Freshly broken branches suggest proximity to rivers or storm-damaged coastlines. Time measurement relies on natural rhythms rather than clocks. The navigator tracks days by sunset and sunrise, estimates hours by the sun's position when visible, and gauges travel time by familiar reference points when following known routes. It's imprecise by modern standards, but adequate for navigation, that focuses more on reaching general areas than specific coordinates. When everything goes wrong, storms blow you off course, clouds obscure celestial navigation aids, and you lose track of your position. Survival depends on the navigator's ability to make educated guesses and gradually work back toward known waters. Your task might involve following bird flight patterns toward land, watching for changes in watercolour that indicate shallow areas, or simply maintaining a consistent direction until you encounter recognisable coastline. The psychological pressure on navigators is enormous. Everyone's life depends on their expertise, and there's no backup system if they make serious errors. Most navigators train for decades before attempting major voyages, learning their craft through apprenticeship with experienced seawise captains who pass down knowledge accumulated over generations of maritime exploration. The common perception of Vikings as mindless barbarians ravaging Europe overlooks the fact that they were among the most sophisticated traders and entrepreneurs of their era. Your longship serves as both transportation and a mobile warehouse, carrying goods that will be traded, sold, or occasionally acquired through less diplomatic means across a commercial network spanning from Greenland to Constantinople. Trade goods packed into every available inch of ship space represent months of planning and investment. Amber from the Baltic coast, walrus ivory from the Arctic, silver from Arabic coins, iron weapons and tools, fur from northern animals, and slaves captured in raids all jostle for storage space with your personal belongings. The ship resembles a floating department store specialising in luxury goods and human misery. Your trading expeditions follow established routes connecting Scandinavia with the rest of the medieval world. The eastern route takes you down Russian rivers to Constantinople and the Byzantine Empire, where Nordic amber and furs are exchanged for silk, spices, and Byzantine gold. The western route leads to Britain, Ireland, and France, where Viking goods meet Roman-influenced markets hungry for northern specialties. Each route requires different navigation skills, trade languages, and diplomatic approaches. Raiding, despite its dramatic reputation, often serves as just another form of aggressive business negotiation. Many raids actually begin as trading expeditions that turn violent when negotiations break down or when the Vikings realise they can take what they want more easily than they can buy it. The line between trader and raider shifts depending on circumstances, opportunity, and the relative strength of potential trading partners. The economics of Viking expeditions require careful calculation of risks and rewards. Ships, crew, provisions, and trade goods represent significant upfront investment, often requiring multiple investors pooling resources for major expeditions. Profits get divided according to complex formulas based on investment, participation, and predetermined agreements that would impress modern venture capitalists. Your crew includes specialists in various forms of commerce beyond simple muscle-powered intimidation. Some members speak multiple languages and understand foreign customs. Others have expertise in evaluating precious metals and trade goods, and a few possess the diplomatic skills necessary for negotiating with foreign merchants and local rulers. Successful Viking expeditions require as much business acumen as martial prowess. Markets in foreign ports operate according to local customs that your crew has learned through experience and cultural exchange. Understanding religious taboos, social hierarchies, and seasonal trading patterns makes the difference between profitable commerce and diplomatic disasters. Vikings develop remarkable cultural adaptability, adjusting their approach based on whether they're dealing with Christian monasteries, Islamic merchants, or pagan tribal leaders. Currency varies dramatically across your trading network. Arabic silver coins circulate widely and provide a relatively stable medium of exchange, but many transactions rely on barter systems, where goods are exchanged directly for other goods. Your navigator might trade amber for silk in Constantinople, then exchange that silk for silver in Kiev, then convert silver into iron tools in Norway. It's medieval international finance at its most complex. Slave trading, unfortunately, represents a major component of Viking commerce. Captives taken in raids become valuable trade goods, especially in markets where labour shortages create demand for workers. The Vikings' geographic position between slave-producing regions and labour-hungry markets makes them natural middlemen in this horrific but economically important trade. Quality control becomes crucial when your reputation affects future trading opportunities. Diluted silver, inferior weapons, or slaves who die in transport damage relationships with trading partners and reduce profitability of future expeditions. Successful Viking merchants maintain quality standards not because of altruism, but because repeat business requires satisfied customers. Competition comes from other Viking crews, local merchants, and established trading networks that predate Viking involvement. Success requires finding market niches, developing reliable supply chains, and building relationships with key trading partners. Some Vikings specialise in particular routes or goods, becoming known for specific expertise that commands premium prices. Weather and navigation delays can destroy profit margins by missing seasonal markets or arriving after competitors have saturated demand. Your trading expedition operates on tight schedules dictated by sailing seasons, market cycles, and religious festivals that affect local commerce. Timing becomes as important as the quality of goods being traded. Investment diversification spreads risk across multiple expeditions and trade goods. Wealthy Vikings rarely put all their resources into single ventures, instead participating in multiple expeditions with different destinations and objectives. It's medieval portfolio management designed to maximise returns while minimising the chance of total financial ruin. Life aboard a Viking longship reduces existence to its most basic elements: staying warm, staying fed, staying dry, and staying alive. The small victories that punctuate your journey, a successful fishing expedition, a day of favourable wind, or simply waking up without someone's foot in your face, become monumental celebrations in the context of your floating hardship. Fishing provides both food and entertainment during the long stretches of ocean travel. Lines trail behind the ship constantly, tended by whoever isn't actively sailing or rowing. Catching fish means fresh protein to supplement the monotonous diet of preserved foods, plus the excitement of successfully outwitting sea creatures with medieval technology. The entire crew celebrates when someone lands a particularly large specimen, not just because it means better eating, but because it breaks the tedium of another identical day at sea. Cooking happens over a small fire contained in a sand-filled metal box. The ship's kitchen, dining room and social centre, all rolled into one cramped, smoky space. The fire provides warmth, light, and the ability to prepare hot food, making it arguably the most important feature of the ship besides the hull itself. Keeping the fire going in rough weather requires constant attention and no small amount of skill, since a stray wave or sudden gust of wind can extinguish your only source of cooked food and warmth. Water collection becomes an obsession during rainy weather. Every available container gets pressed into service to catch precious fresh water, from cooking pots to empty helmets. You learn to position containers strategically to catch runoff from the sail, and everyone develops an almost supernatural ability to wake up when rain starts falling, no matter how exhausted they are. Fresh water tastes like the most luxurious beverage ever created when you've been rationing stale barrel water for weeks. Entertainment relies heavily on human creativity and social interaction. Riddles, word games, and contests of memory help pass time during calm weather. Physical competitions, arm wrestling, balancing contests, or games of skill with weapons provide excitement and help maintain fighting fitness. Music, when someone has brought along an instrument, transforms evening gatherings into something approaching civilization. Maintenance tasks occupy much of the crew's attention during daylight hours. The ship requires constant care, bailing water that seeps through the hull, adjusting rigging, and repairing equipment damaged by salt spray and constant use. These tasks provide structure to otherwise formless days and give everyone something productive to do. The ship becomes like a needy pet that requires constant attention to keep it healthy and functional. Personal rituals and superstitions develop to cope with the psychological stress of prolonged ocean travel. Some crew members develop elaborate morning routines. Others create personal ceremonies around meals or navigation checks. These behaviours, while sometimes appearing irrational, provide psychological anchors in an environment where every day blends into the next. Sleep becomes both escape and challenge. Despite cramped conditions and constant motion, exhaustion enables sleep, but regular interruptions from weather changes, navigation emergencies, or natural calls interrupt rest. You learn to fall asleep quickly when opportunity presents itself, and to function effectively on fragmented sleep patterns that would leave modern people completely dysfunctional. Weather protection requires constant adaptation and creativity. Your clothing layers are adjusted throughout the day as conditions change, adding garments when wind picks up, removing them when physical work generates heat, and rearranging everything when rain starts falling. Staying reasonably dry and warm becomes a full-time occupation that requires as much attention as any other survival skill. Small luxuries take on enormous psychological importance. A piece of preserved fruit, a drink of wine, or even a few minutes of privacy become treasured experiences that provide disproportionate happiness. You learn to savour tiny pleasures because they represent the only breaks from an otherwise relentlessly austere existence. Social bonds strengthen through shared hardship and mutual dependence. The people you might have ignored or disliked on land become crucial allies in the struggle for daily survival. Helping someone repair their gear, sharing food during shortages, or simply providing companionship during particularly difficult weather creates relationships that last long after the voyage ends. Negotiation, tradition, and occasional force resolve territorial disputes over sleeping space, storage areas, and access to the fire. Your personal space shrinks to whatever you can physically defend, but everyone understands the necessity of respecting others' minimal claims to shipboard real estate. Violating these unspoken agreements threatens the social fabric that keeps the entire enterprise functional. The sight of familiar coastline after months at sea triggers emotions that landlubbers struggle to understand. Your home shores, previously taken for granted, now appear as the most beautiful landscape ever created. The simple prospect of sleeping on solid ground, eating fresh food, and enjoying privacy becomes almost overwhelming in its appeal. Landfall requires careful planning and execution. Your shallow draft longship can beach almost anywhere, but choosing the right spot involves considering tides, weather, local politics, and the condition of your crew and cargo. A successful landing represents the culmination of months of navigation, survival, and teamwork. But it's also when many expeditions face their greatest risks from local authorities or competing Viking groups. Unloading transforms the ship from a cramped living space back into a cargo vessel. Trade goods that have been carefully protected throughout the journey now get evaluated, sorted, and prepared for local markets. The amber that seemed so precious during storms now faces the harsh reality of market prices and trading negotiations. Some goods may have deteriorated during the voyage, turning expected profits into disappointing losses. Your crew disperses according to predetermined agreements and personal relationships developed during the voyage. Some members came aboard as hired hands and departed with their wages, others invested in the expedition and await their share of profits, and a few have become close companions who will maintain relationships long after the ship returns to harbour. The social bonds forged in hardship often prove more valuable than the material gains from trade. Reintegration into land-based society requires psychological adjustment almost as significant as the original departure. Months of communal living, shared hardship, and constant motion leave you changed in ways that become apparent only when you try to resume normal life. Your tolerance for petty complaints and minor inconveniences has increased dramatically, while your patience for people who haven't experienced real hardship may have decreased proportionally. Stories from your voyage become valuable social currency in your home community. Tales of storms you survived, strange lands you visited, and dangers you overcame entertain audiences and establish your reputation as someone who has seen the world beyond the familiar. Repetition refines these stories, gradually transforming them from raw experience into polished narratives that may bear only a passing resemblance to actual events. The practical skills learned aboard ship, navigation, seamanship, trading, combat, and survival, make you more valuable to your community and more attractive for future expeditions. Knowledge of foreign languages, customs, and market conditions acquired during your travels opens opportunities for employment with other expeditions or local merchants engaged in long-distance trade. Physical changes from months of difficult living become visible to friends and family. Your hands are more calloused, your face more weathered, and your body adapted to the physical demands of life at sea. These changes serve as permanent reminders of your journey and mark you as someone who has endured what many people cannot imagine attempting. Financial outcomes vary dramatically depending on the expedition's success, your initial investment, and market conditions at journey's end. Some crew members return wealthy enough to buy farms or ships of their own, others barely cover their expenses, and a few face financial ruin if the voyage encounters serious problems. The Viking economy rewards success handsomely but punishes failure harshly. Planning for future expeditions often begins before the current voyage is completely finished. Successful trips generate demand for repeat journeys, while lessons learned suggest improvements for next time. The ship requires maintenance and modifications, crew members need replacement or recruitment, and trade goods must be selected based on experience with foreign markets. Your transformed perspective on risk, comfort, and human relationships affects decisions about future life choices. Some people observe that land-based existence feels limiting after experiencing the freedom and intensity of ocean travel, while others discover that one major expedition satisfies their desire for adventure permanently. The voyage changes everyone, but not always in predictable directions. The cycle of departure, journey, and return that defines Viking expeditions reflects larger patterns in medieval life, where travel was dangerous, expensive, and transformative. Your months aboard the Longship represent not just a business venture or adventure, but a rite of passage that separates those who dream about distant places from those who have actually seen them. Years later, when the pain is gone and the profits are spent, all that remains is the knowledge that you succeeded in one of the hardest endeavours of your time. You crossed vast oceans in a wooden ship, survived storms that could have killed you, traded with foreign peoples in distant lands, and returned home to tell the tale. In a time when the majority of people rarely venture more than a few miles from their birthplace, this accomplishment alone distinguishes you as a unique individual, someone who chose the extraordinary over the ordinary and persevered to share the story. You get up early in your modest room above the olive oil business, not because you want to, but because your neighbour's donkey has decided that 4 in the morning is the best time to practice his vocal scales. Alexandria sleeps under a blanket of stars that come through the thin wooden shutters, but you know better than most that a good merchant gets the worm, or, in your case, the tastiest fish, before anyone else discovers they're hungry. You stretch out like a cat that has been sleeping on bags of grain instead of soft pillows. Your bare feet touch the chilly clay tiles. The smell of yesterday's bread, which always smells better in memory than it did when it was fresh, is mixed with the smell of salt from the harbour and spices from a dozen other locations. You've come to love these quiet hours before the city knows how to make noise. The bronze mirror shows a face that has been through 43 years of Mediterranean sun, wind, and the occasional fight with people who think that negotiating means starting at half your asking price and working your way down to ridiculousness. Your hair used to be as black as Egyptian eyeliner, but now it has enough silver strands to remind you that time is always moving, even if you don't see it. But your hands stay stable, your eyes are sharp enough to spot a false coin from across the market square, and your smile is genuine enough to greet even the grumpiest customer. The coolness of the water when you splash it on your face from the ceramic basin wakes you up. Every day, the city changes from a peaceful sleeping giant to a busy place where people talk and do things. A priest in the temple calls the devout to morning prayers from a distance. His voice drifts over the rooftops like incense on a light wind. Your tunic, which is made of high-quality Egyptian linen, slips over your shoulders like something you wear every day. It's more useful than beautiful. The leather belt, which has been worn smooth over the years, falls around your waist with the satisfying weight of your coin purse. It's not heavy enough to make you worry about thieves, but it's heavy enough to make dealing today worth your time. The leather straps go back to where they belong as soon as you put on your sandals like old friends. The wooden steps groan their morning song as you go down to the shop below. You keep your real treasures here, small jars of the greatest oils, flavoured with herbs that most Alexandrians have never heard of, much less tasted. They are next to enormous clay amphorae full of olive oil from Sicily and Cyprus, Anatolian rosemary, Greek island thyme, and your secret weapon. A special mix of herbs and spices that makes ordinary oil taste so good that even the most sophisticated Roman matron would ask for the formula. You carefully wrap each of these expensive containers in delicate fabric before putting them in a strong leather bag to avoid the calamity of broken pottery and squandered oil. You will walk like a drunk sailor before noon if you carry too much weight on one side. It's too light, and you don't have enough stuff to make money. It's a fine line, like most things in the merchant's life. If you push the street door gently, it will open and welcome you into Alexandria's world before daybreak. The stone streets are still cool from the night air, and you can feel how solid they are. Other early risers are out and about in the dark, bakers heading to their ovens, fishermen coming back from nocturnal fishing trips with silver catches that gleam in the moonlight, and the odd city guard trying to look alert but clearly wanting to go, back to sleep. As you walk near the harbour, the fishing boats will soon come back with the day's catch. The sound of your breathing and the rhythm of your footfall on the stone provide a mild percussion, and you start to feel the meditative state that comes from completing familiar tasks in peace. The satchel gently taps your hip with each step, reminding you that you're ready to compete with clients, win money from purses, and maybe, if the gods are willing, find something amazing and surprising in the huge marketplace of human trade, just like you have for the last 20 years. The port comes into view as you round the last corner. Its waters reflect the last stars like diamonds on black velvet. The sun will soon colour the sky pink and gold. The fishing boats will come back full of the work they did at night, and Alexandria will be awake and eager to buy, sell, trade and argue over everything, from the price of grain to the quality of foreign wine. But just now, the city is owned by dreamers and merchants who know that the best transactions happen when the world is still soft around the edges, like now, when there are only a few minutes of silence left. The fishing boats appear on the horizon, like a fleet of moths drawn to the lighthouse's blaze, their triangular sails catching the first faint signs of dawn. You set up shop by the stone quay where Captain Marcus typically docks his ship because his crew always brings in the biggest catches in Alexandria's harbour. You don't like Marcus, though, because he tends to believe his own stories about the fish that got away. You can't help but sway a little as you wait because the smooth waves breaking against the port wall make a cadence that calms your soul. As the other merchants start to gather, you can hear the sounds of water and the distant screams of seagulls starting their own daily hunt. Everyone understands their place in the pecking order because of years of successful deals, failed discussions and the occasional huge fight over fish prices. There is also an unwritten code of conduct for these morning meetings. As Marcus's boat glides toward the pier with the comfort of countless mornings, the silvery flash of fish in the nets is already evident. At the front of the boat, the captain stands with a grin that splits his weathered face. This suggests either a very good night of fishing, or a really creative way to explain why the fish are smaller than usual. It's not always easy to discern the difference with Marcus. The boat gently bumps against the pier as you sail forward with the confidence of someone who has been playing this game since Marcus was just a young fisherman with more enthusiasm than talent. As the crew begins to unload their haul, your experienced eye quickly makes a list of the options. Sea bass with bright clear eyes, red mullet that sparkle like rubies, and a number of fish species whose names you haven't bothered to learn but whose quality you can tell with a single look. You easily pull the cork out of a tiny ceramic container you take out of your bag. The smell of your special herb-infused olive oil hints at what could be, making the simple act of picking out fish a sign of the supper to come. The smell that escapes makes a lot of adjacent merchants look up. Marcus raises an eyebrow as he sees the well-known ritual. You gesture to a really nice sea bass with 2 fingers and don't say anything. Marcus nods and begins to wrap the fish in wide seaweed leaves, which is the old-fashioned way to package things. He lightly sprays the fish with the oil and then puts it back in its container when you give it to him. This is a cooperation between specialists who recognise that the best deals are good for everyone, not just one person. Years of practice have made it easy to trade coins. You both keep the goodwill that will make future business successful and fun, and Marcus gets paid properly for good fish. You get a product that will sell for high prices to quality-conscious customers. No tense talks, no big gestures, and no trying to convince each other that prices should go down because times are tough. It's just commerce between people who respect each other's knowledge. A young Egyptian quarter merchant looks with interest as you weigh the wrapped fish against the oil canisters in your backpack. His sandals are too fresh, his tunic is too clean, and his face is too eager. These are all signals that he hasn't yet figured out that successful dealing is about building trust over time rather than making big deals. You look him in the eye and offer him a tiny nod of acknowledgement. You remember your own early days when every deal felt like a test you may fail. You know that everyone has to start someplace. It's not the right time or place for long chats, but the young man's hopeful look makes it seem like he's hoping you'll share some advice. No matter how curious or well-meaning someone is, the morning market never waits for them. The fish will go rotten eventually. The harbour starts to fill up with activity as more boats come back and more merchants set up shop along the quay. You reached your main goal, but the serene morning ambiance is slowly replaced by the ordered bustle of business. The fish in your satchel represents the key to your success today. New, better products that will sustain the increased prices your devoted clients expect to pay for the things you propose. You start heading back toward the middle of the city, where the huge market square would soon be full of people shopping, merchants, and the never-ending cycle of supply and demand that made Alexandria one of the most prosperous towns in ancient times. The sun rising over the water warms your shoulders and informs you that today is a great day to do business outside. The cobblestones beneath your feet tell the story of thousands of traders who have walked this same way with their products and dreams, in quest of money. Every morning you can count on the same thing, that somewhere in the huge market someone needs what you have and is willing to pay a fair price to take it home. Some days you are lucky and get a lot of money, while other days you barely break even. Alexandria's huge market square is like a blank canvas in front of you, waiting for artists to paint it with colours, music and the beautiful chaos of people, trading. You get there early enough to obtain your preferred spot on the eastern side, where the morning sun will warm your consumers without making them squint at your goods. This is better than being in the middle, where the crowds are biggest and the competition is strongest. You stretched your woven reed mat on the polished stone sidewalk. It felt like a cherished blanket and had the same weight and texture. This mat has been with you to markets in 3 different cities, seen countless transactions, soaked up wine and olive oil, and somehow stayed strong after years of being folded, unfolded, and even used as a seat during long discussions. After 20 years of trying and failing, you have learned how to arrange items in a way that makes them seem their best. The fish is the main thing, and it still smells like fresh water and is wrapped with seaweed. You put the olive oil containers around it in a way that shows off a lot without making it look cluttered. They are close enough to make a statement, but far enough apart so that customers don't get hurt when they reach for a closer look. Your exceptional herb-infused oils require their own section. They should be on a tiny wooden platform that's a little higher up and catches the light to show off their beautiful golden colour. These little bottles of magic may turn ordinary veggies into a meal suitable for a senator's table, and plain bread into something extraordinary. They're not just cooking ingredients. As the morning sun shines through the coloured glass bottles of certain containers, tiny rainbows dance over the mat like promises of flavour. You stop for a moment to glance at your competitors and the people who live near you. To your left, an old rural woman carefully lays bundles of fresh herbs. She knows that how things look might be the difference between carrying home wilted items by twilight or selling out by noon. You notice her, and you nod in admiration as her wrinkled hands move with the confidence that comes from years of skill. To your right, a young guy is struggling with a remarkable arrangement of copper pots that are clearly heavier than he imagined. They would be when he loaded them onto his cart this morning. His face shows the particular red that comes from physical exertion, and it also shows that he's starting to think he may have misjudged how much he can take with such heavy products. You want to help, but you've learned from experience that sometimes people see help as criticism instead of goodwill. The market is full of the first customers of the day, who are moving slowly and with interest. These early consumers are usually the pickiest. They know what quality is and are willing to pay a fair price for it. They examine swiftly but carefully at the many options, moving with the confidence of experienced buyers. A well-dressed woman is walking toward your display. Her gold jewellery and linen outfit show that she is used to the better things in life. She stops when she sees your herb-infused oils, picks up one of the containers and pops the cork to smell it. Her face goes from polite curiosity to genuine awe, like someone who's just found something that blows their mind. You stay at a respectful distance so she can look at your things without feeling pressured. This client knows what she wants and has the means to get it. Your duty is to be available to answer her questions while respecting her independence. She carefully replaces the cork as someone who has been let down by bad goods in the past would, and then looks at the fish, noting its firm flesh and clear eyes. The morning market has its own rhythm, different from the busy midday market or the nighttime market when people are looking for deals. People are more polite when they negotiate and conversations are quieter. It appears like both buyers and sellers are taking their time to make sure everyone is happy. The richest people shop at this time, before the heat gets too hot and the crowds get too big to shop comfortably. The sound of coins passing hands is a gratifying metallic whisper that marks the official start of your business day. The well-dressed woman has picked out the best fish from your display and a jar of your special oil. She paid without complaint and thanked you sincerely. You might feel the same happiness you always do when you give a customer high-quality goods that they really love, as she leaves with her delivery safely wrapped. More customers are coming into the market since there are more things to choose from, and trade is getting stronger. As the sun rises in the morning, it warms the stones under your feet and signals that another successful day is coming in the biggest marketplace of all time. Your remaining goods shine brightly on their reed mat, waiting to be found by consumers who know that some things are worth buying. By mid-morning, the market square is full of people trading, doing business, and having friendly arguments over prices. That seemed too good to be true. After years of practice, you've discovered a comfortable pace that keeps you aware enough to see potential customers across the square, and relaxed enough to stay away from the frantic energy that makes shoppers uneasy and more likely to keep going. Middle-aged guy in a toga that has seen better days approaches carefully, trying to look more successful than he really is. He looks at your things with the kind of attention that only someone who cares about quality, but has to make every dollar count, can have. You can see immediately what kind of person they are. Not sloppy, but careful. They might be a mid-level manager or an adept craftsman who knows the difference between cheap and affordable. He grabs one of your normal olive oil containers, weighs it, and looks through the ceramic container to see how clear the oil is. You take note of this information for subsequent use in the debate because his manner is knowledgeable enough to suggest that he knows how to cook. Good salespeople don't try to make people buy things. Instead, they help the proper individuals comprehend why they should have your products in their homes. You don't try to sell him anything right away. Instead, you wait for him to finish his test. A merchant's best quality is patience, which is more important than making big gestures or giving convincing speeches. When he finally looks up, you smile and tell him that the oil originates from olives grown on the hills of Cyprus, where the sea wind gives them a particular flavour that goes well with anything from simple bread to complicated stews. He clearly grows, more intrigued, and asks smart questions about how long this oil will last, how to store it, and what the greatest uses for it are. You provide an honest answer, saying that this oil is fine for everyday cooking, but your herb-infused versions are better for special occasions, or when he wants to impress visitors at dinner. It's important to provide him options without making him feel bad for thinking about the cheaper one. You can show the differences by giving people small samples of both oils on pieces of bread that you set aside just for this purpose. The man's face shows that he's found something he didn't realise he wanted as he tastes the herb-infused oil. The fight between want and budget has begun. You've learned how to let customers decide for themselves what they need and how much it's worth without getting in the way. While he thinks about what to do, you hear a disturbance at the copper pot seller's stand. It sounds like thunder as it rolls on the stone pavement, like the young guy dropped one of his heavier pots. You can't help but giggle at the young merchant's embarrassed face as he runs after his missing products. Other sellers and customers run away to avoid the runaway kitchenware. This short break actually helps your buyer make a decision. Sometimes people need to take a break from thinking too much and simply go with their instincts. He has already reached for his coin purse and asked how to store the herb-infused oil so that it keeps its flavour when he looks back at your display. Now that the deal is almost done, all you have to do is give him great customer service so he will come back and tell others about you. You carefully wrap his purchase in a clean cloth and then take the time to explain how to store it and suggest foods that will bring out its unique flavour. This extra knowledge converts a simple sale into an investment in client pleasure, and the only expense is your time. Customers who are happy with your service become loyal customers, and loyal customers become brand ambassadors who tell their friends about your booth. You think about the psychology of successful selling as he leaves, evidently happy, holding his package. When a customer comes to your display, they each have their own demands, budget, and knowledge of the products. You don't have to convince everyone to buy your most expensive things. Instead, you should help each person figure out which of your products will make a small but important difference in their lives. The morning goes on with a steady stream of browsers and customers, each of whom helps you understand people better and the thin line that separates commerce from actual service. Some customers buy things quickly and easily because they know exactly what they want. Some people need time to look into things, ask questions, and slowly build their confidence in their choices. Some visitors use your stand as a stop on a leisurely tour of Alexandria's shops, enjoying the social side of buying at the market. You keep acting with the friendly professionalism that has helped you build a good reputation over the years, always honest about the pros and cons of your products, never pushy, and always ready to help. In the long run, this method builds trust, contentment, and the kind of good word of mouth that drives new customers to your mat week after week. This is better than the big sales that come from high-pressure tactics. The market square becomes a sparkling scene as the sun rises to its highest point. Heat waves dance like invisible spirits above the stone pavement. Now tourists, slaves doing errands for their bosses, and the occasional local who can't wait until evening to shop are all in the market. Most of the morning's refined customers have gone home to cool off. The neighbouring column that gives a narrow strip of shade is one of the numerous architectural features that make Alexandria's marketplace beautiful and sometimes beneficial. You've used it to your advantage by repositioning your display. The heat from the stones is still powerful enough to make you appreciate the wide-brimmed hat you bought from a craftsman in the Ethiopian quarter last summer, even though your reed mat is now in a cooler place. During these hot midday hours, commerce slows down, but it doesn't halt completely. As a party of Roman visitors walks through the market, their fair complexion is already becoming pink. They seem to have miscalculated the North African sun. No matter what the weather is like, they stroll from stall to vendor, with the slightly overpowering excitement of individuals who are keen to experience everything Alexandria has to offer. A Roman woman with an expensive stola that shows she is used to luxury stops by your display and looks at it with interest. As someone who has access to the best items from all over the empire, she knows how to spot quality when she sees it. She carefully looks over your herb-infused oils. She says she's sorry she doesn't speak the local dialect better, but her Greek with a Latin accent is easy to understand. Your grammar isn't perfect, but you answer in your own careful Latin, which you've learned over the years of working with Roman clientele who appreciate the effort. The discussion flows smoothly as you talk about where your different oils come from, and how they can make the Italian meals she says she misses from home taste better. Everyone likes the concept of adding unusual flavours to familiar items, and she buys several containers with the explicit purpose of revisiting her taste memories in a unique area. You can see that the young copper pot seller has now fixed up his display and seems to have learned from his mistake in the morning. The Romans are still looking about the market. He has put himself in a good position to catch anything that could try to get away, and his pots are now arranged in a way that makes them more stable. His serious look shows that he is taking his merchant education seriously. The heat of midday brings both chances and problems. Even while fewer people are walking about at these hours, the ones who do tend to have specific needs that make them less sensitive to pricing and more focused on obtaining exactly what they want. People who live there are having cooking emergencies that can't wait for cooler weather. Travellers are stocking up before they continue their trips, and rich families are sending slaves to get certain items for fancy meals. A man who seems agitated and has the energy of someone going through a family crisis walks up to your stand. His clever Greek wife is making a special dinner for important guests today, but she can't find her good olive oil. Their teenage son, who thinks that anything edible is fair game for experimenting, may have eaten it. Right now, the man needs oil, and quality is more vital than price. In times like these, experience pays off. It only takes a few seconds to figure out what a consumer really wants, and it's clear that this man needs more than detailed product descriptions to feel safe. You chose one container of herb-infused oil and one of your best regular oils. You say that the two together will provide you reliable cooking outcomes and the chance to make something special that will impress even the pickiest guests. His obvious relief as he passes over the money shows that you have correctly identified his problem and priorities. You think his wife will be happy with the quality of her ingredients and the fact that her husband is taking charge of the situation as he rushes off, holding his packages like lifelines. People often come back to buy more after seeing that high-quality ingredients can make cooking more special. The heat keeps rising in the early afternoon, making the market square feel strange. People generally think that once the sun starts to drop in the west, everything will get serious again, and conversations will get more tranquil, and motions will become more systematic. This is the time for patient businesses that know that not everyone has the same chance to make money. During this slower time, you organise the rest of your stock, wrapping up things that could be damaged by the heat and putting others in places where they can get a little breeze that blows through the square. The stone column that shields you creates small air currents that make your location a little more comfortable than the open sections, where some merchants still have to deal with the full force of the Mediterranean sun. During the warmest part of the day, a few more people look around, mostly tourists who haven't learned to respect local conventions about resting in the afternoon, or persons with special needs who put their requirements ahead of their comfort. Customers that shop during these hours are sometimes very happy to locate exactly what they need when there aren't many other possibilities, but each sale takes a little more patience than in the morning. The market square comes back to life as the afternoon sun starts to set in a beautiful way over the western horizon. It's like a sleeping giant waking up and remembering what it was meant to do. When everything is bathed in warm amber light and the shadows are soft and forgiving, the heat that made the middle of the day so unbearable gives way to the magical light that photographers would later call golden hour. As the sun moves, your shadowed spot becomes less significant, and you move your display again to take advantage of the better lighting. Even though sales have been steady all day, there is still a lot of stuff left over, and it should be displayed in a way that makes the most of the beautiful evening light. The herb-infused oils seem to hold on to the warm glow, creating a show that looks like a jewel and draws the attention of people from all parts of the square. People who shop in the morning and at noon are considerably different from those who shop at night. These customers walk at a leisurely pace, like people who have finished their daily tasks and have time to look around, investigate, and maybe find something new. People who work during the day can finally see their favourite vendors, families can walk around the market together, and servants can perform last-minute chores before going home. A retired scholar walks up to your stall with a serious look on his face and a walking stick that softly taps on the stone pavement. He looks over your products very thoroughly and asks questions that show he knows a lot about Mediterranean cooking. It's clear that this person thinks cooking is both an art and a science, and he's looking for items that will show off his skills. You have the kind of deep conversations that make this job so rewarding. He wants to know where the herbs in your infused oils come from, and how different combinations can perform better with different cooking methods. The talk goes across everything from Greek techniques to make veggies taste better, to Roman ways to cook fish. You also find out that your customer has travelled a lot and collected recipes like some people collect coins. He finally buys a lot of things, including many containers of different oils, each chosen for a specific cooking purpose that he happily describes. He tells you about uses for your items that you hadn't thought of, and he promises to send other serious cooks he knows to your stand. This is worth more than the rapid sale. No amount of yelling or flashy sales pitches can compare to the value of loyal customers telling their friends about your business. You can tell that the young copper pot seller had a tough morning, but as the day goes on, you can see that he has had a good day. With the pleasure of someone who has effectively applied important lessons learned, he has cut down on his display by a lot and is carefully wrapping up the rest of his stock. It's nice to see new people get settled into the traditional dance of business. The marketplace takes on a different identity as the day comes to an end. People seem to think that the serious business of buying and selling is giving way to the social side of market life as talks get more casual and transactions become less tense. Regular customers and sellers talk about neighbourhood gossip, family news, and what they expect to sell tomorrow. Kids who have been stuck indoors because of the heat come out with their parents and add their voices to the subtle murmur of evening commerce. The well-dressed woman who was your first customer of the day comes back with two companions who are clearly from out of town. This leads to your last big transaction of the day, something you didn't expect. She talks about your herb-infused oils with the eagerness of someone who has already used the oil she bought in the morning and is happy with the results. You mentally note your friends' choices for later use when they buy in bulk. As the sun sets, painting the western sky with pink and gold colours that would make even the gods stop and stare, you begin the process of closing down your stall for the day. Your coin purse, which is substantially heavier now than it was at daybreak, represents both your financial success and the satisfaction that comes from pairing high-quality goods with happy clients all day long. The last of the goods are carefully packaged for tomorrow's market. Each box is wrapped and secured so that they will be in perfect shape for another day of probable sales. Your reed mat, which has been a loyal friend on many market days, is folded with the respect that comes from a reliable business partner. You take apart the wooden platform that contained your special oils and store it with your other tools. The market square around you steadily empties out as other vendors conclude their own closing tasks. Some people are packing up empty containers with happy expressions after selling out. Others, who might not be as lucky or experienced, are merging their leftover goods and getting ready for tomorrow's event. No matter what happens today, tomorrow brings new chances. This shows that the merchants are always hopeful in every face. Walking home through Alexandria's quiet evening streets is a nice break from the busy market commerce and the more subtle pleasures of daily life. Your leather bag, which now houses currency instead of products, pleasantly brushes against your hip with each stride, reminding you of what you've done that day. The cobblestones under your sandals feel nice and familiar. They are still warm from the day's heat, but not too hot. As people in the city light their oil lamps and the smell of dinner cooking wafts through the windows and doors, the city relaxes into its nightly rhythm. You smile at the prospect that the money you made this morning might go toward the family dinner tonight. Someone nearby is cooking fish with herbs that smell a lot like the ones you use in your own personal blend. It feels great to know that your work helps people get together over good food and meals. You buy a loaf of bread from the bakery where you've been a regular customer for 15 years. The bread is still warm from the ovens. The heavy-set man who works as a baker and constantly has flour on his apron asks about your day with the genuine interest of a small company owner inquiring about another. A nod of approval and a loaf of bread that is a little bigger than what you paid for are the fruits of your short report of steady sales and happy customers. This is the kind of small gesture of kindness that makes a local business feel like a community instead of just a transaction. The narrow street that connects to your home and store feels like a safe place after the market square is so bustling. The voices are softer, the tempo is slower, and the problems are more personal than business related. Kids play games in small courtyards, and their laughter echoes off the old stone walls that have seen many nights like these. Elderly people sit at doorways and watch the world go by with the patient attention of individuals who have learned to enjoy the drama of everyday life. As you walk into your shop, which has been locked since daybreak, the familiar smell of olive oil and the faint floral notes that fill the whole building greet you. The huge storage amphorae, which stand like motionless guards in the darkening sky, hold both the wealth of the present and the promise of the future. Tomorrow you'll need to restock some items, maybe test out a new herb combination that came to you while you were talking to clients today, and definitely organise the best possible mix of products for another day in the market. The stairs to your living space creak their nightly greeting as you climb to the chamber that serves as both a bedroom and a quiet escape from the business world below. You may finally relax here, surrounded by things that tell the story of your 20 years as a merchant. The bronze mirror shows a face that is pleasantly tired from both mental and physical effort, which is different from just being tired. You count the money you generate every day because you need to keep an eye on your business's health and prepare for future purchases and investments, not because you want to. The coins are more than just money. They show that you have good relationships with your customers, that your pricing and quality judgment are still good, and that you'll have enough resources for new opportunities when the market opens tomorrow. You make the evening meal with food you bought on your way home, and it becomes a private celebration of the day's work. A simple but full dinner made with bread from your local bakery, cheese from the cellar 2 blocks away, and a little bit of your own best olive oil connects you to the business and community that makes Alexandria such a terrific place to live and work. As night sets, and the sounds of the evening, distant chatter, the clip-clop of late travellers' donkeys, and the closing of shutters and doors create the sweet lullaby of urban life winding down. You think about the routines and joys of the merchant's existence. Each day brings new challenges and rewards, a new group of people with different needs and personalities, and opportunities to match products with clients who will really utilise them. As you get ready for bed, the lamp flame flickers softly, making shadows dance on the walls that have kept you safe during good times and bad, when Alexandria was doing well, and when politics made trade harder. The basic appeal of being a merchant has never changed. The satisfaction of delivering high-quality goods to happy customers, the intellectual challenge of understanding markets and people equally well, and the knowledge that your work is helping the great human effort to provide food, shelter, and care for one another. Tomorrow will bring a fresh opportunity to do business ethically in one of the biggest markets on the globe. You'll meet new clientele with different needs and tastes, and you'll have new chances to do business ethically. You can rest easy tonight knowing that you did a good job, kept your relationship strong, and had another successful day in the endlessly interesting business of being human, where everyone needs something, and the wise merchant's joy is in helping. Then find it. The donkey next door seems happy with how he sang this morning and goes to sleep peacefully. While Alexandria sleeps, the merchants of tomorrow are already dreaming of morning,